Welcome back, everybody, to the RSC, and it is finally time to get into those playoff brackets and crown our champions. We start in the academy tier and we work our way up as we roll through the days and the weeks. And well, for our very first match here, we're starting a little bit earlier because we've got a lot of matches to get through. Myself, Hodge, joined alongside GM. GM, we've got a very interesting match starting up here in the upper bracket. Team Berserkers taking on Unitox here, and well, two different stories for two different teams. One who's predicted to be a favourite, one who I'd say in this bracket is a little bit more of an underdog.
Yeah, and I think that might have changed after Wednesday. I personally, I don't know about you, but I was seriously impressed at just how emphatically Xinjiang dispatched of Livers. I know that Livers will use your sub, but it's still impressive the fact that not only they won for one, but it's just like the goal difference that they racked up in each of those wins. It really, for me, it puts them like right up there in terms of like the teams that have potential to win. But we can't write off Drengir as they finished first in their conference. They ended off the season with 3 wins in a row. So they're going to want to fancy themselves to carry on in the upper bracket as well.
Certainly. Now we're going to have a look at some of these team stats, and we'll whiz through things as quickly as we possibly can because we don't want to keep the players waiting. But I mean, it really has been a good season for both of these teams. One team, Berserkers, who finished first in their conference, but I mean, if you look towards that second place team in the Glaciers Conference, Unitox, they're only a couple of wins behind, sitting at 41. So it really is all to play for in this matchup, and you really can't, I guess pin the favourite on Berserkers too much here because it could really go either way. But it's going to be a fun watch either way to see how things really unfold. And we're going to continue to move through this little pre-show that we've got here because we've got a match that we need to get underway. So how about we skip the player stats and just move on to predictions, specifically talent predictions, because we've got a lot of casters who've made predictions here, GM, and I can't wait to see how they all, evolve as we go throughout the day.
Yeah, see, me personally, I've predicted both these teams to make deep runs in the playoffs. I've actually predicted Xinjiang to make it all the way to the grand final. I think I've just been that. I think a good part of it is like just how impressive they looked on Wednesday in plains. I think that certainly pushed them near the top for me, and I definitely think Drengir are capable of going far as well. I know that like some of their players are more unproven, but there's a reason why they finished first in their conference. And
Yeah.
well, as for your predictions, you've got Aspire
Uh,
winning the whole thing.
I'm on the Milwaukee train. I am on the Milwaukee train. But I mean, it's going to be a fun one to see how things settle at the end of the day. And I think we've just got to go and make our predictions for this series, right? Because we've got to get things started as quickly as we can. So, GM, best of five. Who have you got taking it?
I have actually got Xinjiang taking it 3 games to 2.
Okay. It's an interesting one. I think it could really go either way. I'm going to give this one to Berserkers. I'm going to give it 3-1 to Team Berserkers here. And I think, like I say, it could go either way. It's a best of five. These teams have not played each other yet this season. And it is a bit of a clash of play styles. Consistent Rocket League versus demo heavy, the demo heavy aggression that you get from Team Berserkers. But it is time to kick this match off. It is time to get these players onto the pitch and settle the scoreline here, GM. So, I mean, we kick off this playoffs Saturday here in Academy, and we start ourselves on Manfield for game number 1. It's going to be a clash throughout the day, and, well, one of these teams moves forward to the upper final. One of these teams plays for their life in the lower bracket straight after this.
Yeah, and kickoff has gone somewhat favourably for Drengir as Whoop's able to get the shot on, but Zombie can't defend. Is able to make the save, somewhat contradicting his username, much to a delight. But the net's open, but Bill the Greek able to get Drengir that early goal. And talk about demos, I'm not sure which one of these players it is, but they averaged an absolutely ridiculous 4 demos per game. Something you don't see very often at all. They didn't really need one of those to open the scoring this time, though.
That's everyone's favorite demoer in Academy, Ninja Sam. Absolute incredible player in the tier. First season as well coming in to RSC, as this is the same for all of the players on Team Berserkers. It's all their first seasons. And, well, they're having a blistering start to this game, number one. They just get to directly drive it through the defense. And, I mean, it's all just falling apart here on Unitox. That can't be a goal that you concede. No one's willing to challenge it. And Bill the Greek just gets an open net.
Well, I think it just started with Zombie just being caught out there on about the halfway line. And now they get a goal back. Pretty much straight from kickoff. So it goes out to the left hand side. And Hansen just bangs it forwards. And none of the Drengir players are back to defend.
Yeah. Unitox respond. Drengir gonna a little bit of a fight back here in this game. But now they want to continue to pile on the pressure. Whoops back down over to the Greek Bill, but defense starting to come through here as Unitox are trying to find the pace in this series. Bumps to not really help, and I mean, it will be flicked up as Team Berserkers look to try and slot some sort of attack. Hansen just tries to put it to that corner, but will be ricocheting back over to Zombie, who is also playing his first season here, the young player on Unitox. And I think this is partly what makes for such an interesting and entertaining upper semi-final lot we've got here, GM. 4 out of the 6 players on the pitch playing their very first season here in RSC.
Yeah, and it's quite the contrast compared to Hansen, who has been in RSC a number of seasons, a number of years in fact, and had to back away from that one. Just kind of goes to show that whole youth versus experience thing so far. It kind of shows that you don't really need experience just as long as you have that raw ability and that teamwork. You can go as far as you want, but that's not the most convincing touch. But Ninja Sam able to back him up, and again there's a shot on target, and Hansen just can't quite get there the follow-up. It just goes off target, so they're still trying to keep the pressure up, and there's a demo from Unitox, but again, they just aren't able to get the ball into the back of the net.
Yeah, well, it's interesting to see how Berserkers are really approaching this game, and maybe they're approaching it with a dagger. It seems that way. Whoop's just able to get the snipe from downfield, securing the third goal there, and Pixel Glitch just not quite able to get back in time. I mean, like I say, it's interesting to see for me how Berserkers are approaching this, GM, because I spoke to Whoops yesterday, and he was telling me about, you know, how these guys prepare for these games, and maybe they want to prepare their defense a little bit more, because another goal from Unitox comes in response. But yeah, he said that they like to switch up the playstyle a little bit. You know, people think that they rely on demos all the time, but sometimes they use that to catch people off guard a little bit and, you know, shake things up, maybe focus a little bit more towards how people, you know, normally play in Academy, which is essentially just hitting the ball and hoping for the best.
Yeah, and well, it does make it all that more dangerous when your opponents have that multi-pronged attack, as it were. There's not just one key method to victory, as if they are capable of switching it up, it just means that there's so many more possibilities that they have to account for, as that one nearly snuck in from a tight angle, but Bill the Greek able to make the save. But still, Unitox looking to keep the ball in the Berserker's half, but instead it's off the bar, and it's somehow kept out, but not for long, as Bill the Greek restores a 2-goal lead.
Does indeed. The lead restored there by Bill the Greek to that 2-goal lead here, like you mentioned there, GM, and Berserkers are looking calm. They're looking in the favourite form that everyone expected this team to be in. And alongside 20R, they are most people's, I guess, teams who people have walking away with this title here in Academy. The favourites for it, would we say. But Unitox, they have played quite a consistent style of Rocket League, and that's what I've always sort of looked at them for. They don't have anything necessarily flashy, and while their mechanical player might be Zombie, it's most of the time just, you know, consistent Rocket League, which has gotten them these wins over the course of the season. That's not really what I'm seeing from them right now, and it's what I'd like to see from them. I'm seeing a lot of double commits, not a lot of team synchronization, which they've been really good at. And can I just say, massive props to Hansen, because I spoke to him yesterday, and he said to me that he's played the entire season on phone data. He doesn't have Wi-Fi, and he doesn't need it, because, I mean, he's got Zombie there to just tap the ball in the net for him.
Well, I mean, if that is true, that is seriously impressive. I mean, I can only imagine just the connection issues, just how like things like might be different. It might be like a few milliseconds further behind than everyone else, and in a game like Rocket League, it can make all the difference. So the fact they're still able to perform at that level despite such a huge disadvantage, kind of goes to show just what it's capable of. And they're still behind, but it's less than a minute. They can still get a goal here if Drengir give one up, but Silver Greek able to send it back to where it came from, and now looking to follow up, but it goes just wide as Hansen is there to make the touch, but unable to make contact that time. Now Ninja Sam, it's a quick shot off the ball, off the post, but does get there in the end.
Yeah, it does find its way in. Unitox starting to stretch this lead a little bit further by each goal, each chance, each moment that goes their way. And Unitox are forced with a bigger challenge each and every time. And 30 seconds, still very much possible here, but they need magic. They need something to start going their way. They need Zombie to come alive here on the attack, and he's popped it up here for Hansen to try and keep this pressure sort of rolling, but Pixel Glitch doesn't really have any boost, and no one's really on the same page. Speaking of not being on the same page, there's a lovely double commit there from Berserkers, and it does cause a little bit of ruckus, but it shouldn't matter because there's only 5 seconds left. They've got a 2-goal lead to work with. Game number 1 quite comfortably going the way of Berserkers.
Yeah, and I think Xinjiang, they didn't really do much going forwards. I think pretty much all of their goals just came from one hopeful long ball forwards, but Drengir, they just weren't prepared to defend. And I think they need to do more going forwards. They need to be more creative. And yes, they have the pressure, but Drengir, they just seem to be comfortable with defending. They just seem to be comfortable with cutting out those balls into the middle. And Xinjiang, they need to mix it up a bit if they want to get back into this series.
Yeah, it does certainly look that way. Little update on the B stream where we have Aspire taking on 20R on the other side of the bracket. Aspire currently in game 1, beating 20R 2-0. So good start for Aspire, but let's see if they can keep that one up here. Though on the A stream, obviously, he's just joined us. Welcome. We've got Team Berserkers taking on Unitox. Winner of this guarantees themselves top 3 in the Academy division and makes it to that upper final. They get a little bit of a break as well because we've got so many matches happening in the lower bracket, GM, that if you get to stay in that upper bracket, then you get a little bit more of a break in between your matches. We've also got some more matches happening off stream, so if you're here and you're in the RSC Discord, make sure to pop into the Discord watch parties for some of those games. I believe it's Solaris taking on Illusory and Team Serene taking on DSQ, if I've got that right. So lots of action happening here to start off the day, but we're going to get locked back in here on Forbidden Temple with game number 2 between these two incredible teams.
Yeah, and with Drengir being 1-0 up in the series, Xinjiang, they have work to do as, well, the defense definitely should be improved as, well, that one almost sneaks in, but Hansen able to stop that one, and now is looking to bring it further away, but instead, Bilver Greek comes with an aggressive challenge, trying to play it middle as pinch comes in, but I think it was Zombie is able to clear it away that time. 30 seconds, not much happening. Drengir, bit of early pressure, but this time Xinjiang are actually able to deal with it.
They are. Xinjiang maybe just needed a game to sort of come online here. And it does take a little bit of a warm-up, to start off a series, to start of the day, especially when they've had to wait a little bit of extra time while we got things sorted on the production side of things. But guess who doesn't? Build a Greek with a lovely flick, puts it top corner, and Team Berserkers, it doesn't matter how much pressure they want to put on the net, they'll get it eventually, and they don't need that many chances.
Well, just did it all by himself. That bit of individual skill that can rescue a team from time to time. Could we have seen it there? Just able to control the ball so well. And you can say all you want about this. There should have been a challenge. And now the net's open, which Hansen puts it in. And all of a sudden, Xinjiang are level.
Well, Xinjiang, what a way to respond there. Hansen tuning in on the 4G data, gets the beat on to that third man player and ties things up. I mean, what a way to get yourself back in after conceding a very early goal. And for some teams, that would maybe put them down a little bit. For Unitox, they want to pick the pace right back up, and you can see them already in that attacking side. Zombie hesitant to jump for that one, and rightfully so, because it's got Ninja Sam barreling down looking for that demo, and Berserkers, they're hunting, but they're not getting anything. They're not getting much value because Zombie's just not giving it to them.
Yeah, and I think maybe they've clocked onto that strategy, and maybe they started to, get a bit of a own back, as now the shot comes in, but Ninja Sam able to make the save, but back into middle. Hansen choosing not to commit, which is definitely a wise decision, with Ninja Sam just lurking, waiting for a ball to come to him, but ultimately that one comes to nothing. And now Zombie trying to take it on himself, bounces down, could be rather dangerous. Pixel Glitch gets something on it, can't get a fault though. So now it's with Bill the Greek in the corner, but Hansen able to cut it out and doesn't really have anyone with him. It's just forced to go alone with 0 boost. Such a tough situation. He's trying to wait for his teammates to help him out, but they're just hanging back. And I think that's something which Xinjiang need to work on. We need to try and support each other that bit more going forwards.
Does seem that confirmation now. Aspire have taken the first game off of 20R, leading the series on the B stream. On the off streams that are happening in the Discord watch parties, it seems that it is Illusory who take the first game in their series versus Solaris, and DSQ Livens who take the first game against Team Serene Unito. Unito unfortunately having to play with a sub due to an unfortunate situation where Vice just had to pop to the hospital, so hope Vice is okay. Best wishes to him. But jumping back in with this series, it seems that not really got anywhere. We've seen some shots from both teams, and both teams trying to establish themselves in game number 2. And while they've obviously made themselves known here, it's about finding that goal, finding that opportunity. And Ninja Sam looking for it there, but Hansen gonna let it in that easily, and gonna cause TBK to maybe work a little bit harder. And it's Whoops doing the heavy lifting.
Well, I think the Xinjiang defense may be saying Whoops on that one, but I'm going to cut a bit of slack. Like the way it bounced, like it can be hard to read sometimes, and you just don't have that much time to react. And then by the time you do, just Whoops getting there ahead of everyone else. And it is Xinjiang. It does mean that they are going behind, so they just have to pick themselves back up. And they have scored, so they have shown that they can get one back. They just need to do that again. They just need to get the Soul Swords as a unit. Try and get some passive plays together, and don't concede a double tap like that.
Yeah, Ninja Sam feeling himself here on the second match. What a shot there for the high CMV player of Berserkers, coming alive when they need him to, and when they're looking to secure a game number 2 here in the upper bracket semi-final, looking to send themselves top 3 in Academy. But Hansen has something to say about it. It's not going to be that easy. Unitox going to put up a fight, and if you want Unitox to win, you better start spamming those boxes in the chat, because when they get that energy, you best believe they're shooting.
Well, about that, I'm not entirely sure if it's a box, but I guess it's the next
They've changed
closest
it.
thing to
It is a
it.
box now. It was a basket yesterday. They've changed it. Oh, and it's working!
I believe
Wow.
that's his hat trick.
Yeah. Hansen just finding a rabbit out of a hat. Well, 3 rabbits out of 3 hats, it seems. And, I mean, GM, you can't ask for anything more from a player, especially a player who's playing on that mobile data. But, I mean, they've got a chance to now tie up the series. Team Berserkers put back under the spotlight from what was looking like it was going to be 2-0, a free win potentially here on Forbidden Temple. But Unitox, they want to say otherwise. Zombie, free touch, but that's such a great demo from Ninja Sam, who's going hunting in the backlines.
Well, not only that, and demoing QX as the last player back, but also making sure to get the goal himself on the line, making sure that he gets something tangible on the stat lines. But it doesn't matter. The goal still went in, and Xinjiang, they just need another one. They need another reply. They need another equalizer. They've done it 3 times already, and now they have to do it again with even less time, and especially with Bill the Greek clearing it. That's not the greatest touch, but Hansen is able to get the 50. It's into a corner. This is Hansen again looking to contest, and Zombie just hesitating, maybe a nerves, just getting to him as the ball is technically still up, but not anymore. And Drengir, they are 2-0 up, and I'd imagine we might see a timeout from Xinjiang now.
Very well could. We'll see if we do. Nothing called for just yet, but Xinjiang are 1 game away from dropping to the lower bracket and now faced with a reverse sweep. I mean, I expected it to be a Berserkers win. I didn't expect it to be in the form that we're seeing it right now. However, each individual game, they are being a little bit close. Timeout called here by Pixel Glitch. So, I mean, we are going to get that little bit of a pause here where Xinjiang are going to get to sort of recollect their thoughts and see what they can do, GM, to get themselves back into this one, because the lower bracket's not really a prospect that you want to be faced with here in a day like this where it's such a marathon. You've got so many games that you have to play to try and come out on top. And, you know, having that extra life when you get to that grand finals is so, so crucial because, you know, you've already played so many games. You don't want to have to go through a bracket reset.
No, and well, yes, with coming from the lower bracket, I mean, you have to win 2 best of 7s rather than 1. And I mean, with going to a lower bracket, it just means you have to play more serious, not just more serious, but also you don't get those breaks in play that you would get if you stayed in the upper bracket. It just makes it so much harder. I mean, we've seen it before where there's just mental fatigue from just playing for such a long period at a time. And we've seen it before where players like they teams they make this huge lower bracket run, they get to a grand final, they look like they're in the ascendancy, and then they force a bracket reset and then they just burn out. It just feels like they just run out of steam right at the very last. So important that Xinjiang get back into this series.
It is very important that they do that. We'll see if they're able to. Little bit of updates across the bracket though, because we've got obviously lots of teams playing, lots of things going on. In the 20R versus Ascent game, Ascent's currently trying to bring things back in game number 2, as they currently have themselves a 1-0 lead in the series, and 20R looking to tie things up. Over in the off-stream matches in the Discord watch parties, Illusory Trickery 3-0ing Marzium, Systema Solaris. So Illusory starting to move forward and starting to, you know, go on the journey of that lower bracket run, right? It seems like one team always does it, and if you get that momentum, it can really be dangerous. On the other side, it is Aliven's currently up 2-0 over Team Serene Unito, looking to sweep that series. A Team Serene Unito who reverse swept Azteca Coyotl to get to the position that they are now and having a chance, excuse me, to fight here on Championship Saturday. But yeah, I mean, there's lots of action going on around the RSC world, and well, hopefully we've still got plenty more here in this series because Unitox, had a little bit of time now to maybe think over what they want to do, and still 20 seconds left of this timeout, GM, before we get things underway. So, I mean, it feels like each individual game, right? It's close, but it's just not quite.
No, and the positive for Xinjiang is that in terms of the goal difference, it was closer than it was last game, but they're still conceding too many goals for my liking. As I know that Drengir have tried and switched it up. They've gone more aggressive. They've gone back to their roots in a way with looking to disrupt the defensive structure. So I think if Xinjiang can look out for that and try and adjust accordingly, then they can have a chance of pulling off a reverse sweep.
Well, I mean, Aspire, actually, just a quick note, it looks like we are going to get a lobby reset, in fact, and we will, I'll talk about that in a second, but it looks like we are going to get a lobby reset here, because we have some teams who have disconnected, some teams who have, some players who have disconnected and want to get themselves back into this one. So, I mean, we will quickly call that and get things back up and running as quickly as we possibly can here, GM. Like I was saying there, I think it's interesting what's happened on the other stream, because Aspire, they were 1 goal down with 20 seconds remaining. They brought it back and then won it to go 2 up in the series. So Aspire about to knock 20R down into the lower bracket, who were the clear favourites by a lot of people's margins. But listen, I said this to people throughout the season. I said that, you know, people need to stop with this whole, you know, one team's the favourite or these two teams are the favourites in Academy, because it's been so clear throughout the whole season that anybody can beat anybody, and I'm standing by that. And it's interesting to see Aspire currently 2-0 up, I believe, against 20R.
Yeah, and I think the league tables reflect that. I know that we're not in league play anymore, but the fact that like there weren't any teams that were particularly dominant. I mean, the most dominant team, Drengir, they only won 43 games, which I think is the lowest out of any. In fact, 20 recruits won 42 games first to first. I think that's the lowest out of any tier in any conference. Number of games won. Correct me if I'm wrong, but just looking through, yeah, it is correct. They've the fewest number of games won to still finish first in their conference. So it shows just how close it is. So I think that definitely backs up your opinion of that academy. The whole tier as itself is just so wide open.
It really is, right? I mean, people were telling me that 20R, it was, you know, the most unbeatable team in the tier. And I mean, in week 9, I got a little bit scammed out of a draw against them, to be honest. But I thought that, you know, they weren't that unbeatable. I thought they were still a team who had weaknesses, and you know, when you exploit them, people will find a way to try and counter that, and seems to be happening there for Aspire. On the other side of things, in this reality, Berserkers are continuing on their winning ways, and the first goal is banged into the net by Ninja Sam.
Well, it's just such a fast start for them, as it wasn't the earliest goal, but it certainly hit with plenty of ferocity from Ninja Sam. And now, what can Xinjiang do? It's loose in the middle, but none of the Xinjiang players are able to pick it up. It just gets boomed downfield, back into their half again. A zombie does get a decent enough touch, does follow up on it. Whoops is out of play, but still able to get a good back pass to Ninja Sam. But still, Xinjiang looking, but in the end, it's just a touch which doesn't really do much from Hansen. I think we can cut him a bit of slack, considering he has been comfortably their best player over the first 2 games, and coupled with the fact that he is playing on mobile data. So I think we just want his teammates to step up, his teammates to support, to follow up, to pick up on the loose balls like that. But if they pick up all loose ball, but then it just the touches just aren't really productive. It isn't really there for a teammate to do anything with, or it just isn't a shot that's going to threaten the Drengir defense.
Does seem that way. Whoops, trying to play that 50. And Unitox trying to force this play, trying to find that response here as we start to reach the halfway point of this game number 3. Berserker's still holding on to this lead. They look unfazed. They look locked in. Hansen wants to say otherwise and puts it top shelf. Unitox showing that even in the darkest times, they still have light.
Well, I think the demo just blinded Bill the Greek there. Just blindsided him, but Hansen able to get that shot off early. Caught out the Dringier defence, and such a well-placed shot, you have to say. They are level, but they need to be more than level. They need to be leading when it comes to 0 seconds or overtime. Otherwise, their run in the upper bracket will be over. They will have to drop to a lower bracket, and I think neither of these teams want that to happen to them, as that one off proposed, and Whoops tried to follow up with that one off target,
Oh, no.
and so is that one. You can't say that Drengear haven't tried, but they need one of these to go in if they are to stay in the upper bracket. But as for Xinjiang, they are holding on. They can consider themselves lucky to have not gone behind, and now they're trying to take a lead of their own as Hansen 50s it into the middle. Pixel Glitch going up for it, but it's off target, and despite good spells of pressure, there just haven't really been that many shots on target from either team.
Haven't, but now Zombie looks to try and set up the double. Not quite going to find himself on the end of that one, but Unitox playing with confidence. You love to see it, but is it potentially too much confidence? Looks like they will not be punished, and Pixel Glitch finds himself in the right place. Hansen will get involved as well. A little bit of miscommunications coming through on the Unitox side, and double commits, putting them in not the best positions, but still finding themselves tied here in game number 3, and very much the chance to walk away with the win, unless Ninja Sam can slot that one. Not quite. And now Pixel Glitch looking to try and put it down the other side. Zombie, free possession, free touch, tries to put it on target, but Whoops not going to have any of that and saves it away. A minute still left here on the clock, GM. And, well, 2 teams is what I'm seeing who could very likely walk away with this one. But the whiffs, they could be costly.
Yeah, and well, it's really going down to a Y here, but Whoops couldn't quite get it on target. To be fair to him, the angle was not on his side, as Pixel looking to play it to a teammate, but the teammate just wasn't there. I think Xinjiang, they just need to get onto the same page in these last 30 seconds. Otherwise, they will drop to a lower bracket. Bill the Greek not able to get the Pixel Glitch, but gets challenged instantly as Zombie just launches it forwards, just trying to unsettle the Drengear defense, but it's not going to happen that way, as Pixel Glitch not only has to make the save, but also has to dodge a demo, as that one comes through from Ninja Sam. And could there be one last hurrah from Drengear? But no, it looks like it will hurt the ground. Can there be a last second winner here, as no one able to make the backboard read, but it does drop down with overtime. Drengear, 1 goal will send them to the upper final, but Xinjiang, 1 goal will keep them in this series for at least 1 game longer, as the save comes through and it's boomed away, and Ninja Sam not looking the most comfortable, but is able to just about deal with it.
Just about. Hansen, though, floating for this. It's up. Dead ball. Nobody challenging, and the whiffs come through from both sides. It's now back on the attack for Berserkers, as everybody tries to make something of this game number 3. Like you mentioned, 1 goal separating TBK from top 3 in the tier. But Unitox, surely it's not like this. Surely they've got something to say about the rest of this series. It's looked so close every single game. The scoreline, that does not reflect how things have gone, but Ninja Sam to end it! And Team Berserkers will do it. A 3-0 sweep to take down the number 2 from the Glacies Conference, securing top 3 in the Academy tier. And alongside that, it is Aspire who 3-0 sweep 20R on the other side of the bracket. And we have our upper finals decided. Can I also note that Aspire 3-0 swept 20R wearing scarabs?
Wait, I need to see this.
I was
I
watching the
cannot
V-stream.
believe that has happened. But
Yeah.
yes,
Anyway,
but
what a series here that we've had today, GM. And obviously, we've got to have a look at the post-series stats.
yeah, and I think it's no surprise that, well, Team Berserkers aim for goals. It was actually fairly close. But like games 2 and 3 were 1 goal games, and even game 2 it was only decided by 2 goals. So while it was a sweep, it wasn't it wasn't a resounding sweep. Like Xinjiang, they were in the game, they were competitive, but they just couldn't quite hang on all the way. They think Dringy were just that slight cut above each and every game, and I think that's ultimately what decided. And they nearly double the amount of demos, so that's definitely a key factor, and that was a factor in them winning it in game 3 overtime. Hansen just getting shoved out of the way, just making way for an open goal, which Ninja Sam converted. And if I had to guess, we haven't revealed the series MVP yet, but I would guess that Ninja Sam would be a candidate for that.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that demos counter. Even when it wasn't demos, finding the bumps, making the impact here. And I wonder if we can pull up that series MVP and just see who it was as we have a look at this. And there we go. Ninja Sam, certainly, like you mentioned, GM, a contender for the best player in that lobby. And I'm happy for him, right? He's been suffering with an eye infection, unfortunately, over the past week or so. And I think Berserkers as a whole, they were hoping and praying that he was going to make a recovery for today, but massive recovery here from Ninja Sam. And I'm so happy to see him good playing on the field here today. Berserkers, they look like they could be a team who could win it here. And I know they were a dark horse pick by a lot of people coming into the season, but after a couple of roster changes, they look like a team who could go all the way. And now we have our upper final matchup. It is going to be Aspire taking on Team Berserkers. And will Milwaukee be able to get himself into a grand final? Some people hope not. Some people hope yes. I don't know. It's seems like two sides of a coin on that side, but it's going to be an upper final banger for sure. But before that, we've got some lower bracket games to deal with, and we'll have that coming up very, very shortly. If we could have a look actually at the bracket overall and just pull that up on our screens and see where we're at currently with how things are going, because we played a couple of different matches. As you can see, it is Team Serene reverse sweeping DSQ with a sub. I didn't see that one.
They've done it again, haven't they?
They've done it
Uh,
again. Well,
and
I mean, what a series.
yeah, I can say that like I predicted you need to win that series. I wasn't sure if it was going to be in that dramatic fashion, and I'm sure that like their plans having been shook up at the last minute with Vice having those unfortunate problems that we have. And of course, we wish a swift recovery on his part, but well, I'm sure that his teammates have done him proud there.
Oh, for sure. That team has so much drive to them, and I can't wait to see how far they make it through the bracket. They will now get the wonderful task of being able to play against 20R. On the other side of things, it will be Illusory Trickery who look to continue their charge through the lower bracket, playing against Unitox. I think we are in for some spicy, spicy matchups here, GM. And well, speaking of matches, the next one that will be on our screens, that will be on this stream, is that team of Unito playing with a sub, taking on 20R. Let's see if 20R can bounce back, or if Unito are going to continue to charge through with that momentum, because momentum is most certainly the name of the game here in playoffs Saturday. I mean, we'll be back very, very soon. We've got about 15-20 minutes before the next series, but when we come back, we'll have Team Serene Unito versus the 20R20 recruits. See you soon.
Do you struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will tailor to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type metafy.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's metafy.gg/@cmasorl_.
Welcome back, everybody, to the RSC. We're here for our second match on the mainstream, but there's been many matches happening across Academy so far. My name is Hodge, and joining me for this second series is the one, the only Mr. Poggy. Mr. Poggy, welcome to Playoff Saturday here in the Academy division. This is the tier that I've had the unfortunate circumstances of being knocked out in the play-ins already. So I'm feeling like this is going to be absolute cinema, and anybody can beat anyone. We've already seen that. Aspire, they weren't favourites to win in the upper bracket, but they have dispatched 20R down to the lower bracket, and now 20R will play off against Team Serene, who reverse swept DSQ, who are looking like one of the favourites, with a sub, with essentially an FA sub, subbing in for their sub who had an emergency. So it's really some storylines being built today.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing because, like, in the upper bracket, we've got Drenge, who have been looking very strong so far. And I mean, Aspire with Ascent, with the one and only Milwakar, who's had, I think, a very, very good season on his hands here. But yeah, in the upcoming hour, we'll be looking at Team Serene with Unito, who's been clawing their way through the play-ins, through the playoffs now as well. As you said, reverse sweeping DSQ, and 20R, who's in a tough spot right now, if I had to say, because Unito are looking very strong. They've got the confidence and they've got the match win under their belt already today. And 20R, starting off with a loss in the last hour, have to redeem themselves to stay in this playoff.
They do. I think, like Serene, they're going to get that energy off of having that reverse sweep. I think sometimes, and I've had this conversation with a couple of people, going deep in your first series of the day is actually a bit of a positive because you get to play for longer, whereas the other teams, being a bit of cold, they've maybe, not really had anything to do for the past 20 minutes other than sit in training, whereas you've, played essentially a full series of 5 games. So I think it's so crucial, actually, that Unito have gone to a full 5 games and gone deep in that first series. Hopefully for them, they're going to be able to bring that momentum forward. But it's going to be an interesting one to see nonetheless here and see where we stand. If we can have a look at maybe some of the team stats between these different teams, because they've had quite different roads, it's safe to say, throughout our league play. And they played a couple of times before.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it here. Is going to be top of the conference against the bottom of the conference. It's going to be a battle of the Glacies. And I mean, as you can see, 20 are finishing top with 42 wins, only losing at 30 times. Also, not too many games won. I think Academy tier in general has been very, very close. 6th and 1st finishing within 7 game wins of each other. That's something you don't see that often. And I mean, both teams scoring a lot as well, saving, doing their jobs at least. But I mean, it's playoffs, Hodge. I think if we look too much at these stats from the conference, we'll have a very big favorite here on paper, which is 20R. But anything can happen today.
It really can. And when we look at sort of the times that these two teams have played each other before, it's been 1-1 either way. 20R lost 3-1 in week 8 to Serene, and back in week 4, I think it was, Team Serene lost 4-0 to 20R. So teams have traded blows across the season, and I can't wait to see what the final knockout blow will be for one of these teams. But let's just skip forward to the stats and move into predictions. And first of all, before we get into our predictions, let's remind ourselves where the casters overall stand with the wider talent predictions here. And Mr. Poggy, I mean, it has been it's been a pretty good start for most people, I have to say. I know a lot of people predicted the first teams to be out to be Sistema Solaris and Team Serene, but Team Serene, they showed up with that reverse sweep, skewing over some people's predictions. But it's not a bad start for most people. It's not a bad start.
No, everyone's doing very, very well, actually. Both Illusory and Serene showing off that there's more to them in this playoffs than there was during conference play, proving some of the casters already wrong.
Yeah.
But in general, I think most people are still on the right track, yeah.
Yeah, I'm still on for my perfect prediction here. Well, not perfect, but like perfect. I'd get a perfect top 4 if 20R were to win this and then lose the series after, providing it was too illusory. But I mean, there's still a lot that can be said for the rest of the day. Let's go into our predictions and talk about where we think this matchup is going to go, because it could go many different ways here, and we have seen it that way across the season when the couple of times that these two teams have clashed. So, Mr. Poggy, what are you going for with this prediction?
Ooh, it's going to be a very tough one because 20 recruits can't come out of nowhere and just show that they belong on the top of the table in the conference and show that they can go a very long way in this playoffs as well. But I am very, very, very tempted to say that Unito will go away with the upcoming series. They've clawed their way through this playoffs today, and they've been doing absolutely amazing, even with a sub for their original sub. So I'm just going to say 3-2. I think it's going to come down till the end.
An interesting one. Team Serene are a team who seem to only know reverse sweeps. They best of 7 reverse swept Azteca the other day to actually qualify for the playoffs. And now they just best of 5 reverse swept DSQ to get themselves locked into the top 6. I don't think it's going to happen. I think 20R is going to destroy them. Not quite destroy. I'm going to go for a 3-1. I think at 20R, they're going to bounce back. And the way I say that is because Gingnut, one of the players on 20R, convinced me that if they dropped to the lower bracket, they would still be able to get themselves, at least into that top 4, top 3 situation. And they wouldn't go down so easily. So I think 20R that might have learned from their mistakes in that upper bracket game. But it will all come down to what happens on the pitch, because we've got a game to get started here, Mr. Poggy, and it's one team in 20R who are the heavy favourites, who have been, I guess, looked at by a lot of Academy and said, we think that you should be winning this. We expect you to be winning this. Team Serene, a team who everybody counted out and essentially in their predictions said that they'd be going out first round in play-ins. They continue to deny people's expectations. But how far can that get them? How far can they go? It's time to find out as we get this best of 5 underway here and send one team to the top 4.
Everyone is joining the lobby, and Hosh, if you ask me, I am also getting very ready for my first cast here on the RSC channel. Off we go. Raw Toxie immediately picking it up in the bottom right corner. Nep, early challenge on the ball here. Gingnut also getting past quite fairly. With that, we got our first attack on the way, not proving to be as fatal as one might expect right off the bat. But we still have the pressure building up, and the shot on target. Something 1NG, something 1, which is Harry Lord, the FA, saving the first shot of the game.
Yeah. Took me a while to work that one out. But Nakira forced into a defensive situation early. Charlie trying to place that one, but not an easy shot to try and connect. It's all about the early game for both of these teams, trying to make their mark. Harry Lord has made his mark in the last series as the 1200 min level sub, coming in for Serene to try and save their days here. And, well, on the other side of things, it is a 20R who had a bit of a disappointing start, are looking to redeem themselves. Gingnut here, bit of time to work with, but that time is immediately taken away. The challenge is there. Envy not wasting any time on that ball here, and Serene are confident.
They do look confident, but they do need to look out as well as 20Rs on the counter-attack. Charlie keeping the net clear and looking for an attack for their own as well. Ball flowing in front of their net. Nakira getting in touch on that. Still staying with it. Lovely display of this of skill there. But both teams are playing a bit of ping pong, Hodge, if you ask me, because I haven't seen any fatal attacks, but I mean, that is the caster curse for you. Charlie slotting the very first one in for Team Serene.
That right there is a great way to start the series with a Charlie goal for Unito. And for anyone who doesn't know, that is what they com every time Charlie taps it in the back of the net. That is literally what they say every single time in those comms. And it shows, right, that the mental is unbeatable on this Serene side. They are a team who it doesn't seem to matter who they play with. They are so hard to try and, stop these counterattacks from happening. And I wonder if teams are going to start getting nervous of Team Serene in these, counterattacks. If they go up to, it's Serene, the reverse sweep merchants, ready to do it to us again. But I think 20R is just about getting started in this series, getting on the board, because right now they're getting, in my complete opinion, destroyed. And I don't just mean in goals, because obviously the scoreline is still 1-0 and it's still Unito, who they don't have much here yet, but the pressure has been a lot of the time skewed over to the side of Serene, and 20R, they're playing with a couple of counterattacks, but that's about it, to be honest.
It's like a complete different side from Unito. I've been saying they've been clawing their way through playoffs, but in this match, they've got all the ties in their hand, and the pressure keeps building and building up, and I think it's going to be not too long before 20R will crumble under it. And as you can see, Something Wrong finally relieving some of that pressure, but Nikira here with an instant bang on target as well. Rotoxi is in a very unfortunate place there. Nep maybe putting it on target, but opting to put it on the backboard instead. And with that, Unito is showing very much competence against this, well, struggling 20R.
Yeah, Envy, also known as Rotoxi, the mechanical mastermind of Serene. At 1250 CMV, he has really turned so many heads towards his name this season. It's been a masterclass from him on occasions, and when he does show up, he really shows up. But sometimes he can look a little bit lifeless at the same time. And I think for him, it's just playing like it isn't playoffs, playing like it's a scrim. And I spoke to him, and that's what he said helps him out. But on the other side, it's sending in players like Gingenut to do the dirty work for 20R. And you can see 20R, that first goal hasn't phased them.
They're finally starting to find each other in this team. They finally pulled off a little passing play with Gingenut as the finisher. And with this 1-1 with only 1 minute on the clock as well, it could look like 20R might scrape away with this win in the first game this series. But Unito definitely not looking to give up. Now Nikira staying behind that ball. Done great. Nep trying to take control of that ball. Is instead crossing it into Charlie. Shot, but saved by Gingenut. And now, with only 30 seconds left, both teams might opt for a do-or-die situation here. And Nep is looking for a redirect, but it's going to be the faking out Charlie. And crediting Nikira with this beautiful long shot. No hands on the ball, and 20R out of nowhere in the lead with only 22 seconds left.
Brilliant fake there from Nep to secure the second here and the lead for 20R. With only 20 seconds left, they look to try and put their stamp on this series early on. Nikira not quite hitting the mark, but there it is. Gingenut lined up. The red carpet is out for 20R, and they're looking to walk it to a Game 1 win.
Great bump here by... I don't even see who that was, actually. But Something Wrong getting bumped out of the net there. Crucial bump to secure this 3-1 and to basically secure Game 1 here on this series. Maybe a little team play could be what saves Unito in Game 1, but it's going to be 20R taking away Game 1 after a very, very unfortunate start.
It is 20R start strong here in the series against Unito. After having to fight back and, get themselves that first goal, it was quite difficult for them. But after they got the momentum rolling, there was nothing stopping them. 20R look a little bit more like the first seed that we expect them to play like. On the B stream, as a little bit of an update for anyone who doesn't have multiple tabs open, it is Unitox who are currently leading the series against Illusory 1-0. And Illusory, in my eyes, and in a lot of people's eyes, based on the momentum that they've picked up, the favourites for that matchup. But Unitox looking to show that dropping from that lower bracket hasn't phased them that much. Here on the mainstream, though, we've got to stay locked in with this one, Mr. Poggy, because I think Unito's got a little bit more fight than that, and they know it themselves, right? Sometimes it takes them a little bit of games to get into a series, but once they have that energy, it's so difficult to sort of slow that down and put them to a stop.
I mean, we've seen it in the previous series of them. They are reverse sweep merchants, and we're starting off this strong against a team like 20R. Could be a very good sign here for Unito later in this series. But upcoming game will decide if it's going to be 20R on 2 match points, or if we are going to see a Unito fighting back for a place higher up in this playoffs.
Well, already Unito look to try and put some pressure together. As Harry Lord tries to run it down the line, it will be picked up there by Envy and back into the backboard by Harry Lord. And Team Serene, they're playing very freely, and it might get them a goal, but Gingenuk is going to get back in time to put that to a stop. Envy looking to try and dunk that down, leaves it open, but the whiff is there. It's a double-decker fake from Team Serene. Call it a whiff, call it a fake. It works out nonetheless, and it gets them the first goal here in game number 2.
Looking like a little bit of a scrap there in front of the net of 20R, but eventually Unito comes out on top with a lovely finish from Charlie. And now after this straight kickoff, Gingenuk might be able to get back to the ball. Nep giving the ball. Nakira cunning in front of them. Doesn't look like the best of decisions there, but he is trying to make it up, trying to find Nep with a great pass. But no cigar yet, as Unito is able to manage with the pressure from 20R so far. Let's see how they'll keep doing after a fake of Nep there as well. Charlie with the whiff, and it looking like a complete replica of the first goal of this match, but now on the side of Unito.
Yeah, it's just the nervy plays that happen at this stage in the game when it means the most here. Team Serene having the whiffs, having the unfortunate moments. It's Academy. It happens, and it's about how you bounce back from those situations, right? It's going to drop down here for Charlie, but it's going to be picked up there by Gingenuk, who's going to look to try and find his way past everybody. That's a bit of a misflip, and Gingenuk just gets to roll it in. I didn't know Forbidden Temple got turned into a bowling alley, but I mean, if that's what you've got to do to get the series win, then that's what you've got to do.
I mean, Harry Lord there as well, with a very faithful bump for Gingenuk, but man, that is very unfortunate for Unito if you want to get back into this series, especially keeping in mind that if you lose this game as being Unito, you will be with your backs against the wall for not 1, but 2 matches to try and come out as a victor in this series. But it's only a 1-goal difference, and we have still got a lot of time on the clock. But also a lot of pressure coming from 20R. Nakira looking for a shot here now as well. Nep looking for the follow-up. Someone needs to go up for this. It's Charlie clearing it away. Finding Envy now as well. But Gingenuk being there as the third man, keeping 20R's net clean for another attack.
Well, it's been so far so good for 20R. We've had a lot of the pressure. Picking up a demo to try and alleviate some of this defense. Gingenuk to try and keep 20R's attack going and keep Serene locked away in the defense. Nep, though, just has a daylight robbery over that first man on that challenge. And, well, I mean, Charlie went up for it, but it just wasn't going to happen. And Nep coming alive here when 20R needs someone to do it.
Great lead here from 20R. Are they able to hang on to it? And looking from this pass and finish, they will. Gingenuk with a lovely touch up to the backboard, finding that corner, making the ball bounce down. And Nakira there in the absolute correct position to finish this into the back of the net. Already 4-1, and we're not even halfway done. Is this the downfall of Unito? Only time will tell.
I don't count this Unito team out until that scoreline says 3-0 in the series. The amount of times they've reverse swept, I cannot count them out, and I won't. So I don't know. We'll see. But 20R, I mean, they had a couple of moments where I wasn't convinced that they were going to be coming out winning this match in the last series. This series, however, looks completely different. They look more confident. They look like they're syncing up a little bit better, and they just look a little bit more like themselves, I think is the best way to put it. Serene, I mean, they've not had the best circumstances, losing their high player due to availability, losing their normal sub, but the bump comes through, and the players aren't there to tap it in. Serene, chances that are just going awry here that they should be, and, you know, usually would be putting in, but they've had their high player go, they've had their low player, you know, not be able to play as well today. It's unfortunate, but they're trying to make the most of an unfortunate situation.
I mean, they already have done absolute bits, and like you said, the scoreline is not completely over until that 3-0 is on the scoreboard. Right now, Unito is struggling to keep some of that pressure. Nep clearing it away as well, staying behind it. Envy cutting in. Charlie needing to get this away, still getting blocked. Harry passing it straight to Nakira, actually, not finding anyone. Still got the beat on him, though. Gingenut able to collect. Good first touch. Little bump on the way, making him unable to follow it. But Nakira and Gingenut finding each other a bit. Now need to communicate with each other, but Something Wong is able to clear it away. Harry clearing it into the middle as well. And there is Charlie after a lovely passing play. It is Unito back on the scoring board. Only 2 goals removed from that overtime, and they have got 1 minute to do so. Are they going to be able to find back their momentum for this match?
Can't count these guys out, and 20R certainly can't here in this last minute. Envy to the backboard. Nep has missed the touch, and that means the Kira has to come in and play follow-up man there for 20R. Be the saviour, and, well, it is just a couple more attacks here for Serene that are needed to try and convert this into another goal, get that momentum rolling. It seems like they need a miracle, to be completely honest with you, Mr. Poggy. But, I mean, if anyone can pull off a miracle, it is these boys right here. Harry redirecting that one downfield and back into Charlie, who's looking to try and get it back over to the centre. Envy has to be quicker to that because you've not got the time. Nep, at this point, can just take it into 20 yards possession and just play clean-up crew because that one makes it 5.
I mean, this has to be the nail in the coffin, right? At least for this game. Yeah. Nep finding the bottom left corner. Absolute precision on that finish. And with only 20 seconds left, it is not looking too good, Brev, for Unito. As, almost another finish here by Nakira. Gingenut finding the pressure in now as well. No one in the back of Unito. And if this trend keeps developing itself for 20R, they are looking at a very, very fun but easy game 3 here as well.
They most certainly are. And what a way to mentally bounce back than to go 2-0 up in this series after getting destroyed by by Ascent Aspire in that last series that they played in the upper bracket. 20R finding their groove and finding it when they need it. 2-0 up in the series, match point for the 20 recruits. One more needed, but when you try to get a sweep against a team like Unito, it is never easy, and they've always got players ready to step up and play their game.
Yeah, you can just see 20R finding each other, finally playing like that team that they were missing in game 1 in the first few minutes. But now they look like one force of recruits slamming through Unito. But now we have to be a bit wary of Unito. Maybe they needed not 1, but 2 games to acclimatize to this 20R. As reverse sweep merchants, they are looking at a reverse sweep possibility here as well. And maybe they're doing it for the content, who knows? But I would not like to be in that call as a player as well with this amount of stress on your shoulders.
Most certainly not. Team Serene tasked with the impossible, but can they pull it off? We're just waiting to get this next lobby started and get the next game underway. It is a stormy night here on DFH, and well, will it be the final bow of Team Serene Unito, and will they bow out here, or will 20R just continue to go forward here in this series and show us why we had them favored to win it all. After getting destroyed in the last series, a bounce back could be on the cards here on DFH.
Nikira looking at a lovely play for himself here, looking for glory, hitting the post, but what a play! Nikira moving through the field after that kickoff like Messi. My goodness, not one, not two, but three players of Team Serene completely dusted. My goodness.
Nikira's got the moves and showing this Serene team what they're all about when Serene need to find something, when they need to find anything. Charlie's not finding anything on that ball, and neither is Harry Lord, as this team of 20R are playing so aggressive, so in your face. Envy trying to find something off the counter-attack here. It will be scooped up by Nep, challenged by, well, the man himself, Charlie, and Team Serene looking to put together these passing plays, but they don't look on the same page. They look a little bit disconnected, and oh my goodness, Nep almost found a way into that one, and what a tragic goal that would have been. But things just aren't looking good here for Serene, and they're not looking like the games where we saw Serene come back, where we saw them reverse sweep. It's looking more like the 20R highlight reel, and I mean, it's looked like that for a lot of the second half of the season for 20R. They started slow and got all their sub games out the way, but since then they have looked like a team that, you know, teams will find like a difficult task to beat, and that has certainly been the case.
Unito here now with an attacking opportunity. Envy looking for those bumps. We've seen him play some crucial bumps in the earlier games this series, and he's still looking for them, still looking to create that opening to make sure that Charlie and Harry are able to finish off into an empty net. But fortunately, the fruits haven't been coming off of those plays yet. Great challenge by Chingnut, 50ing it on to Nep, who's unfortunately not able to finish off that shot. But now, with the most time and space we've seen in ages, Nep opts to completely smash it forward. You'd say with a bit more time like that, you would have taken a bit more control as well. But here is the Lord of Harry. Smash it. Wait, no, that's Envy. My bad. Envy. Smashing it into the back of the net. Tying up the game. And trying to get that reverse sweep on the road.
Yeah, I think Nep needs to go and do a hazard perception test, because he wasn't in the right place where the hazard was going to come from, and not quite able to get that positioning perfect. But speaking of positioning and speaking of perfect, that is absolutely brilliant from the 1200 sub for Serene. But I mean, have they got a little bit more of that? They need to show us that they can do it down the other end, and it's an open net. They can't quite do it. No, Charlie.
Oh my goodness, Hodge, what are we seeing here? It's going to be a counter-attack here from 20R as well. Both teams unable to find the back of the net. What is happening? 20R now still with some pressure, but I don't want to scoff over that attack from Unito just now, because man, oh man, Charlie, the glory was there, my friend.
Yeah, I think I want to forget about that one, to be honest. I want to erase that from my memory. But we will see if Serene have got a little bit more of that, because let's remind ourselves, it's still level in game number 3, right? It's not completely over. 20R, while they have had a lot of the pressure, have not looked like they have in necessarily game number 1, game number 2. And Serene look like they might have a little bit more of a chance to come back in this one, but starting from somewhere, and right now it's about putting it in reverse and trying to get it over to everybody. Oh my goodness, have they done it? Have they been able to put it in? Can they score the open net this time? Yes, they can. And well, what value from Harry Lord, the 1200 substitute, once again, getting it over the final 2 players here, Poggy, and then it's just all up to Envy.
That was a crazy pop, by the way. Did you see 2 players from 20R absolutely diving on that? Harry Lord able to pop them both. My goodness, what a pass. Envy obviously with the finish, but man, all credit there. In my case, will go to Harry. Oh my goodness, but Chingnut looking for that counter-attacking opportunity, hitting the post there as well. And Unito need to look out with their defense. They are playing very offensive, but that means they can't leave your defensive qualities up for the picking, as 20R have found themselves with a lot of open net opportunities. Just not able to contribute any of that power into scoring it. Charlie now moving up to the top right corner. Nikiro able to clear it away. Nep needed to catch that, actually. Still able to beat Harry there, as Envy finding Gingnut. Not really the player that you want to find now. Trying to take control. Charlie going in as well. And with the final 30 seconds and the pressure on the side of 20R, it is looking like it's going the way of Unito. But we cannot leave Gingnut out of this play yet, as Envy says no to that. With only 15 seconds left, Hoj, it could be still anyone's game. Harry needs to get this, and he does. Oh my goodness.
What a touch there. But speaking of touches, that's an infield pass. Nep not able to get on the end of it. Will it be a grandstand finish in front of the lights for 20R on 0 seconds, looking to put it to overtime? The answer is an emphatic no, and Serene, the first step to success here on their reverse sweep attempt. Unito will not go down without a fight, and they show that time and time again. The team who reverse swept Azteca to get to playoffs, the team who reverse swept DSQ to get to this very match, looking to make it 3 in a row here, and they start their journey onwards.
I can't believe this is happening, to be honest. My goodness, 20
Calm down. It's one game. It's one game.
It is one game, but it is happening, Hosh. We cannot deny the facts here. The merchants of reverse sweeps, Unito, absolutely coming back in this series. 20R coming off from a 6-2 win. Dropping the ball like this could be a very, very big mental blow for these lads.
We will see. On the other side of the bracket, just as a little bit of an update, Unitox have 3-0 swept Illusory, who are looking like one of the teams who are going to go through this lower bracket and do a miracle run. But nah, they're out of here. Unitox to the top 4. But who is going to join them? We've got Aspire. We've got Berserkers. We've got Unitox. But have we got 20R, or has Serene got something to say about it? Let's load up the Colosseum and go to battle here in another map before we get to that. I mean, the home ground of Unito at this point, that decider, Champions Field. I mean, you've already placed your bets on where you think this is going, Mr. Poggy. I am a little bit more hesitant. I think 20R are going to nail it down here in Game 4, but only one way to find out.
I mean, we've had the nail in the coffin in that 6-2 games, but in this series, it is definitely not done yet. As we can see, Unito right off the bat, looking for an attacking opportunity. Harry able to pick it up, going for a very distant shot. Nep easily picking that up. Still staying with it as well. Nep, a player of 20R that we have seen so much this game, bringing so much greatness to the table for this roster. But Harry here as well, still putting up the pressure, bringing that value to this Academy roster of Team Serene here as well. And looking for a pass into the middle is Envy. Charlie looking for the finish. Unfortunate touch, leaving the ball with Gingnut.
Yep. It's pretty equal so far, but Gingnut looking to get up close and personal here with some of these demos and start deleting players off of the field. 20R put in this defensive situation by some pressure from Serene, but now looking to turn that into an attack of their own. And it's another bullet from the chamber, but that bullet will not hit any heads just yet.
Harry needs to keep behind this ball, needs to keep that control, and he did absolutely that. Charlie now with it as well, looking for Harry. Top right, unfortunately, just brushing over that bar. But Unito still looking dangerous. 20R now dangerous as well. Looking for a finish, but both teams have been struggling a bit with finding the back of the net this game. Nikira, though, after a massive save from Charlie, also denied that first goal opportunity. But 20R not done attacking yet. Nikira still with it somehow, as Unito now need to get control in their reign. As Harry looking for a clear. Charlie instead of clearing that ball away. But still, 20 are not relieving any of that god-awful pressure as they have still not found the back of the net. Hodge, how is this even possible? Harry now with an attacking opportunity. Is the net open? No, Nep is going to be there and clear this away.
I mean, if I'm quite frankly honest, these shots from 20 are awful. They need to get this shooting percentage worked out because they've had so much of that pressure, so much disruptance, and they've just not been able to connect anything into the back of the net. This should be 2-0 already, to be completely honest. But, I mean, we'll see what Serena are going to be able to do. They've dealt with it all right, but now they've bumped themselves, and a double commit has come through on the backboard. What can they do to not just alleviate that pressure, but also look to score it down the other end? Envy trying to put it in field, but Gingnut will be there to pick that one up. Charlie getting a free touch there, and I'd like to see 20R pressuring this ball a little bit more in certain situations, because sometimes, you know, the ball feels like it's just in no man's land and you've got no one challenging it, and Team Serene a lot of the time are spent recovering from boost situations. But what is that save?
What was that, Envy? My goodness. I mean, 20R is still attacking, don't get me wrong, but we've seen them attacking for 3.5 minutes now, Hodge, and still no goals came to fruition of that. And now Envy looking to keep some pressure off his own. Here he is, driving in reverse. Charlie needs to get back to this ball. He has got the time in the world. Tries to go for a pinch away. Ends up in a very unfortunate position. And finally, Hodge, it is Nikira getting that first goal. Charlie not making the right decision, trying to pinch that away, as Harry was in an awkward position there as well. And then it's only Nikira saying thank you, echoing through the stadium, as 20R take this lead in possibly the last game of the series if you need to don't do anything about it.
And there it is, Nep to put another goal into the back of Unito's net, put another heartbreak into the heart of Team Serene here. And, well, it just looks like this one could be wrapped up. 20R, they've had all of the pressure pretty much, but what can Serene do when their backs are well and truly facing the wall here? Popped up, Gingnut going up for it. That's just going to be a drop-down pass, and this is making things so awkward here for Team Serene. Someone has to go for it, and nobody is willing to challenge it. I mean...
Oh, this is no... Oh my goodness, Harry's brought so much value to the table, but this is definitely not how you want to see your possible last game go down, Hodge. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Team Serene still with a minute on the clock, still with spirits high, I hope, in that call, because my spirits are starting to drop a little bit about this game. Charlie trying to cross it into the middle. Nikira able to clear that away. Harry needs to take some control of this ball. Smashes it against the ceiling. Nikira there. It has to be Envy with the save. Gingnut with a final finish. And that is the nail in the coffin. The dream is over. This absolute roller coaster called Team Unito, bringing us the best content to RSC playoffs in a while. 2 reverse sweeps. We're looking to make it 3. Are unfortunately out of options in this series, and looking after 25 more seconds to be out of this season's playoffs.
Yeah, the dream for one team over, for one team just getting started here. 20R have put up an incredible performance here in this series, and why not add to the tally? Nep on the board again here for his team. I mean, it's just impeccable from all the players on 20R, and I've just had a DM mid-series from Gingnut saying, "Is this convincing you?"
My goodness, that is some disrespect. Gingnut, mate, they're already down. You're DMing mid-game, and you're still beating them up. Bottom right corner finish right onto the kickoff.
Look at the face cam. He's just living the life. Goodness. He's just vibing.
Oh my goodness. 20R have taken this series to the absolute extremes. The games that they've lost were not too convincing from them, but the games that they have won were everything but not convincing. It is 20R moving up another round in this playoffs. And in what fashion have they done it? My goodness.
Wow. Yeah, and it's incredible here from 20R being able to bounce back from their deflating series versus Aspire and now secure themselves top 4 in Academy. They will play against Unitox in a Battle of the Glacies Conference 1 versus 2 to try and get themselves a date with either Aspire or Aspire or Team Berserkers, whoever loses that match in the lower final. It is a run, but they are on that run, certainly. And, well, if we have a look at these post-series stats, it is safe to say who was the better team in that series, right? Serene, they got themselves a game, but 20R brought them back to reality here on the Coliseum and shut it down. I mean, very deserving winners, in my opinion, and I can't wait to see how they square up against the Unitox, who was just has just essentially killed off an Illusory who were looking like they were going to be one of the top contenders, looking like they were going to make that lower bracket run. Unitox just shut that down and said no, bouncing back, after getting 3-0 swept themselves. So it's really all up in the air here.
It is going to be a very big question mark for me, that game at least, because Unitox have been looking convincing, but looking at this 20R right here, anything could happen. My goodness, 16 goals as well. That is absolutely mental.
Oh my goodness.
At this stage of playoffs. It's like they're sending a message, honestly.
It is. We've got to. We know which team stood out, but we've also got to find out which players stood out, because we have ourselves a series MVP to have a look and see who made the difference. And well, if you could do the honors, Abdul, and flip it over, thank you very much. Nakira is the MVP of your series here for 20R, and I think that's a very deserving one, right? Nakira being talked about by a lot of players in Academy as one of the best players in the tier, especially for his CMB, certainly showing it in this series and looking to try and do that lower bracket run to try and get back to the grand finals.
Yeah, he's been involved in so many plays. We've talked about it during the games. We've talked about it after the games. It's just been Nakira all the way for this series. And with 20R having Nakira in their hands, they have done a fantastic job getting him on that roster. Because yeah, I mean, you can see the assists, you can see the shots, you can see the goals. He's been involved in so many goals. And to be honest, I hope to just see more of that later on today.
Yeah, well, it looks like we are, because we have a bracket to have a look at as well and see where things stand going into the top 4 of Academy. We've got some more matches to play, so let's get that bracket up on our screens and see who maybe is moving forward to the top 4. Obviously, we have our upper bracket, Ascent and Drengir, who will play next on stream in that upper final to try and secure themselves a grand finals position, but also I think that's a little bit wrong. Yeah, there we go. Let's get that fixed. Who spent a match fix Team Serene into the lower semis? It is 20R taking on a Unitox in our lower semi-final. And I have to say, my team had the head-to-head versus Unitox at the end of regular season. Does that mean Death Cloud are the third best team in the playoffs? I don't know. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. But I mean, I'm excited for these matches. And Mr. Poggy, I have to ask you, which one do you think is going to be the more entertaining one? Right? Do you think it is going to be that upper final, or do you think maybe this redemption story for 2 of our higher teams is going to be what we're going to be turning our eyes to?
I mean, anything with Milwaukee in it doesn't matter what. If it's a Discord DM, if it's a Discord message in the RSC server, is more entertaining than anything else in the world. But if we're talking about Rocket League gameplay, I do think that Unitox versus 20R would be a very interesting match to watch instead of Ascent versus Drengir, because I mean, both teams have been absolutely smashing it through that upper bracket. And I mean, it will be a very big clash of the Titans, but only after game 1 or 2 will it be very clear who of these 2 teams will be the one taking it home and will be the one moving on to tomorrow with that grand final.
Yeah. Well, the grand final
Wait, no, that's
being
not
today,
tomorrow. That's
actually.
tonight. My
Yeah,
bad.
the grand final being very late on today. So whoever has, I guess, as much monster energy as possible, get that down you, because that grand final will be happening later on. Hopefully not too late, but yeah, we're getting through the bracket. I mean, thick and fast now. We're getting towards where teams need to show up or they will be sent home. And next on the stream, coming up in around 15 minutes, will be your RSC Academy upper final between Aspire and Team Berserkers. Will Team Berserkers show you why their playstyle works so good in this tier and no one can compete with it? Or will Milwaukee play for a title in RSC Academy? There's so many questions and we cannot wait to give you the answers very, very shortly, right after the break.
Do you struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will tailor to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type metafy.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's metafy.gg/@cmasorl_.
Yes, ladies and gentlewomen, welcome back to the RSC stream here in EU. As you can see, Hodge has left the desk, and now we are joined by the one and only Zagzy. Welcome to the stream, Zach. How have you been doing?
Oh, absolutely fantastic. It's just started the afternoon here in Canada, so I'm really hyped to get into this series today.
We've had a lot of matches already take place. You can see on the left as well. Well, you saw on the left during the break stream that we've had some amazing matches take place today. Unfortunately, we have also seen some teams leave today. One of which is the likes of Unito. Other teams are still up and running to take home. And that sweet Academy top tier spot. As you can see here in the bracket as well, we're going to be watching Aspire versus TBK Drengir. But if you want to look at Xinjiang taking it up against 20R, we have the B stream as well up and running, where we've got a lovely match for you there as well, because 20R and Unitox have been doing very well this bracket as well, with 20R winning 3-1 against Unito, moving themselves to this lower semi-final. But enough about those two teams. We are here to see some of those lovely plays and to see one of these two teams of Ascent and Drengir move up to the grand final.
Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic matchup. They both went 3-0 in their upper semis, so now they're here to challenge each other for that upper grand final slot, and we'll have to see who comes out of the lower final to challenge these winners. But this is going to be a very exciting match too. On paper, based off the playoffs, pretty even teams, so I think we're in for some pretty fantastic gameplay.
I mean, both teams have been smashing it through the playoffs right now, and we haven't really seen any clash between the two teams yet, as they're from different conferences. They haven't faced each other during play-ins or playoffs. Well, they made playoffs instantly anyway. So this will actually be the first time these two teams will face off against each other. And I see a lot of people in the chat as well screaming that Milwaukee has to play, but unfortunately he's out with friends. So we won't be seeing any content of him today, but hopefully later today, if they make it to that final, Milwaukee has gone back home. I think we are ready to just move on. I don't want to wait any longer because, man, this series could be a banger of one. We have the prediction up now as well, so make sure to check out which team you want to see winning. I am struggling with words right now. And before we move on as well, we have got some predictions to do as well, Zach. What do you think this upcoming series will bring for us?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty tight gameplay throughout, both top teams in their respected conferences, and obviously taking out their opposition earlier on in the brackets 3-0. I'm thinking this might be I'm going to go, wow, this is a tough one. I think I'm going to go Drengir in similar prediction to the last one. We're going to be Drengir Game 7.
Drengir Game 7, taking it all the way to Champions Field.
Oh, we want to see it.
It would be absolute teams. I mean, this season I have been playing for Aspire, and Banana Mode is always saying, "Poggy, please be Aspire based." And I'm going to. I'm going to. Aspire have been looking very strong throughout the season. So have Drengir, to be fair, but playoffs are playoffs, and playoffs are very unpredictable. You've seen it with Unito making it this far, where everyone thought they would already be out by play-ins. But man, this match is one for the books, in my opinion. But I'm going to say that Aspire will take it home with 4-2. I don't think it will be Game 7.
All right, well, we're going to see who's right on this, or if we're both completely wrong. And we're going to be getting started fairly shortly here. I see the go, go, go. We're going to get this game 1 of this series, upper bracket, ready to go. 2 top tier teams facing off each other for the first time. Let's get this started.
Oh my god, Confused Carp is in a scarab. That is that is the sight you want to see in an upper bracket final here on DFH Stadium. Now we've got Whoops on the ball after a bit of a messy kickoff. It is time to sell in this match. Confused Carp looking for a shot on target already in this lovely scarab with those golden Cristianos as well. That is one of the most pimpy cars I've seen in a while. But let's see who will be... Oh my god, we've got Abdul Norris as well. That is insane. Anyway, we have got Berserkers with some of... I can't give a straight face now. With some of the possession here up the field. But Tino able to pick that up, popping it in the right corner here. Ninja Sam in need of some control and does so beautifully. Still no pressure relief from Ascent yet, though, as Whoops is clearing this away. Nathan G looking for a touch, not able to get one. Ninja Sam looking for a demo, also not able to get one. Beautifully dodged there by Aspire. Both teams playing a bit of ping pong. No real threats done yet, Zach. But maybe this upcoming minute could change that.
Yeah, both teams right now getting a feel for each other's play style, figuring out what they need to do to break down the opposition. Oh, and there's potentially an open net, and there is a goal. Goal number 1 for Nathan G.
Tina with a beautiful clear pass into the middle. And a bit of a ghost touch I've seen there. But I mean, we take those at this point. Aspire would really be happy to take those. And with this opener of this series, it could be a straight answer from TBK there. Has the crossbars been hit? And Aspire dodging a bullet. Nathan G now taking it up on the wall. Clearing it on the backboard, straight down. Someone needs to pick that up. Great bump here as well. Confused Carp looking for a shot, but there's Tino with the final say in the matter. TBK looking as if they've been swept off their feet. Bill the Greek looking a bit awkward. Whoops, not able to recover in time. And Tino saying, thank you very much. I will take this open net and bring it right home.
Guys, this has been a great first couple minutes for us. Fire here as we go into this next kickoff. Tino looking to set him up. Nathan up in the air, maybe faking, but Bill the Greek managed to clear it out, keeping that safe. Now we're looking to get possession back, but Nathan's there to break up that play as another shot comes through from Confused Carp in the Scarab. Doesn't quite make it. Nice save. Now Bill turning it out into the counter attack, and it's back and forth here in this game. Berserkers looking for that answer to these 2 goals so far. They don't want to let this series run away off of game number 1.
Nathan now with some control. Looking to find Tino, who's passing into the middle. No one to connect, though. And now Bill the Greek looking for a fatal attacking opportunity as TBK need to get themselves on the board quite soon. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Whoops. Getting TBK on the board. Drengir finally off the chains, and Bill the Greek with a very fatal bump on Tino. Confused Carp could not get his little tiny wheels under that ball of a car to clear the ball away. And Drengir is trying to get back into this match. Now Ninja Sam right off the bat as well after this kickoff, looking for a ceiling play. He's still got the flip, looking for a touch. Tino's awkward with Nathan as well, unable with an empty boost tank, and Bill the Greek is tying it all up.
Yeah, like it was confusing everybody. Ninja Sam kind of just faking everybody out on the scoreline, getting everybody on Aspire out of place, and Bill the Greek there gets that shot in, finds the opportunity, and now into this face-off. It is tied 2-2, 2 minutes, 11 seconds left.
Tino looking for a great aerial play, Whoops able to clear that ball. Nathan still keeping on the pressure. No one to connect. Carp a bit far removed from the play, looking for that lovely 100 boost. Not able to get it, though. And that leaves Tino in charge. Now, Aspire suffering from some pressure that Drengir is putting up. But with a lovely clear like that from Nathan, it is looking as if Aspire have got the reins back in their own hand. Nathan waiting for 100 boost that maybe could have gone a bit earlier. to try and keep that pressure up. But the ball is still at the side of Drengiz. But Ninja finally looking for that clear. As Nathan able to pick it up. Looking for a reset. Getting the reset. Got the pop. Oh my goodness. Is this Academy or the Master tier? Nathan G. Getting that 3-2 in. Where has this come from? I cannot even do. Play the evil.
Yeah, Whoops had no idea what was going on. He tried to go low, could have gone up. There was nothing he could do to keep that ball out. Absolutely fantastic third goal here as Nathan's back up in the air, hits the crossbar, but Tino's there to get it. Doesn't. Misses us a little bit as well now as the ball gets away from Aspire, and Berserkers try to set up a comeback here for a third goal. Tino up in the air, receiving. Whoops there, ready to intercept. Ninja Sam pass down to Whoops, looking to get that shot across a little bit wide, but Ninja Sam there, double tap off of the wall. That was a beautiful flip.
I mean, you can see the communication there as well. Bill the Greek looking for that slot, but Ninja Sam screaming, "That is mine!" And with a good double tap, tying it all up in the last minute. It is looking like we're in for a series, Zach, because, man, these two teams are going neck and neck. Now, Tino in a bit of a tough spot, needs to save this ball. Ninja Sam not with the best of shots. Making it able for Tino to clear this ball away now. Carp looking for a double tap. Tino able to pick it up, looking for a small pop. Nathan now with possession. Confused Carp made with a cut as well. Ball dropping into the middle. Bill clearing that away. And now Drengi is looking for that counter-attacking opportunity. But Aspire, the whole match, in my opinion, have been in the reins, have been applying pressure. But now they just need to see which attacking plays could come to fruition in this late stage of the match. Nathan looking shot there. Good bump. Tino with a finish pass. Whoops! 6 seconds left on the clock. And only one goal away is Drengi from a comeback, but with only 6 seconds, game one is looking like it's going Aspire's way.
Yeah, we saw that beautiful bump clearing up the goal line from Nathan, opening it up for his teammate. Now 6 seconds left. Berserkers need one more goal here as they mount up one last offensive, getting it up in the air over Tino, pass to Whoops. Whoops doesn't quite get the connection he was looking for, and that is game one for Ascent.
I mean, the scoreline doesn't say so, but in my opinion, Aspire really have been in charge of this game. You can see it here as well. Bill the Greek, just that Chinese wall in defense, but Ascent still able to break through. And now it is only a question of how Drengi will respond to this 4-3. As the match was very close, Aspire with a lot more control and a lot more pressure, though. It can only mean one thing. Drengi needs to switch something up to make it happen this series, because otherwise, Aspire will be able to walk all over them.
Yeah, Drengir was a lot more on the offensive, although, like you said, the stat lines look pretty similar. It was that field control that was heavily in Aspire's side, and that's what they were able to keep up. They were able to stay in Drengir's side of the field, keep that pressure going. That was what was able to get them that one extra shot and one extra goal to lead them in this series one so far.
And as you can see now, we are moving on to game number 2 here at Forbidden Temple. Aspire have gotten out of the gates well with a last second goal. But are they going to keep that momentum going? Or is Drengi going to pull the handbrake? Only time will tell as the players are ready here at Forbidden Temple. Countdown has been done. Kickoff will be taken. And Tino with a great one. Leaving it in the possession of Whoops, who's already looking for an early attack opportunity. Bill the Greek now as well putting on the pressure. And Aspire not out of the gates this well. But that is always that first 10 seconds in a Rocket League match. Always the chaos that ensues.
Whoa!
And talking about ensuing, it is going to be a Sue moment for Tino here. As a bit of a pinball machine moment right there. Tino getting the upper hand and Aspire leading right off the gate again in this game.
Yeah, that was fantastic. We don't know if it was fully intentional, but having the foresight to make sure that you're flipping in the right direction, you're putting the car in the right position to get those connections when they happen to happen is critical. And that was beautiful play here as now Confused Carp up with his Scarab, looking for a shot, kind of getting it on his roof a little bit awkwardly. Cleared out by Whoops, looking to start a counter attack here. Now down by 1, pass down to Build the Greek, who picks it up, tries to intercept over Confused Carp. And now it is back on Aspire's attack.
Ninja Sam able to collect some bumps in the back of Aspire. Nathan not going to be there. Confused Card will, though. Nathan stretching out that long Dominus to still get his wheels on the ball. Keeping that net for Aspire clean for a few more minutes, hopefully. As Tino and Nathan needs to communicate here in the midfield. Ninja Sam, ooh, that could have been fatal. Hitting the post on his own net. There is a fatal shot from Carp. As the onslaught of attacks keep coming in, Aspire not leaving a single drop of pressure here on the side of TBK. But now Whoops looking to release some pressure for Drangir. Shot onto the left top corner. Tina with a beautiful save, but the danger is not averted. Bill the Greek with almost a beautiful double tap. He's unable to get the ball in the net.
Yeah, Whoops there. A little bit of a mistouch, allowing Aspire to stay in control on this offensive. And there's the Scarab causing some chaos. Build the Greek looking to clear that out again, continuing to stay in that corner with that overly circular car. But now Ninja Sam pass over across to Whoops. Whoops there, intercepted, still in the midfield. Ninja Sam there to pick it up, looking to go off the sidewall, centering in front of net. There's all 3 defense cleared out. Build the Greek doesn't quite manage to get connection on that, but it's going to look to reset in the defensive as Nathan mounts that shot off the ceiling, carries it, deflected off the backboard now as a little confusion here on Berserker's side of the field, but that was almost a shot or goal. It was a shot on goal, but good thing there's someone in net there now as Tino looks for that open clear.
Great touch from Tino there. The pressure is still unrelieved. And once Drangir do manage to break through, Aspire are already ready to pick that ball up, to take control back in their own hands. And now with Carp here on this left side, leaving it to Build the Greek. Gets a shot off on target. Nathan needs to be there, clearing it off the bar. Hello, Nathan. It is still 1-0, and the time keeps ticking down. But as you've seen in the last match, it could be anyone's game until the final seconds are done. Ninja Sam clearing into the middle to Whoops now. Whoops still with it. Nathan able to collect though. Ninja Sam up in the air. This could be very dangerous. Ninja Sam, what a finish!
That was an absolutely fantastic goal. Straight down off the hood. Just under the crossbar. Nobody there from Aspire able to get there on time. And it is tied once again with just under 2 minutes remaining of this match. This is fantastic couple of games we're seeing out of these teams. Top tier play. Oh, a little bit of a miss, but they managed to clear it back out. Confused Carp there to clean it up. Pass to Nathan. Now it's back in Drangir's side of the field. Some patience. A couple double commits coming out on the ball from Drangir throughout this series. Maybe there's a communication issue happening, but they need to really make sure they stay clean to get those opportunities. Now as Ninja Sam slows it down, gets it above. Looks like someone was there trying to clear the net, and there's that open net taken by Whoops, and they are now in the lead 2-1.
That is not what you want to see in that situation. Cup cutting off Tino there in rotation. And Tino could have stayed in net, or Carp should have just gone back far post as the net was completely left open after such a defensive play. And now, out of nowhere, Drangir are looking like the favourites with only a minute left. They have been looking strong in the first match, and they are looking stronger now. But Aspire, we've seen it before with those last second shots. Double tap from Build the Greek, however, could have been the nail in the coffin. Aspire still hanging on by a thread. Now, looking for an opportunity to score. Tina looking for a double tap on the backboard. Nathan is there to collect. And putting it in the net as well with a slow roller. Great play here by putting it there on the backboard. Nathan easily able to collect. And now, with only 36 seconds left on the clock, we are seeing a very identical game to game 1.
Unfortunate 50 going for whoops there, and now giving Aspire the chance to take some shots on net, and there are 3 shots, 1 goal. Tino cleans it up, taking them back in the lead, 3-2.
Strong off that kickoff, to be fair. Aspire really winning those kickoff where they need to. And now as well, with this sudden turnaround in the match, Drengir are not looking good, Brev. It is still 30 seconds left, but Nathan looking for the nail in the coffin, and there it is. My goodness, these team plays, these ways of passing that Aspire is able to find each other is now proving to be very vital in game 2 here as well. With only 23 seconds left, Drengir need to pull out not 1 but 2 miracles out of their app in this final stage of this match.
Yeah, and there's Nathan looking to pass. Confused Carp already up, but Bill the Greek there to intercept. They're making sure they don't leave that net overly open, but there's another shot opportunity. Maybe a little redirect attempt, but Bill the Greek manages to keep it out now as it passed down to Whoops. Back in the middle of the net. This is going to be game for game number 2 to Ascent.
Aspire taking a more convincing one than the last one. And if this is going to continue, they are in a very good spot. But as we've heard, Drengir have called the timeout, needing to relieve some of the momentum that Ascent have been building up. And as you can see, Nathan and Tina absolutely goating their way through. And Bill the Greek with not 1, not 2, not 4 even, but 6 saves on the board. My goodness, has he been a Chinese wall? And if he hasn't been there for Drengir this match, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, and it was really tight. You saw the field domination. A lot of the stats, field domination was 50-50 from both sides. It's just the game got away from Drengir near the end when Aspire really started kicking in with those kickoffs. They were already doing much better on the kickoffs, but near the end, they just figured something out and won 2 kickoffs in a row, leading to 2 quick succession goals, taking them into that 4-2 lead, and that was critical. I think Drengir is going to need to look for a response to those kickoffs, and I think we'll see maybe something come out of this timeout depending on what they discuss. But I think we also saw a lot of double commits from Drengir's side in this match, and there's a couple things I think they need to work on to be able to overcome Aspire in this next match to try to come back in this series.
Yeah, I don't think the rotation of Drengir has been very optimal, both defensively and offensively. It's not been smooth sailing very much. We've seen like a lot of times where 2 people have been in the same position, 2 people trying to go for the ball. It is now Drengir's task to look at this, evaluate, and then come back stronger, as it is a best of 7. We still have some matches to go. But looking as Aspire has been going right now, and the trajectory that they've been taking this series, they can only hope for a sweep at this point, because Drengir just haven't been there to me.
No, there's just been something missing. It's been enough to keep up with Aspire for the majority of these matches, but at some point they need to fix those, get those little bit of pieces polished if they want to be able to overcome them. And obviously timeouts are critical for that. Have the opportunity to talk about what's going on, try to come back from there, and we'll see if timeout buff works in their favor going into this next match. And a minute though, it feels like the timeouts feel like a long time as a viewer, but if you're playing, it really doesn't feel like much. You're right back in there. You need to keep that mentality up, stay positive as they go into this next match, because they don't want to fall. They don't want to try to set themselves up for a reverse sweep.
Yeah, only 2 minutes. As it's not even half a match, and with the 1 minute you get after a match, you're just mostly trying to calm down. Actually, calming down as soon as you can and then start to talk about what's going wrong is always very, very hard. And as the players have entered the field, we are ready for game 3. Countdown is about to drop down, and oh my god, it's always just lovely to see that confused Carb Scarab as game 3, ladies and gentlemen, is underway. Nathan G finding Carb, looking already for an early scoring opportunity. Ninja Sam saying no to that, however, but Aspire right out of the gate, instead of Drengier this time, are looking very, very dangerous.
Yeah, and again, it's those opportunities coming. Oh, save off a backflip from Ninja Sam, and Build the Greek managing to clear it out. Ninja Sam now back going up wall for a counter, because they need to find something here, as the Spires really seem to had their number through the beginning, starting off of that face-off. Now as Whoops clears it long, Confused Carp there to pick it up with that Scarab, but good 50 by Whoops, putting it in center, and Ninja Sam with goal number 1.
Ninja Sam in the correct place at the correct time after a good pressure point of Whoops. Nathan is just about not able to reach that ball, even with that long-ass Dominus. And now it is Drengier right out of the gates in the first minute, up to a 1-0 lead, a position that is very unfamiliar for them this series.
Yeah, it's only happened once so far, but the last time it did happen, they were able to come back and crawl their way to a pretty dominant victory. So we'll see what they got, but great start here from Drengier. It was looking pretty slow, but they were able to come back and take advantage of some missed rotations and get those passing plays in. But now a demo opens up the field. Tino doesn't manage to get it towards the net now as the play slows down. Nathan up in the air, trying to keep it in control on Aspire. Confused Carp, beautiful 50, picked up by Bill the Greek. Now Bill looking for, slow it down, play it over, pops it over Tino. Nathan misses Confused Carp there, but will it be enough to clear it out? Yes, Tino manages to rescue that potentially catastrophic situation.
I mean, get him on the bomb squad, because what a defusal that was. As Aspire now looking for a goal of their own. Already 2 minutes have passed, but the pressure is now ramping up on the side of TBK. Drengier with Bill the Greek saving the first shot. Pressure not relieved yet, and there is a ball against ball. The Scarab of Dreams, Confused Carp, getting that equalizing score here as Bill the Greek only used one of his flips. A simple double jump would have sufficed. But Carp will just say thank you for that gift, and thank you for allowing us to tie up this game, because now Aspire can start playing with greater confidence than ever seen before in this series.
Demo coming through from Ninja, trying to open up the blue half of the field, but some amazing 50s coming out of Aspire. Nathan almost getting a goal off of that, forcing it low. Now as Whoops comes back up, Confused Carp there to intercept, keeps it in play across to Tino. Tino doesn't get the connection, but that's okay. Confused Carp is ready. Communication has been fantastic as Nathan takes the shot, and it is in. 2-1.
Carp again involved in his goal scoring opportunity, has a 100% goal involved so far in this match. This is something you love to see, man. This is absolutely something you love to see from Carp, especially in that beautiful Scarab. Exactly at the halfway line, Aspire to get a 1-goal lead, but we still have another half in this match to play. And I think if Drengier needs to respond, it needs to be in this match, because they are not Team Serene. They are not Unito, the reverse sweep merchants, and Aspire just looking so strong this matchup. But now Drengier looking for that counter-attacking opportunity. Whoops, he needs to get that into the middle. Carp not nearing enough. Nathan getting it out of the way. Tino on the wall here as well. And oh, this is a little bit of a miscommunication again. Tino committing from behind the ball, not being punished enough though, and Aspire dodging a bullet.
Yeah, and we've been seeing some fantastic opportunities coming out of Drengier, but it's like their shots don't seem as coordinated. They're lacking a bit of that finesse to try to make sure there's a teammate to follow up on the shot. And when there is, the accuracy just isn't what they need to be able to keep up. Now, they're only 1 goal down, so that's all they need to get here. Tino tries to clear it out. Another beautiful 50, but Ninja Sam bullying Confused Carp off the ball, keeping it in play for Drengier. Now looking to set up something above the goal line. near miss off the backboard. That's been happening a decent amount for Aspire. I'd see it's probably the only weak point I've seen, but there's a clear shot on net, but managing to get it out. And these situations have been tight on the goal line. Pass down to the Greek. Team pinch, not on net, but that's enough to get it in position here. As long as they keep playing it off of Aspire's backboard, I feel like there's going to be a lot more opportunities opening up for Drengir.
And I mean, with Aspire not being able to finish those crucial nail in the coffin moments, like we've seen the ball bouncing up and down on the crossbar, it could still be very much that Drengir in these final 30 seconds will be able to come back. Great demo by Nathan, though. Bill the Greek turning himself into Bill Nye the Science save, showing that he's not ready to give up yet. Only 15 seconds left on the clock. Aspire just needs to run the clock down to take home this game 3 as well. And now Tino, giving Ninja Sam a bit too much time there. Nathan able to clear it into the front. Cup going for something a bit too ambitious on the field here, and the ball still not having dropped. Is it going to drop? Someone needs to drop it from Aspire. Tino getting his wheels on the ball, but it is Carb having the final say in the matter, and Aspire already on match point. A series score that I everything but accepted at this point.
Yeah, this is exact situation that Team Berserkers did not want to see themselves in. They've set themselves up to, they need a reverse sweep now. It's 4 games in a row, and Aspire one more to go. This has been fantastic showing, you know, very close matches so far. Scorelines have been very close, and it's just, there's something that Aspire's had that's been able to break through Berserker every single time they face off on their side of the field.
I mean, they've already used up the timeout, and though proven somewhat efficient, it hasn't been efficient enough. There are still too many gaps within defense. There are still too many misplays, too many unneeded touches on the side of Drengir. And Aspire is very much able to punish wherever they can. The scoreline could have been a lot worse, but Bill the Greek, I don't know how many saves he's got in total this series, but I think it's almost ramping up to like 17 at this point. My goodness.
Yeah, it's been absolutely incredible, and this is a critical match. You know, it's now a setup for reverse sweep. This is who makes it to the first of the grand finals, and you know, both teams desperately want this. But currently, I think we're seeing Ascent really just be able to level up just above Drengir. However, I'll say, we did see something come out of their timeout with Drengir managing to, there was a lot more opportunities on net. They seem to have figured out, Ascent seems to be really struggling off of clears off the backboard, and the ball's been falling right in front of their net a lot, and that's where most of the goals came from in the last couple, and we'll see if they're able to weaponize that more this match now as they start their attempt at a reverse sweep to make it into the finals.
The countdown is going down, but Aspire's series count is only going up. Ladies and gentlemen, here at Utopia, we've already found Aspire at match point in this series, and they are looking to make it a sweep where they managed to get themselves into the grand finals here of the Academy playoffs this season for the draft. But looking at it from a very objective point of view, it is very messy in the back and in the defense of Aspire. No one getting to the ball, and Ninja Sam did get to the ball. 1-0, and Drengir in the lead once again. Are they able to hold it this time?
Yeah, better face-offs in this game coming out from Drengir. They're looking to put the pressure on. They don't want to go out in a sweep. Nobody wants to see that. Meanwhile, Aspire's looking to make a statement going into the grand finals with this potential sweep opportunity now, as Ninja Sam has the shot, slows the ball down, tries to pop it over, but Confused Carp gets one tire. Clear coming through with a demo, and beautiful little touch. Doesn't touch it, actually, but Whoops does get credit for the score.
Yeah, I mean, Ninja Sam is all to be credited here for this goal. Absolutely smashing the net right open with a demo. And Drengir finally on a 2-0. Something they've never been on this series yet. And they are looking to expand it with here Bill the Greek smashing in on the backboard. Ninja Sam not relieving any of that pressure while Nathan G tried to control it. Now with Ninja Sam in control again. Ball running in front of the net. Whoops not being able to get there is going to be Bill the Greek. Nathan with a great save. And now Drengir is looking like a very dangerous team. Is this going to be the new Yanito? Who knows? They still have a lot of games to get back from. But this game, they are looking way more dangerous than the beginning of this series.
And not just dangerous, they're looking deadly. So far, with over a minute past. Oh, unfortunately, there's a clear. Does Ninja Sam actually get back? Yeah, Tino bumped him out. That was an open net, but Tino bumps Ninja Sam forward, getting him time to get in front of the ball and clear it. That was very, very lucky from Drengir.
Now, the pressure's not relieved yet. Tino with a great pass into the middle. Nathan G. What a shot. And the comeback is on. Aspire are now the ones off the chains. And with a great finish from that, we're only to expect to see a lot more here from Nathan. He's already scored such bangers. He's even scored a massive flip reset, taking home again with it. And all with this clearance from Whoops, Nathan is just allowed to keep on attacking.
Yeah, and they desperately needed to break up the pressure from Aspire. It was 7 shots to 0 before that goal happened. And there's a potential shot opportunity, but Nathan there to make sure that stays clear. And there's Confused Carp, confusing everyone with that Scarab. Where's the ball going? Nobody knows. Nice clear pass defense from Whoops.
Someone's ringing at my door, but this Rocket League match is something that I want to keep. Fuse Cup in the left corner. Trying to stay with it. Whoops. Trying to clear it away. Cup still able to stay with it. And now Nathan G. As everyone from the B stream is also coming over here now. Actually, talking about the B stream, it would be lovely to see what the score eventually was from that. I don't see anything just yet. That means we just have to get back to this match. Number 4, as Confused Carp is almost getting that ball in front of net. Only 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining for Aspire to get back into this match and into an overtime.
Yeah, now they're still in the lead. They're looking to keep the pressure on, and the pressure is continuing to amp up for Drengir. More shot opportunities coming, often just slightly wide, but at this point they seem to be going for a quantity over, well, I'd say quality. They're still quality shots, but necessarily accuracy, because they're peppering that blue goal, trying to get everything in as possible, and it has worked so far in this game.
Nathan G, great 50 there with Ninja, as Ninja Sam is able to clear it away. Carp keeping up that pressure. Everyone of Aspire a bit low on boost. And that means that we have to retreat. But with that retreat comes another attacking opportunity. Nathan G gets a freeway to the goal as Tino got a great demo. Bill the Greek keeping that net clear yet again. And he needs to do so again. But is he able to get the final say in the match? An open net missing the net completely. And the shots just keep coming. Aspire looking like they're alive again. Great bump there in the air as well. But it is still Drengir in the lead. Only 30 seconds left. We've seen Aspire tie up the game and even win it in the seconds. You know, looking great angle there as well. But it is still Drengir in the lead. And if Aspire don't have an answer to this soon, we are going to again. Will have been prevented.
Yeah, and now it's just to waste time. Try to get those clears in. Nathan looking for a spectacular shot there, but not quite getting in. It touches. Drengir takes game 4, starting to mount a comeback. This is really a really fantastic set of matches to see, and I'm just excited to see how the series continues.
I mean, we see a massive shift in rotation here as well, looking at the scoreboard. Now everyone on the side of Team Berserk is getting the saves in, and it's not only them leaning on Bill the Greek to keep that net clear. And as you can see, only 8 shots being fired off by Nathan. But he was the only person we don't really see Aspire playing too much as a team anymore. Everyone trying to go for themselves, but they're forgetting one thing. The series is not over yet. And with this 2-1 victory for Drengir, they might find some spark, some hope to get back and try and reverse this series.
Yeah. And you mentioned, it's seeing those basically looks like only Nathan was involved in most of the plays, but Ascent still had some of those team play opportunities. But the big thing is, you got to give credit to Drengir for what they were able to do. The constant pressure for the entire game kept Ascent from really being able to set up the plays that they were accustomed to having the space to, take the time to get them ready to go. And that's what Drengir was able to do. And they're going to try to keep that going here in this next game. Can they continue mounting this comeback, or will Ascent finally shut them down?
Well, only 5 minutes. We're only 5 minutes removed from that answer, Zach, as the kickoff has been taken here at Beckwith Park in the night. And with Nathan already with the ball again, trying to find some aerial brilliance. It's unfortunate to see. Now, Drengir are looking to take some control of that. Confused Carp, able to pick this ball up, smashing it into the corner. Someone needs to connect. It is Carp himself. Tino with a lovely touch there as well. It is Aspire back in their attacking ways. Tino looking for a first goal opportunity there. And unfortunately, no cigar yet. And after these first 30 seconds, we are going to see the match settle down a bit. Or is it going to be Nathan looking for a goal? Unfortunately not. But Aspire still with some great attacking opportunities.
Yeah, this has been a much better start to this game from Aspire, but there have been some clear opportunities. Ninja Sam misses, but Bill the Greek managed to clear it back up and over. Miss on the back wall, but nobody there to read it. Oh, yeah, someone was there, but Confused Carp is able to read the slightly too slow shot as they clear it back into the orange half of the field. Beautiful pass over to Whoops towards net. Demo, but nobody there to collect, so Tino gets a free ball with all the time and space in the world, looking to set something up, but nobody there to play off of him.
Now, Ninja Sam looking for a play on the wall. Gets denied by Nathan. Carp with the ball. Build a Greek on 0 boost. Gets the ball away far enough to make it a bit less threatening. But Tino storm-waltzing his way through, actually. And now Nathan with the ball getting demoed. That means some breathing time and space for Drengir. Tino trying to get a touch to slow the ball down. Not being able to do so. Build a Greek actually on that 0 boost tank. Still proving himself to be quite dangerous. And oh, Nathan, a big whiff there. Putting Aspire in a very awkward spot here. Build the Greek looking for that finish. And yes, ladies and gents, it is a Drengir yet again on that 1-0 lead.
Yeah, there was an unfortunate team bump coming out of Confused Carp. Tino might have been in position for that, but he got bumped up by his own teammate. That left the goal open, and there's the shot. It is 1-0 into this next kickoff here. One with, a little bump coming against Nathan here. This pace of the game is slowing down quite a lot. Looks like the aggression that Ascent was able to maintain at the beginning is being broken up with some aggressive, I'd say like just bumpy, confusing plays, and it's been working.
And with that working, Drengir are working on that reverse sweep. Aspire still have 2.5 minutes in this match to make it well, but otherwise than that, they will have 2 matches to prove themselves as well. But they do need to do that. And with a backflip like that, Nathan, we've seen so much brilliance from you. Where has brilliance gone? Some demos are trying to be found. Carp not being able to get one anyway. Build a Greek looking to get an attack going. Tino with the ball needs to clear it away. Not too powerful. And that means that the attack is not over. Drengir, a lot of possessions. Team players coming in now as well. Are just in the right places. That rotation has been flawless. Stake in it. And now Nathan G finally with an open opportunity to get the ball forward. Instantly denied. Confused Carp needs to get his wheels on this one, as that could have been fatal and spirit shattering for Aspire.
Yeah, this is looking like a totally different Drengir team. The team plays, the passes, the accuracy, it's been absolutely fantastic. They've been putting the pressure on Aspire and really breaking up some of that confidence they had in the first few matches. Oh, and lucky save from Ninja Sam who flipped off of the post into the ball, but picked up by Tino, popped over the defense. Another bump coming through, managing to clear the ball out, but Nathan's up. Misses a little bit off the ball, but everyone's confused. Looked like Bill the Greek wasn't moving.
What a
Let's see the
finish
team
here.
replay.
Whoops. Nowhere to be found. Bill the Greek caught off guard as well and confused Carb, that lovely ball. Getting it on the right side of the net. And now, Ninja Sam looking for a counter-attacking opportunity right off the kickoff. But Aspire have gotten themselves back in this last minute. And will they get themselves back enough? What a pre-jump, by the way. My goodness, Ninja Sam. But will Aspire get themselves back enough with an open net? Tino is saying yes. And with 2-1 on the scoreboard, 45 seconds away from taking the first final seed in this competition, Aspire are looking very, very good.
Yeah, this has been fantastic comeback here from Aspire, and it really seemed to stem from a potential miscommunication on a breakaway from Drengir's side. But, oh, Nathan's there in time. Battle in the midfield in the air. Ninja Sam trying to clear it out. They're looking for one more goal to stay in. 20 seconds left is all Aspire needs to shut them down. But Drengir is not going to go out without a fight here as a Whoop stays downfield, ready to pick up. Nathan picks up that demo, looking to put it in the center of the net. Great 50 from Tino with somebody up. Nathan is passed over to Tino. Tino did not stay committed to it, but somebody is there. It's all they need to touch the ground, and that is series for Ascent.
Ascent placing themselves in the final Academy tier. GG's being thrown around. But we must remember, Drengir is not out yet. They are able to get in that final spot as well, as they will be facing off against Unitox Xinjiang here on the mainstream in the upcoming hour. But we have to give massive congratulations to Aspire, where they have been able to be the franchise to place themselves in the very first grand final here at RSC. Greatly done.
Yeah, this is an absolutely fantastic series, and really from both teams. Team Berserkers was able to keep Aspire out of a runaway win, but again, it's all in the games, and the final scoreline 4-1 in the series speaks everything, and Aspire clears their way through Team Berserkers into the finals, and I think it's going to be an absolutely fantastic next series. We'll have to see who is facing up against them.
And I mean, we're only an hour away, like 15 minutes removed from Xinjiang versus Drengir. I'm gonna have a quick look who will be casting that one, as that is a match to very much look out for. It's gonna be Veld and Chart, as they'll be moving on with that match. But before we do, we still have to look at who is man of the match for this series. And I've got a slight feeling, but let's see if we can be sure of that. And there you go. Yeah, Nathan G. My MVP as well. He has done absolute bits for Aspire today. And he needs to show that maybe two more series if they manage to lose their first grand finals. But he has been absolutely smashing it today.
Yeah, Nathan also, in my eyes throughout the series, was definitely the MVP. Not only probably the best Academy goal that I've seen in a good while, but also the few games where Spire was slacking back a little bit, seemed a little confused. Nathan was the person at the top, getting the opportunities and keeping Aspire in the game. So congratulations to Nathan, very well deserved series MVP.
Then before we move on to the next match, let's have a quick little look at the bracket as well, as we are nearing the final stages where only Zhang and Drengir are removed from a spot in the final. Both teams absolutely running it through today. Xinjiang already from that lower semi, sweeping 20R, by the way, looking very dangerous. And Drengir, after a blow like that to the mentals, it is going to be a question: are they going to be able to get back to that grand final and not only be sent once, but twice to take home this trophy? We will all see it in about 10 minutes when Veld and Shah are going to get a cast on that match. Zach, it has been absolutely lovely to be here with you today, but I do believe we are going to move on to a quick little break to have a little breather.
Yeah, it was an absolute pleasure, and stay tuned. The rest of the series is going to be absolutely fantastic, and we'll see the next series coming soon.
Peace.
Do you struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will cater to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type metafy.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's metafy.gg/@cmasorl_.
Welcome back, everyone, to the RSC with our penultimate match of the Academy playoffs in the top 3 to see who will be going into that grand final to face off against Ascent. It is Unitox versus Berserkers. I'm Char, and alongside me here is Veiled. How are you doing, Veiled?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. We do have the final series of this lower bracket. We have Xinjiang, who comes from that lower bracket. They were knocked down by none other than Berserkers themselves, I do believe. Let me just have a look. Indeed, they were knocked down by Berserkers. It was a clean sweep from Berserkers. Xinjiang has, since then, they found their momentum. They have swept both Trickery and 20 recruits to make it all the way to this lower final. They have one last chance to make that final. So does Strenggear, who failed to secure a victory against Ascent in the game you just saw in this stream. So exciting matchup, the rematch that we have been waiting for since the first game of the day on that B stream. So yeah, very exciting. How do you think it's gonna go here, Cha? What are you looking to see?
Yeah, obviously it is a rematch from earlier in the night, but you can guarantee that this match is going to be a lot different from that. One team is coming off of a loss in that upper final. One team is coming off of 2 back-to-back sweeps in the lower bracket. So Unitox is coming in with a lot more momentum here, but this is a best of 7, so it will be a test of these teams' endurance as it could go all the way to that game 7. The first this season implementing the best of 7 in both the lower and upper finals in the RSC. They give a bit more Rocket League action, but I think we can get into some predictions here because we do have all the players in the lobby. Veiled, where can you see this one going?
Um, I think Unitox is gonna take it on the rematch here. And you said it's best of 7, right?
Yes.
Yes, I think they take it 4-2. However, I do see a world where that Drengir can get off even if they have a bad start after just losing out to Ascent in the upper bracket. But I think momentum from Xinjiang is gonna be enough to carry them through the series here.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on the side of Xinjiang winging it. Even though Drengir before the playoffs were my winners of the Academy tier, I just think that that momentum from Xinjiang is so strong. They've had 2 consecutive sweeps. We casted the last one together and they were excellent in that series and they've been excellent all day since that first series and I am going to give it to them in a 4-1 scoreline here. I just think the momentum coming off them will be so hot right now, and I think they can really take down anyone in this form.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be a bit boring. We have the same kind of prediction going on, but we do have all the players on the field. I don't really think there's much more to talk about. Let's just get straight into the action here. And let's get this lower semifinals on the go.
Yeah, we do get into the game here. We've got all the players on the pitch ready for that first kickoff, and we will start the lower finals of the first ever Academy tier in the RSC to see who will be facing Ascent in that grand final. Obviously, we'll be needing 2 series to win that, so a very tough test for these teams, but that starts here with this series. They both want to get this. They've both fought so hard to be here throughout the season. The first seed from Ignis and the second seed from Glacies. Drengir being that first seed from Ignis and Xinjiang the other way, the second seed from Glacies. So both fought so long and hard to be here this season and really want to get into that grand final. Bill trying to get the shot on net, can't quite get it though. Zombie up the wall, no boost, but gets a really nice 50. Now all the way down, Bill here trying to control it. Gets a nice touch off the wall, but Zombie's there. Pixel glitch to the backboard. Ninja Sam can't quite get it, and it's a shot, and it's Hansen, and it's 1-0 already for Unitox.
Indeed it is. It's a very, very strong start there. A bit of a misread by Ninja Sam. You probably won't be seeing lots of them if you go back in time, but it happened here, and it gives Xinjiang the boost they needed to charge for this series win. they take a lead very early on, it's going to be very useful for them if they can hold on to this one. Hansen running a bit of interruption onto Ninja Sam. Ninja Sam taking this a long way down. A bit of a double commit is forced, but it won't be leading to too much for Drengir for now. The demo though comes in, but Hansen charges forwards, stopped briefly by Greek Bill, but Ninja Sam now getting tested by Zombie, and that's a strong 50. What a save by Bill to keep that one out. I was sure that one was going in. Pixel Glitch now trying to center it, not to be. Drengir on the counter attack here. Ninja Sam looking to carry this one forward, but it's getting stopped a little bit. Every player from Xinjiang is now charging upfield. Zombie left back with almost no boost. The bomb comes in to help him a little bit, and it is enough. And well, Xinjiang, they keep their lead, and they even extend it here, Cha. What a goal by Pixel Glitch.
Yeah, Pixel Glitch got that ball on the backline and could just run through the entire pitch unchallenged. Just went right down the middle, direct route one, and got and extended that lead for Unitox to 2-0 already. 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes into this game one, and a really good start for Unitox. Can they keep building on that? Whoops, getting the shot. Hansen can clear it away to the side. Who's there? It's Zombie. A nice touch from him, but only as far as Bill. It's a dunk from his own player. Bill just trying to control that one, and I think it was Ninja Sam that just went flying over the top of him. Blocked is clear. Unitox are 3-0 up.
Yeah, Ninja Sam struggling to have an impact in this first game. Well, maybe on his own goal, but in the other end, and just in general on the play, only 24 points to his name as of right now. He's going to be looking to change that up. That's a big bump by him, though, to get them back into this game. Great shot by Bill, but that bump in the backline by Ninja Sam is what really opened things up here. Great stuff from Drengir here to open their scoring.
Yeah, and you're looking at Ninja Sam to put in a bit more of an impact, and he won't get the points for that one, but that goal solely happened because of him. A really nice bump, a selfless bump onto the back line to get Drengir a fighting chance in this game one, and they've got plenty time here. Half the game left to go, plenty time to get back into this one, and they're looking to do just that. Ninja Sam taking it forward. Zombie though's there. Whoops, back to the backboard. Who's there to follow it? It is Bill. Can't get it past Hansen though. Now coming down the other end, can't quite get the touch on that. Ninja Sam should be able to have that. Pixel Glitch right back down to the Drengir end though. Whoops now. Awkward touch, but should be Bill. Lots of time, but not a lot of boost. Opts to just send it away. But Zombie can't get a good touch on that one. Hansen now, off the backboard, needs to get it. Ninja Sam on the wall, what can he do here? Full boost into the middle, looks for the flip reset. Doesn't quite get the touch he wanted now. Now the counter attack into the middle from Pixel Glitch. No one's there, Whoops missed it. I don't think Hansen expected that. Hansen didn't want to commit, and Whoops just whiffed that ball, and Unitox threatening a little bit here, but so are Drengir. It looks like either team could score, but if you're Drengir, you really need that next goal to be on your side.
Yeah, you really do. Pixel Glitch taking a bit of a pot shot there. Hansen actually gets it past his man, but Ninja Sam waiting very patiently on that backboard. Now no boost to work with. The 50 is a bit leaving a little bit to be desired, but it gets them out of defense for now. Whoops. Looking to beat his man, not able to do so. Ninja Sam put himself a little bit out of position there. Zombie takes a shot onto the backboard. Hansen on the follow-up, but that's also off the backboard. And while I do like a good backboard pass, at some point you do need to put it on the money, and it wasn't to be right there. Now Bill on the backboard, looking to get things under control here. Pixel Glitch takes a shot, but that's a nice challenge by Whoops. Now Hansen here looking to go upfield, but he gets demoed by Ninja Sam. A man that we have seen take so many demos on this roster. I think he's averaged around 5 demos per game during this season. Bill almost able to get a shot, but that's Whoops. He sweeps in to try and steal it away, but it doesn't have enough power, and that doesn't lead to anything. And Xinjiang will be very thankful for that miss. Almost getting another one back here on their own, but not yet. And surely this game, it's almost as good as done right now, Ja.
Drengir, they just don't look comfortable at all, especially on the defense. So many double commits coming in from them, and Unitox taking full advantage of that in this game one with a fairly convincing 3-1 game. Managed to get that win, maybe another one added to the road here, but that ball does touch the ground, and Xinjiang do take game one by 3-1. A really, really nice performance from them. And looking at the game stats, you can see Hansen had a really solid performance, but it was really a free-headed attack here for Xinjiang. All 3 players getting a goal, 2 of them getting an assist on top of that, all 3 of them with 1 save. All of Xinjiang are really putting in an effort here in this game one.
Yeah, Xinjiang, they actually swept me on our last matchup. There might have been some reasons for that, but all in all, I've actually been impressed by this team during the season, and I'm very happy to see that they're able to finally piece things together during their lower run of this playoffs. They've really started to click and make that play style that they've done all league play work. And I think the difference is Drengir. They kind of lost the way that they play. They've been overcommitting quite a lot. They're not able to keep things in check in their back end, and in doing so, it just makes it so much more vulnerable to conceding goals, and that's going to have an effect on your mental and the way you're going to be playing the game. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can bounce back in the second game. But Xinjiang, strong start from them.
Yeah, and if you're Drengir, you really want to just halt that momentum that Xinjiang have. They have so much of it at the moment. 6 unanswered games in the lower bracket to get to this point. And even though you got that sweep over them earlier, this is a much different team than what they started the day as. They're playing with full confidence. They know they can dismantle teams. They've been doing it in the lower bracket, and they want to complete that run to the grand finals to have a shot at ascent. But they do need to get through this series, and we're only 1 game in. They need 3 more. Drengir, they really want to get this game, but Hansen makes that a bit more difficult and opens the scoring.
Yeah, it's a strong start from him. No one able to beat that one. Ninja Sam actually passes it infield for him, makes it a bit easy, but Hansen, he beats all 3 defenders, and he gets a goal to his name. That's a very, very strong start. If you're on Xinjiang, you want to be looking to keep that one up. Zombie just biding his time here, really trying to set up his teammates. That's a shot from Whoops, but it's not on target, and Hansen respawning off that demo just in time to take care of business. Bill looking to take this one forwards, but he misreads the bounce, and Hansen, he smells blood in the water, doesn't think for even a second, just launches his attack. Zombie off to the side, he's passing it off to Pixel, was trying to look for that backbot there, but couldn't quite get the angle. Now Hansen takes a bit control, he's just looking to wait out for Ninja Sam's play here. Very clever from him. Pixel glitch now, offloads it, but Ninja Sam cuts out the pass, looks to charge and make an offensive approach of his own, but not able to do so yet here, Cha.
Yeah. Unishawks maybe adding another one. Hansen does just that. The bang to the backboard from Zombie. No one can read it. Whoops goes flying by, and Hansen slots that one above Bill in the net and makes it 2 already. Less than a minute and a half in. Unitox already looking like they maybe could run away with this one. It's been all them. They've gotten so much pressure. They just look so much more comfortable than Drengir. Drengir cannot handle the speed they're playing with right now. Maybe another one onto the net. Ninja Sam saves it away, but Hansen keeps that pressure on. Whoops now can finally relieve the Drengir side. Now go down the other end, the counter attack. It's missed by the defender, and Whoops gets the goal. A slow roller. I'm not sure if the demo came through before the whiff. No, Zombie just completely missed that ball on the backboard, not looking to live up to his name, doesn't want to do it any more of that. He wants to prove that he can in fact defend, but that won't do it. Drengir get one back.
Yeah, he crept a little bit too much forward when that shot was coming through. He was actually covering the same area of defense as his teammate was doing, and well, it's only good if that ball is actually put where you want it to, but this time Ninja Sam finds just the right gap. Bill takes such a strong 50, and Ninja Sam doesn't waste any time at all. just jumps up, lunges, puts the ball on target, and that's just what you need when you are facing being 2 games down already. Now, Drengir has flipped this series upside down. They found their way back into this game, and well, let's see if they can keep that steam going and take their game win to even up this series once again.
Yeah, this game win would be so huge for Drengir, just stopping that momentum. Bill can't quite find the net there, and now it's going down the other end. Is that one rolling into the net from Pixel Glitch? Yes, it is. Unitox respond and restart their lead, 3-2.
Yeah, they do. It's a great goal. It's just beating his man, finding the gap, and well, yeah, 3-2. Xinjiang, they take the lead. Once again, Hansen, that's a great kickoff from him that sends up Zombie. I've been missing him a little bit in this game, not having the impact that I've been getting a bit used to. And well, Whoops finds a gap of his own. It's a bit of back and forward action in this game. No team wanting to concede that lead, but we have even game once again here, Cha.
Yeah, another really quick response for Drengir, another good response, and we get back to level, and it's anyone's game. This is such an end-to-end affair so far. Both teams looking threatening, both teams looking shaky on the defense, but really threatening on that offense. Drengir, they add another one here. They finally get the first lead in this game, the first lead in this series. Bill, shot. Ninja Sam, demo, bump. You've seen it from him all season, just disrupting that defense, and Bill will need no further invitation to slot that one away.
Yeah, and this one is gonna fall back to Ninja Sam, who's actually started to wake up in this series on his own. This time, not gonna be hitting the ball though. Zombie also whiffs the ball. Pixel Glitch, a bit lacking touch. Zombie almost makes life very difficult for Pixel Glitch as well, but all of a sudden, this Xinjiang team that I've been getting used to playing so consistently well, reading the ball every single time, now they're starting to show cracks in their armor, and Pixel Glitch is looking to end that debate right there, but not able to put it on target. Zombie tries as well. Hansen takes it to the side. No boost to work with, but that's a good pinch. It's gonna make Whoops just a little bit awkward, but well, the follow-up wasn't good enough, and that pressure is slowly disappearing for Xinjiang.
Yeah, Drengir, they need to hold this, but it's going to be difficult against this Xinjiang team who've looked so good on offense recently. But they might be able to get another goal here. No, Zombie to the sidewall. Who's there for it? It's going to be Whoops and Pixel to 50 it. Now it's up. Bill can get that one ahead of Pixel Glitch. Zombie now passes it out to the side. Air dribbles it himself. His teammate didn't expect that, but he gets the double onto it. Gets it onto that backboard. Bill clears it away, only as far as Pixel Glitch. That one's on the net. It needs saving. Whoops does just that. Now Zombie, last man, has to get that beat, but he does. Pixel can't read that one though. Bill can send that one away. Drengir holding strong. They have 40 seconds left to hold this lead, but this could be the dangerous chance. Pixel Glitch puts it away, and we're back level once again.
It's so back and forward in this series. No team willing to give up this second game. And well, Xinjiang, they found their way back in once again, and they're going to be looking to build upon that. They don't want this game to go the way of Drengir. They don't want to give them a chance back into this series. Bill and Whoops working together to try and, you know, take their lead back. Not able to do so. Ninja Sam, he takes this to the side, where his teammate Greek Bill is waiting. Pixel Glitch whiffs it in the defense. That might set up Bill, but Hansen is ready for it. Now he has a bit of space, but he chooses to take it early and flip away from it. This one, oh, that might be bad. That might be really bad. Zombie can't get back. And sure, you can call that an own goal, but Whoops gets credit for that goal. And Drengir have found a way back in lead at the very end of this game.
That's such a crushing one to concede. Hansen trying to put it on the net, ends up putting it a through ball for Whoops to get latch onto. And now they have 7 seconds to do something here. Pixel Glitch puts it middle to Zombie. Can't get the touch though. All they need to do is get it to touch the ground, Drengir. Hansen needs to keep this up off the backboard. Does just that. The ball's on the sidewall. That one's going to roll down. And Drengir steal it after a really heartbreaking mistake from Hansen and take this game 2 to tie up the series 1-1.
Yeah. It's a strong comeback from Drengir here. They conceded 2 goals early on in this game, but they found their way back in, and even after some back and forward action, they were able to come out on top. Maybe a bit of a freebie there given by Hansen, but it doesn't matter how you get the win. They get the win here, and well, they settled back into this series, even if just a tiny little bit here, and they're going to be looking to try and build upon that in game 3. While Xinjiang is probably going to try and find their way back into their form in this lower bracket.
One thing that I think is having an impact on why it isn't going the way that it has this day so far for Xinjiang is Zombie. He hasn't, this series, even that game 1, he hasn't really been in that series defining form that he was in those prior 2 series. I'm not sure about the first series, but I heard very good things, and the one that I casted, he was definitely just everywhere on the pitch for Xinjiang. Series defining, but right now, he's not really having that same impact, and that's proving costly for Unitox. They don't look as good, they don't have as much pressure as they did against this Drengir team, but they can get back into this. The other 2 players have looked very solid, have been stepping up in Zombie's absence. So if Zombie can re-find that form, then they will definitely be in very good look in this series.
Yeah, they just need to cover each other up in the back end. They haven't really been doing so in this last game. They kind of just started sending every man forward, not able to pick up if the ball goes behind the first man. And that's just gonna hurt your offense so much when it gets killed by just one single challenge. As you see, once again, there's no real follow-up to that beat, and it's already a shot on goal, and Ninja Sam finds the back of the net.
Yeah, and just the same thing again. No follow-up. Whoops to the backboard, and Ninja Sam can slot that between the 2 defenders nicely. And Drengir 1-0 up very early in this game 3, and they'll be looking to build on this. A good kickoff for them. Whoops can follow it. Doesn't get the touch onto the backboard though. Now Bill's there, controls it, flicks it over 1 to the backboard, gets the pinch, but no real venom on that one. Now goes into the corner for Hansen to control, but Bill's right there to meet it. A double commit on the defense. A double commit. Neither of them get it. Whoops can slot it into the net for 2-0 Drengir.
Indeed he can. It's double commit. No impact on that ball whatsoever. No contact, sorry. That's the word I was looking for. And it's just easy for Ninja Sam down in that end. Or was it Whoops? I'm not sure. They have 2 goals up. Whoops and Ninja Sam both have a goal to their name. I believe it was Whoops because Ninja Sam scored the first, but hold on. Hansen finds one back straight away off the kickoff. It's not the easiest kickoff, but Whoops, he leaves the goal unattempted. A little bit of a bump on to Greek Bill. And well, Hansen, he almost makes it look easy.
Yeah, Unitox, a really good quick response from them, and now they're back into this game. Pixel Glitch, high off the wall. Who's there? Zombie's looking to follow it, gets the shot, and gets the goal in off the post. It's really high, really awkward for Ninja Sam. Couldn't quite get back to it in time, and Zombie just slots that one into the corner. And once again, back and forth, like the last game, we're back level.
Yeah, and what other person to have step up than Zombie? He has 1 goal, 1 assist to his name in this game. Maybe he has come alive. Well, it surely, statistically, is looking like it. Pixel Glitch and Hansen trying to work together to get this ball out of defense. Pixel Glitch sacrificing his positioning with 0 boost to try and help out his teammates. Once again does that. It's going to make Ninja Sam a bit uncomfortable. He's going to go for the bump. Not getting it. That puts him out of position if a great dunk happens. But Bill setting up a shot. That's a great clear. No one is back, but a bit of a whiff sees no goal from that action. Ninja Sam is not gonna be there for this one. A decent shot by Zombie, but not on target. He's gonna get another chance here though, onto the backboard. The bomb comes through from Pixel Glitch, but shot is not on from Hansen. But finally, this Xinjiang roster is starting to see some extended pressure down the other end.
Yeah, but this Drengir team is so hard to play against. If they're not going for the ball, then they are going for your car. So many bumps, so many demos from all three of the players, but particularly that man right there has just got another one to his name. Ninja Sam, another one coming through. It is so hard to play against. It is so tilting for the mindset. And just so hard to really shore up your rotations if you're always being taken off the field, because your teammates are going to spawn in positions that you don't want them, and you've got to try and fit that back in whilst also worrying about all those players on the pitch. So it's so hard to play against a team that plays like this, and that is the strategy I'm sure Drengir employ to the T to get that first seed in Ignis, and maybe employ to win this series and get to the grand final. But they need to get through this game first. They need a goal to the backboard from Hansen. The shot, it goes in. Hansen over the defender. Bill really awkward at that front post, facing backwards. It's never a position you want to be in, and Hansen takes full advantage.
Well, I don't think the position was the only bad thing there. It's just a great shot from Hansen. He's not really going to be able to generate any power in that position, and he realizes that, and he just gets the placement just right, just over that defender, making him so awkward. But, well, Drengir, they strike back immediately. Whoops, a nice pass off to Ninja Sam here, who they are thinking is just going to be going for the bumps, but this time he takes the shot and it goes in. What a back and forth we're having in this game, and I'm looking forward to see which way it goes. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. So much left to play for both sides here.
Yeah, I don't really have an idea of what way it's going to go, but I know it's going to be entertaining to see. Hansen needs to get this one, gets 15. Pixel Glitch now, low boost for the Unitog side here. Ninja Sam can take it back to his own corner. A nice dunk from Hansen, but only as far as whoops. Forward, Zombie should be able to collect this one. Passes it out to the right to Hansen. That one's going to the backboard. Who's there to follow it up? It's Hansen. That one's the backboard again. Ninja Sam, really well defended from him, and now Bill can get that one out and high. Whoops down the other end, a counter-attack looming, but Zombie avoids the bump and gets the save. Really well played, and now the other end again. This is end-to-end. Bill getting the save this time. Zombie forward to Pixel Glitch. The shot is well wide though, but now Zombie following it up again, gets the goal. The shot from Pixel Glitch turned out to be a lovely pass. Zombie slots that one in at the bottom corner, and Unitox have a 40 seconds to hold on to this lead.
Yeah, that's a great play by Unitox right there. They just smack the ball. Pixel Glitch gets a tiny touch, and it just makes Ninja Sam so awkward. But another kickoff goal to even things up once again by Drengir. Neither team wants to give an inch in this matchup, and it really goes to show. Still 38 seconds left, and maybe Drengir can take it with another kickoff goal off the bat right here.
Yeah, it's just back and forth. Anything you can do, I can do better is what they're saying to each other right now. Hansen doesn't get the shot, Zombie's there, but a really weak shot, and Ninja Sam can take this one out. 25 seconds until overtime. The flip reset from Ninja Sam past one. Zombie, big boom up. Hansen now following that to the backboard, looking for the double tap. Doesn't get it on net. Whoops, can take it away from Pixel Glitch's diving car. Now Ninja Sam, the counter attack for Drengir. The shot onto the net, but Zombie can take that one away. Hansen needs to get this touch. Clears it out, releases the danger. Maybe one last chance for Xinjiang. No, it hits the ground. And for the first time in this series, we have overtime.
Yeah, and this one to take the lead in this series. This could very well be a momentum setter for the rest of the series. Whoever takes this win can breathe a sigh of relief. Almost taken there by Bill, but a great save by Hansen. Keeps Unitox alive. It's gonna fall to Pixel Glitch here. He takes it up, but he leaves it. He leaves Bill to take that touch that might be a bit undesirable. Ninja Sam looking to beat his man, not able to do so, but it falls to Whoops. But what a whiff! Bill is gonna be under so much pressure here. He's able to get a touch. Zombie with the whiff, but it turns into a bump. But Whoops bailing out Drangir here. Once more, a bump comes through. Hansen takes it to the side. Net is almost uncovered by Xinjiang. Pixel Glitch is there. Oh, Hansen calls the bluff, is able to get a little bit of a touch onto that one. Bill should get a shot here. Takes a long time though, Pixel Glitch. That's not the best save, but might be enough. Hansen can't do enough here, and Ninja Sam is able to seal it away for Drangir.
Yeah, and Unitox, their own worst enemies here right now. Game 2, a mistake from Hansen lost them it. And Game 3, a whiff off the backboard from Zombie lost them it. Unitox, they're playing themselves out of this series at the moment. But you've got to give credit to Drangir and in specific Ninja Sam. 746 points in that game. 4 goals. And I'm sure something that doesn't show on that scoreboard, a lot of demos as well. And really, he's woken up in this series after that game 1, and this entire Drangir team has woken up. That game 1, they took a little bit to get going, but once they have, they've looked really, really good on offense, but they've still been a little bit shaky on defense. They've not struck me with confidence. They've conceded a lot of goals, but ultimately, if they keep scoring more than they're conceding, then they will win, and that's what matters. No matter how many you're conceding, you have to score more, and right now, they are doing that.
Indeed they are, and well, I think Patroid is going to be looking and being very happy with what he's seeing so far. His team, they dropped from the upper bracket, but they've regained their mental almost immediately, striking back, and they have a lead in this series, even if it took them 3 games to get that lead. And well, we have 4 games about to start, and it's going to be interesting to see if this Drangir roster can keep their momentum going into this game. It looks like we are going to have a bit of a restart here, as Hansen has disconnected. I think we're gonna have a full lobby remake actually.
Yeah, just a little bit of a technical issue, but we'll get it sorted soon enough, and we can talk a little bit more about what we expect for the rest of this series whilst we wait. And Drangir, whilst they have got these 2 games, both of them have been close, and both of them, they have won. They have got that winning goal from Unitox mistakes, and they cannot keep relying on those Unitox mistakes. But they're scoring enough goals, like five goals. Like, you think that would, yeah, they're scoring 5 goals a game almost. Like, that's plenty, but they're making it difficult for themselves by conceding just as many, or almost just as many. It's a little bit shaky for them. They want to keep scoring that amount of goals, but tighten up that defense. Make sure those rotations are sound. Watch out for those bumps that Unitox are employing. Maybe giving them a bit of their own medicine here in this game. But we should have everyone back in the lobby, and we should be able to get this game 4 back underway.
Yeah, indeed we do, and every player is getting on the pitch right now. 4th game about to be underway. Finally, the technical issues have been resolved, and we do have kickoff here. Zombie up against Bill Greek. He's able to get quite a beat, but Ninja Sam able to follow this one up. Shut down by Hansen though off the backboard. That's early chance for Xinjiang. Not able to do much though, but what a shot by Zombie, just off target. The crossbar will be ringing for the next foreseeable future. Pixel Glitch taking it up the wall. He's going to be looking for that backboard. It's going to bounce straight back out. Hansen, he opts to go for this one. Sets up Zombie, but that shot is off the mark. Cut from Hansen. Sees the pressure staying for Xinjiang. Pixel Glitch gets another chance of taking it to this backboard. Whoops being tested. Does well this time. Zombie is going to look to stop him. Does so, but Ninja Sam just knocking it forward once again. Pressure mounting from both sides early on in this game.
Yeah, the Unitox had a really nice period at the start. Maybe a goal here. Hansen can't quite get it on the net to the back. Where Zombie has the shot lined up, but that one goes wide and no one's there to follow it up. the other two players had already committed to get him that shot, and they couldn't follow it up when he missed it. And now Drengir coming down the other way, but Zombie can send that one right back with a bit of ping pong here on the pitch right now in this game for Ninja Sam. Gets a touch over one, whoops, up, misses the ball. Now Pixel Glitch can come right back at them, only two back. Bill a bit awkward here, the bump onto Ninja Sam, can someone be there? Hansen not quite there quick enough to capitalize. Now Drengir going forward with Whoops, gets it over too. Hansen on the backboard, doesn't get the touch, but Whoops, or not the touch he would have wanted. Hansen off the ceiling, looking for the ceiling shot. Bill cuts it out nicely though. Once again, we see the pattern continue, end-to-end stuff, and Unitox break the deadlock.
And who else but Zombie can't defend. He came back a little bit in one of the games, but I still think he's been a bit quiet. This one, if he can keep it going, surely Xinjiang can find a way back into the series. But they need to do it as a unit as well. Zombie has a one-on-one against Ninja Sam here. He takes a good 50 here, even gets the bump, but Hansen not able to get that shot on target. It's gonna bounce straight back down to Zombie. Not able to get the shot. It gets challenged before he can do so. Whoops. Passes it to the sidewall. Ninja Sam to follow, but he can't follow anymore. Hansen, he drops it down. Pixel Glitch to follow. Whoops. Beating him out on that challenge. Ninja Sam looking for a demo in the backline, not finding it. That shot is also off target. Zombie could have ended it right there if he were to get the beat, but it falls on Pixel Glitch now, carrying it forward. That clears, not good enough. It falls to Zombie, now to Hansen. It's too high of a shot, but it sets up Zombie, who can seal it. No, it's too weak, and Bill makes a save. End-to-end action right here. And Hansen is gonna make it another chance for Xinjiang, but it's shut down by Ninja Sam.
Yeah, Xinjiang couldn't capitalize on any of those chances. Maybe they'll come to regret that come the end of this game, but for now they still have that lead. Whoops on his backline, gets a big boom off the sidewall, only as far as Pixel Glitch though. A double commit comes out, Ninja Sam can take that one. Now, maybe the double off the backboard, can't quite get it though, Hansen away. Bill should be able to collect, not much boost though, opts to just send that one right to the backboard, but Zombie gets it this time. Hansen, pinch off his own backboard. Drengir really putting a clamp hold on Xinjiang right now, keeping them in their own half. Bill loses out to Hansen, whoops forward, but straight to Pixel Glitch, just throwing away possession there. And now they've lost that pressure that they had so well. Zombie to the sidewall, whoops can collect that one. Taking the air dribble, bumped out the way though. Pixel Glitch, no boost on the backboard, doesn't get a good touch, but Bill, not a great touch himself. Now, Hansen forward, Ninja Sam blocks, no boost, passes into the middle, but both of his teammates on that backline, so conservative, so scared to go there because of this Xinjiang intensity that we've seen in this game 4. They're making Drengir retreat into a shell, it feels like.
Oh, that's almost an own goal though, but Hansen bailing out his teammate there. Pixel Glitch carrying it forward here. He takes it over Ninja Sam. Ninja Sam still gets a touch though. Has a flip reset to work with. Can't quite get on the end of it. But Zombie, that's a great challenge. Now Hansen up very early here. Looking to dunk. Whoops. Not able to do so. Pixel Glitch is having some trouble off of his own post. Able to recover just in time though. Zombie carrying it forward here. Bill on the back end, he takes it up very high, but a great challenge from Zombie there. Ninja Sam just causing so much interruption here. Hansen not able to deal with it. Now Pixel Glitch off the goal. It's ringing from the crossbar off that shot from Ninja Sam though, and whoops, just beating his own teammate here. And well, Xinjiang, they just need to keep this one out. Ninja Sam, he does it for them, and Xinjiang take game 4. We have an even series once again.
I want to see a Game 7. This series has been too entertaining not to see a Game 7. It's back and forth within the games, and it's back and forth in the overall series scoreline as we level it up at 1-0. Both teams slowing down a bit on that goal scoring front, but Unitox, they managed to narrowly take this Game 4, and much better from them. It just felt like they had a lot of intensity this game. They kind of scared Drengir. They made Drengir play a little bit timid. They had the intensity, even though they only got 1 goal, they had a lot more of the pressure that game. They managed to get back into what we saw in the lower bracket for the rest of this day and really put a clamp onto Drengir minus a few periods of Drengir pressure. But even when that happened, they dealt with it really well. Didn't look like conceding too many times that game. And overall, a really, really assured performance to tie up the series for Xinjiang.
Indeed it is. And we have game 5 about to start. Just before that, I do believe Char's game is acting
I'm
up.
back.
He is back in. So we are ready to get this game started. And well, what other way to do it than a game 5 on this beautiful map. And
Back
I
with
do
Park.
believe it is DFA. It's back with Par. I thought it was DFH
I think-
Stadium.
I
Maybe
think
I
it's
don't
back
know
with
my maps as well. Maybe I don't know my maps as well as I thought I did. Bill is up here though for a shot. Off the crossbar, he gets the rebound, but it's still not in. What a save by Zombie, keeping Xinjiang at even games early on. Whoops though, that's a good shot. Straight off the ceiling bounce, puts it in the back of the net, gets the opener for Drengir here. Oh,
Yeah, really.
as Char's game looks like it's broken once again, so I'll keep talking for now. We have another kickoff here at Drengir. They have been looking scary on these kickoffs. This time, not to be though, but whoops, keeping the pressure on. Hansen doesn't want it to be that way. Zombies up early here, misreads the bounce, but so did Bill. Whoops to Ninja Sam, but Hansen is back just in time. And he gets a strong clear here. He's going to be looking to put some pressure onto Bill to make him make a decision sooner rather than later. Zombie cuts things out before it gets started. Ninja Sam running interruption in the back line, and that sets up Bill for the rebound. Gets another goal as Char's game keeps acting up. I'm not sure how we get this sorted, but I'll just take care of this while we wait. Yeah, 2 goals up for Drengir here. Xinjiang, they are on the back foot very early on in this game. They need to find their footing once again. Hansen, he has a bit of space to work with here. He has a lot of boost as well, but the first touch leaves much to be desired, but the follow-up is much better. Now Whoops is able to take it down the other side. Ninja Sam is waiting. He centers it for his teammates. No one is back for Xinjiang, and it's the 3rd goal for Drengir, and it's Whoops once again to put it at 3-0 lead for Drengir here. Pressure really starting to mount if you're on the side of Xinjiang. You need to find a response very soon here, or the series could just start running away from you. Pixel Glitch looking to do so on the kickoff. Whoops, giving away pressure immediately. Now Hansen on the follow-up. That sets up Zombie for the shot, but it's a bit rushed, so it won't be good enough. Zombie keeps this one in play. Gets the pinch. Is anyone there to follow? Hansen is there. Puts it very high. It's going to be an awkward bounce for Bill, but he is there to save the day. Ninja Sam gets a bit of a clear here, but double commit on the side of Drengir. Bill gets tested. It's a strong touch there. Just what you need to bail your teammates out. Whoops on the offense. Ninja Sam running interference once again. Something we've seen him do so much. This time leads to a bit of an overextension. He's gonna center it for Pixel Glitch, but the shot is off target. So Drengir can breathe a sigh of relief that they can just keep their lead, and Bill even beats his man. So does Ninja Sam. Only Pixel Glitch left to defend. No one there to stop him. Now on the other end, Xinjiang able to launch a counterattack. Hansen keeps it in play, but no one there to take a shot. Ninja Sam makes things a bit questionable, and it almost turns into an own goal. Whoops, just saves the time, saves the day. And Cha, talk me through it. What are we experiencing in these moments?
This is a lot less back and forth than the game 1, and maybe that's because there was a lot less back and forth in the casting booth. Thanks for covering it for me for a minute, Vale, but we are back with the 2 casters and back at a 3-0 lead for Drengir. Really good for them, looking to make it 4 Whoops to the backboard. Bill can't connect, but Ninja Sam takes too much time on that one. Hansen can cut it out. Now Pixel Glitch taking it forward. Bill should be able to collect that one. Opts to boom it out, but not a great boom. Zombie can get that one. A demo on the back line. This one should be in, and Zombie can capitalize. Great demo from Pixel Glitch, giving this Team Berserkers roster a taste of their own medicine, and gets 1 back for Xinjiang.
You've taken the words right out of my mouth, Cha. I was gonna say that. They took a page right out of Drengear's books and they thrown it right at them and shown that not even they can contest with this demo heavy gameplay. And now Hansen also joining in on this demolition derby, and maybe just maybe this is Unitox's way back in. If they just start launching their own demo attacks, maybe it catches Drengear off guard, because they've not really been on the receiving end of this playstyle for their whole season, really. And now Pixel Glitch looking to carry it upfield. He's gonna try and beat Bill here. He just takes it to the side, makes Bill a bit awkward. No boost for Bill, but he is gonna take this ball. No, he whiffs it, and he's just gonna be so awkward in this corner. Ninja Sam gets taken out by Zombie, which allows Pixel Glitch to beat his man. Hansen should have this one for free. Pixel Glitch helping Hansen a little bit, maybe even interrupting him a little bit. But now Ninja Sam on not a lot of boost. He sets up Bill, but the shot is saved by a heroic effort from Hansen. Off to the backboard now by Whoops. No follow-up. And Bill takes a bit of a shot. Zombie able to make the save.
Yeah, and Unitox, they really need to get back into this. 50 seconds left to get 2 goals. It's difficult, but not impossible. Another demo coming out. Whoop. Just to the sidewall. Pixel Glitch can keep this one in. Maybe that one finds its way in! Pixel Glitch gets credit for the goal, but that was not what he was going for there. Just a soft touch off the backboard, and Whoops slots it into his own net. A lovely shot, but on the wrong net from Whoops there. A Whoops from Whoops, if you excuse the pun there, but yeah, that's what Unitox really needed to get back into this one. They've now got a lifeline. They've now got 35 seconds, and they only have 1 goal. Maybe this could be it. Zombie can't quite find that. Hansen as well looking for it. Zombie now. Bang over to the other side. Ninja Sam can send that one right down, though. That one's rolling. That one's on target. Hansen can't get back, and Ninja Sam reinstates the 2-goal advantage for Drengear.
Yeah, no one ready for that bang, and well, that's one of the rules of Rocket League. If you pass it infield for a defender, you better be ready for the clear. And this time, Xinjiang, they were not ready for it. And well, Drengear gets another chance at goal here. Only 18 seconds left. I would be very surprised if Xinjiang now finds a way back in after conceding that goal. Ninja Sam, though, could make it 5 for Drengear. Not able to do so here. Bill gets caught out. Hansen on the offense, but Whoops takes care of business here. This should be game done as long as it drops, and it will. And Drengear, they on match point now. 2 games to bring it back for Xinjiang. Well, they have to win both of them though, but 1 game from Drengear could seal their place in the final coming up. Timeout is also called.
We do see the timeout incoming from Xinjiang. You probably expected to see it. They have 1 chance left in this series. They have 1 game left that they can afford to lose. And if there's ever a time to take your timeout, it is right now, going just before this game 6. And they'll need to talk about in this timeout really how to deal with this Drengear team. Drengear just looks so fast, so potent in that game, and Xinjiang really struggled to deal with them, and on the offense they struggled to break them down as well. A solid defense from Drengear, but overall not that many shots from either team. Only 8 on the side of Drengear and 4 on the side of Xinjiang. Xinjiang, they need more shots if they want to get back into this. They need that pressure that they have been using through this lower bracket after that series against Drengear. They don't want a repeat loss result here, but it's looking like it's going to be that way with the momentum swinging heavily in Drengear's favor. But the timeout buff is real, and they'll be counting on that to take them into Game 7.
You know, in many cases, I would agree with you that momentum is in Drengear's favor, but timeout is called for Xinjiang, and from what I've seen, it's not that they haven't had the pressure here, Cha. I think you're misreading it. I think it has just been the pressure mounting up, getting to them. They have been making the passes, they have been making the backboard plays. It's just the follow-up has just been too rushed. The second man is just pushing way too much forward, whether it's due to demos or whether it's due to just the pressure of being in playoffs. I do not know, but you need to make sure that when that pass is coming mid, You need to be at the right spot to follow up that play. And so far, Xinjiang, they haven't really been able to do so. They've only really been able to get goals off of some scrappy clears or some scrappy defensive plays from Drengir. And if you want to make it to the final, you can't be playing with only getting goals off of scrappy clears from your opposition. You need to be making the most out of your own offensive plays, really.
Yeah, exactly. You cannot be relying on your opponents to give you goals. You have to be creating them yourself, and that's what this Unitox team will look to do into this game 6. And yeah, it could go either way here. I personally want to see a game 7. This is a series that has definitely deserved it, an incredibly entertaining one here, and we should get back into the game just in a few seconds. The timeout will be over. Their talking time will be over. They've figured out a strategy. They'll come back at it in just a few seconds here as we are almost ready to get this game 6 underway.
Indeed, and it's going to be interesting to see if Xinjiang can shake off that pressure. Because if you think they had pressure in the last game, this game it's all going to culminate. They only have this last chance to make their way to the final. Fail here, and you're out. Your season is over. Sure, it's been impressive making it all the way to this position after dropping to the lower bracket that early, but you want to make it all the way, and well. They have their last chance to do so right here and right now. It's gonna be a great clear from Zombie to start things off. Whoops, gonna be tested in this corner. He opts to leave the ball. That's a big 50 though. Zombie on the back end. Strong touch. Ninja Sam running some interference. Wanting to pass this one back, but that sets up Hansen on the counter. He whiffs this ball a little bit though, which sets up Whoops. Passes to Bill. Zombie cuts it out. Whoops is gonna track back on this one. Not gonna be able to do too much, and Ninja Sam tries to help him, but gets caught out. Pixel Glitch could keep this one in play, does so. Hansen launches it to the back bot, but Ninja Sam was already raiding there. Zombie launches an attack in. Pixel needs to get a beat here, doesn't get so, but the demo down the other end actually helps out Xinjiang, as Hansen is able to just spawn back, just to clear this one, which sets up Zombie. Great shot, but what a save from Bill there.
Yeah, Xinjiang piling on the pressure, but Drengir have held out for now. Low boost though on all 3 players. Pixel Glitch trying to get that, but beat out by Bill. Is that one on net? Hansen makes sure it's not in. Goes for it again, off the wall. Can't quite get a touch though, but Pixel Glitch there to back him up. Takes it forward, looks for the air dribble. Can't quite get it. And I'm very interested to see the post-series stats at the end of this game, because there have been so many demos on the side of both teams. I want to see exactly how many at the end of the series, and there's just been so many. Both teams have been using that physical play so well. Drengir been known for it this season, and Xinjiang have been employing it very effectively in this series as well. But maybe they need to do that a little bit more to break down this defense, because right now it's a bit shaky, but Drengir have been able to keep them out for the first 2 minutes of this game.
Indeed have. Pixel Glitch trying to keep this pressure going for Xinjiang. Whoops on low boost here. That's actually a really good 50 by Hansen, but Pixel Glitch opts to try and pass his middle instead. Bill holds strong here. Bump from Ninja Sam actually helps out Pixel Glitch, getting a bit of a pass there. Zombie put some pressure onto Whoops. Ninja Sam is gonna get chased down by Hansen there. Actually steals his boost. Hansen now takes a little bit of a touch. Zombie needs to buy some time for Hansen. Hansen tracking back, turns around just in time to get the save, but that's gonna be difficult to keep out. But Ninja Sam not able to do enough, and Whoops with a bit of a whiff. Bill gets shot down, and counterattack is on for Xinjiang here. Only Ninja Sam left to beat. Pixel Glitch going for the bump. Ninja Sam getting bumped by Whoops, and Whoops, that's a poor touch. That opens up a shot from Zombie, but Bill, he stays so far back, able to just keep the pressure. But what a shot by Hansen to open things up for Xinjiang once again.
They get the goal that they so desperately needed. Hansen right into that top corner. absolutely brilliant shot from him to open the scoring, and that's what it's taken. All the pressure that Xinjiang have had this game, it took a moment of magic from Hansen, a brilliant, a perfect shot to break down this Drengir defense, and now Drengir need to go back the other way. Zombie taking it forward, only as far as Bill though, the shot just wide. Ninja Sam looking to cause chaos on the backline as he's been doing so much, but now it just goes down the other end. Pixel Glitch the pinch into the middle, but Hansen didn't expect it to come through. Zombie shoots it dead on the floor. The defender jumped expecting the high shot and just has to watch it agonizingly roll beneath him, and Xinjiang are 2-0 up with 1:20 to go to take us to Game 7.
And what a read that was from Zombie. When he's needed the most, he steps up. We've seen it time and time and again. Sure, he hasn't been consistently performing in this series, but when he's had to, he has performed. And Pixel Glitch just making it free. Well, we thought it was over after last game, really. 4-2 to Drengir, but Xinjiang one-upping them, getting 3 goals already. Not a single response from Drengir. Bill was able to keep it pretty even up in the beginning, getting 3 saves, but ever since that first goal from Hansen, the scoring has really been opened up from Xinjiang, and they're starting to look way more comfortable than last game. That pressure looks like it is just diminished for this side, and they have to keep it up for next game if they are to take this one, but so far it's looking good from Xinjiang. And Drengir, they're starting to look like the ones that are under a lot of pressure, and they can't really figure out what they need to do to fix up their mistakes. But Xinjiang are enjoying every minute of it as a shot being launched by Zombie. Off target, but it forces a double commit, which actually left the goal open for Pixel Glitch to put that one in, but the shot wasn't on target. Hansen, maybe a little bit of an overcommit. You don't really need to do that much right now. You just need to see this game out, Hansen. That's all you need to do. Zombie is going to have a chance. Pixel Glitch off the bump. It sets up Zombie for 2 goals in this game. And 4-0 for Xinjiang.
Drengir just sent the kitchen sink at them, and when you do that, there's always the danger of them coming down the other way, and barring an absolute miracle, Xinjiang will be taking this game and will be taking us to Game 7 in the lower final of the Academy tier. And whatever was said in that timeout was absolute magic. They've come back here looking so strong. They've had such an amazing game. They've played so well. Won it 4-0 convincingly as the ball hits the ground. And we do have Game 7 and a timeout call from Drengir.
Indeed, timeout calls from Drengir, and they really need to settle back into this game. If they are to pull it back, only one more game, both teams could end it right here, right now, to make it to the final, where even another series is waiting for them. So you don't want overtime in this game. You just want to make it through, and both teams are going to be pushing for that cha. Who do you think is going to have the better chance going into this Game 7?
You want to say Xinjiang because of that last game, because of how convincingly they got that win, but they got that off a timeout. And now Drengir, they have that timeout themselves. They have that opportunity to talk things out, to come up with a strategy for this Game 7. But that goes the other way. Drengir having a timeout means Xinjiang also have a chance to talk things out. They need to try and think of what this Drengir team is going to throw at them. But the way they played that game, it was amazing. And barring an insane comeback here from Drengir, I don't see them getting back into this. And I would have to say that my favorite for this Game 7 would be Xinjiang.
I don't think you're right. Very wrong here. We don't have a lot to go by here. You know, it's the first time this team is playing in the playoffs this late in, because obviously we're gonna have teams changed up every single season, but that's also what makes this so exciting. You get to see how these players perform when it comes down to it. Nothing more, nothing less, but it's just what we like to see. Xinjiang, I will say, they are looking very good. The only thing I can base my my prediction on how Drinkgear gets back into this game is really off of previous seasons of of this franchise, or even their sister franchise back in the day. Green Phoenix was pretty much managed by the same people, not exactly the same, but very similar. They've also had very tough time making it all the way to the final. So, I mean, I would be happy to see an upset, but I think Xinjiang is just too much to overcome from Drinkgear right now. They're in their own heads, and Xinjiang is also in their heads. It's going to be very difficult for them to get back in.
Whether you're either team here, Drengir or Xinjiang, you cannot let nerves get the better of you. A game 7 this late on into the playoffs, this late on into the season, everything that your season has been, all these 9 weeks, comes down to this game. And then after that, there's still another series after this. It's just so tough. They'll both be so tired, so mentally drained from this series. And even if they do win this, they have that Ascent team waiting for them in that grand final, and they have to win 2 series against them. And it's so tough. But if you get off to a start here with this game 7, then you go in with that momentum and you go in with that confidence boost. And it'll be so huge for either of them to have a fighting chance against Ascent. But the timeout is over. The time for talking is done. And the time for action for Drengir and Xinjiang is now.
Yes, and Hansen, a bit of a poor clear here, makes things difficult for Zombie, but he makes the save. Hansen now charging this one down. He leaves it, lets Whoops just clear it to his own teammate, but Pixel Glitch gets bumped for his money. Whoops almost passes it mid for the opposition there unintentionally. Now Hansen looking to take this one forward. He actually fakes it out in the end, and Ninja Sam opts to not go for the ball there, but just trying to steal the boost, just trying to get in the head of the opposition. Maybe not the right decision, who knows. They weren't punished for it this time. He's going for a setup for Whoops here, but not able to get it past. That's a good pinch though. Pixel Glitch is gonna be so awkward in the net, but Whoops just not able to get a shot off right there. And well, that's the time where you need to get a shot off. It's this game 7 of the lower finals. This is everything to play for, guys. How are we missing open nets like this, Whoops?
Yeah, a few chances gone begging for this Drengir side. Maybe they'll live to regret that for the rest of their time in the RSC, but we'll see. They'll try to get another one here. That's going down the other end. The shot, Zombie just off the post. Doesn't quite find its way in. Now Bill has to get this one out. Can't get the 50 on Hansen though. Unitox getting that pressure going to the backboard. Whoops, touch out, but only as far as Zombie misses it. And now maybe an outlet for Drengir to get out here. Whoops, over one. Ninja Sam forward. Zombie to his own backboard. That one goes mid for Bill. Bill can't quite find the shot. Now all right, down the other end, there's only one defender back. Hansen gets it over that last defender and finds the opening goal in Game 7 to put Unitox 1-0 up and one step closer to the grand final.
Ice in his veins. He has one guy to beat. And who else but Hansen to open the scoring in this Game 7 when in a series where Zombie has arguably stepped down a little bit. He's still been here. And he still had an impact, but someone who has definitely stepped up in this series has been Hansen. He's been so instrumental to make sure that this Xinjiang roster has every chance to make it to the final. Now Whoops looking to be that guy for Berserkers. He weren't able to save that shot from Hansen, but he's able to get the clear this time. Hansen charging this ball down. Ninja Sam goes low. He takes it high this time, but it's not going to be a good pass. Zombie gets on the end of it. Bill is going to look to take this one down. He beats his man. The bump comes through from Whoops, but it's not really going to help out because Ninja Sam can't really push in. Gets demoed even for his troubles. Hansen trying to lob this one mid. Zombie, he launches an attack in, but not able to get it through the defense. This time, Bill reads that one well. Zombie with a shot, but it's off target on a shot that really could have sealed this game. And now a big clear coming in from Whoops. Ninja Sam charging down his own teammate, goes ahead for the bump, but the shot isn't on target once again by Whoops.
Yeah, now Unitox coming down the other end. Can't get it past Bill. Hansen, the shot to the backboard. Who's is there. It's Ninja Sam. Pixel Glitch keeping that pressure on, looking for that second goal to really put them in the driver's seat in this game 7. Whoops, trying to get the touch on it. Another chance gone begging for Drengir. They can't keep letting these up if they want to stay alive. They need to put one of them away at one point or another. Whoops, good control. The pinch off the sidewall goes high. Now, Whoops again, up for it, gets it past one. That one's floating, that one's Ninja Sam. That one's a save from Zombie. A brilliant save coming out, and now another save comes out here, but Whoops to the backboard, looking for the double tap, fakes it out. Bill can't follow it, now it's right back down the Drengir end. Maybe a chance here. Hansen can't get that one on net. Ninja Sam takes it out. 1 minute left here for Drengir to get back into this series. Pixel Glitch taking it forward, taken off the pitch. Bill off the wall. No one gets a touch on that. Zombie, first one to it. Whoops takes it forward. A heavy touch though. Gets the 50 and now only one man back for Drengir. Hansen with the double tap to the back post. No one's there to follow it up. Bill taking it forward. No boost in the tank. Whoops, touch forward. 30 seconds left. Drengir, they need a response.
Indeed they do, but also Xinjiang would really love to get another goal here, just to make sure that the nail is definitely in the coffin. Pixel Glitch with a nice clear. Zombie just dodging that demo, able to get a big clear, and this shot could be in. It is, and Zombie sets up. No, never mind, Hansen just finding the goal right there. 2 to the man in this game 7 when it matters the most. But Zombie, I gave him a bit of slack. He does have 5 saves in this game, so he has had impact on his own, even being on the top of the scoreboard right now. Also an assist to his name, 500 points. 10 seconds to go. Can Drengir find one goal back here? It needs to be right now if they want to get back in, but it doesn't look like they can. And Unitox are just going to be playing with their food. Time hits 0. No way back for Drengir. A consolation goal maybe. No, not even that. Xinjiang, they seal their fate. They make it to their final, where Ascent is waiting.
Unitox make it at the longest route possible. They make it to that grand final and they challenge Ascent, the Titan looming in that final for them. But that's looking forward, and for right now we're going to look back on that series and that game 7. Zombie stepped up massively. The man who's been playing so well all night stepped up massively. 5 saves on his side, no goals, but still top of the leaderboard. Hansen being the outlet in that game, 2 goals on his side, and overall that entire series, everyone on that pitch, huge credit. What a series for the lower final. And if the grand final is anything like that, we're in for a treat.
Indeed we are, but that does conclude. Wait, never mind, it doesn't conclude our series yet. We do still have a series MVP to get on screen. We also do have our series stats to get on screen. So let's get the series stats on screen and see how the teams perform. It's pretty even, but Xinjiang edging out offensively. 20 goals against the 15 from Drengir. 54 shots against the 48. And on the saves, Drengir has 4 more, but that's not enough when you take 6 more shots over the course of a series. Field domination, 57% for Xinjiang. They were really dominating on the field, but Drengir, they enjoyed more possession in this series. Only 5 more demos for Drengir though, which I was expecting it to be way more different between these two teams here, John.
Yeah, that's just a ridiculous amount of demos in general to have in a series. Just both teams using the physical game so much, field domination as well, so heavily in Unitox's favor. They really felt like for a lot of that series, they were the better team, and they did end up coming out with the win. And we'll see our series MVP to see who really made that difference, who really stepped up and took their team and led their team to the victory. And it could be any of these Unitox players, to be honest. All 3 of them putting up a really solid performance. But I know I have my money on one Veiled. Who do you think?
Well, I think I'll leave that one for the predictions of the next game, but I think it's probably pretty clear who's gonna take the trophy here. Of course, there's challenger approaching now, but I think it's going to be very difficult. So I'll give my take on that in the next game. But yeah, series MVP here. Zombie can't defend. Of course, 7 goals, 13 saves. We talked him down a little bit. He didn't really perform up to par with what we've been so used to seeing, but he still put in a strong defensive performance despite his name. So congratulations to him. You really have made your mark once again.
Debut season for Zombie, debut playoffs, and 3 series MVPs in a row for this Unitox lower bracket run. And a great performance once again in that series from him and from this entire Unitox team. And we do have to give a little bit of credit to Drengir as well. Played an amazing series, an amazing season, but they just fell short at that final hurdle before the grand finals. And we do have our final 2 teams locked in for the first ever Academy tier in the RSC. It will be Unitox Xinjiang against Aspire Ascent.
Yes, we just have our playoff bracket on the screen for the last time here on, well, before the final starts. We have Ascent making it through on the upper bracket. Xinjiang, they made it through 4-3 against Drengir. Not quite updated on the spreadsheet, but it will be Xinjiang making their way up to this upper bracket final. And just to reiterate for anyone who might not know, there is a bracket reset in play, which means Xinjiang, in order to take this trophy and win this Academy tier, they will not have to win only 1 best of 7. They will have to win 2 in a row. But Ascent, through their advantage of still being in the upper bracket, they only need to win 1.
Yeah, and winning 2 best of 7s against this Ascent team is going to be so tough. But they will it will be good for them that those 2 lower bracket series were both sweeps. It means they won't be as exhausted as you could otherwise be with a lower bracket run, but they still will be mentally quite tired. But they'll also be mentally fired up for this series. They've got so much momentum. They've been playing so well. And yeah, I'm very excited for this grand final, Veiled. I know you are as well. I believe you're casting it. So we'll be able to see you there. And yeah, it should be a great, great matchup.
It
If
should
you
be,
struggle
yeah.
to
And
rank up in Rocket League,
I
are you
believe
stuck in
that
diamond while your
concludes.
other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won, and thousands of dollars earned, I will tailor to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type medify.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's medify.gg/@cmasorl_.
It is that time of the season. 9 weeks ago, we started with 20 teams here in Academy. We narrowed that down to 12, and well, just the other day, that was narrowed down to the best 8 in the tier. But now it is grand finals time here, Veiled, and we've only got 2 teams left who are in the competition for that title. Aspire, Unitox, the 2nd and 3rd seed from the Glacies Conference, doing battle here in the final match of Academy, the inaugural season of Academy, and it is our distinct pleasure to bring you your very, very first Academy Grand Final here in RSC.
Yeah, indeed, and it's 2 great teams here. I don't believe there's a lot of people that expected them to make it this far, but it's gonna be a great game nonetheless. Both these teams really impressing me here today, and even Tuesday and Wednesday when they played in the play-ins. Xinjiang, of course, they dropped to Drengir, but they got their bounce back. They beat Drengir 4-3 in that game 7 just before this series. So really strong performance from them, and they've really stepped up as a team. But now here comes the next challenge. Ascent, they haven't dropped a single series in this playoff, and if they are to do it, it should be right here.
Yeah, they've looked pretty much unbeatable. Let's take a look at the bracket and see where today's journey has taken us through. Today's matches that, the upper bracket, the lower bracket, there we go, we've got it up on our screen, and it's not quite complete yet. The lower final did go the way of Unitox, and like we say, they are going to be joining Ascent in that grand final. And I mean, like you mentioned, Aspire, they've not dropped a game. They've dropped a game, but they've not dropped a series. They've come in through the upper bracket, and were one of the teams who, weren't necessarily favoured to be at this point, but they still are. They've persevered with the goal of getting their substitute Milwaukee a trophy at the end of this season, shaking up the Academy scene for what we know it as. But I mean, we've had a look at the bracket. It's time to have a look at the team stats and really compare these rosters throughout the season, because Veiled, unlike most teams, how they play 2 times in league play, these guys have played 3 times in league play, because one of the times they played had to get re-reported because the results got lost. And I don't actually think we have Unitox's stats on the screen right now, so I guess they're just a little bit more of a wild card coming into this, right?
There might be a bit of a wild card here. I'm not sure exactly how it went in league play, but I know Ascent being almost unbeaten. I think actually my team beat them 1 time, but besides that, I think they've only lost 2 series. Ascent. A lot of draws on their side as well, but they have been pretty much unbeatable this season. I think a lot of people had 20R being a pretty unbeatable team, but I think Ascent has really stepped it up, and they've shown to be the more unbeatable team. Maybe not during league play, but in this playoffs, they've really shown that when it is a best of series, they step up and they play strong. So I'm excited to see how
Well,
that turns out this series here.
had a look at the team stats. Let's see if the player stats are working any better, or if they're still going to be giving us negative results here. At least we can see, all the brilliant things Aspire are doing, but Unitox, they're trying to surprise us a little bit here in this grand final. And what a surprise! We've actually got Aspire getting a forfeit win here in the grand finals, because no one is apparently signed to Unitox.
Yeah, apparently. Don't know what's going on in the back end, but I don't really think these stats matter. What matters is how these teams have been performing in this playoffs. And as I said, Ascent, they've barely dropped any games in their time. They dropped 1 game to Drengir, but that was it in that series. Against 20R, they didn't drop a single game. They perfectly swept them in the first series of today. So only dropping 1 game throughout all of today. While on the other hand, Xinjiang, they swept twice in the lower bracket, but then they went all the way to game 7 against Drengir, which is the only 2 game losses that they've had. But you do have to keep in mind, Xinjiang, they did lose to Drengir at the beginning here today. But yeah, these teams, they haven't played against each other in this playoffs yet, but both teams have looked very strong for me. It's going to be very tough to come to a conclusion on who's going to take it.
Shout out to Abdul for the text file being added in there. Just writing in Xinjiang in case we didn't already know, but I know it's a good point for sure. I think both of these teams have looked more alive than they ever have so far in this playoffs bracket. It only feels like it's fair that it comes down to this, that it comes down to these moments and this best of 7. But we've had casters making predictions throughout the day and maybe giving their thoughts on how they thought this would go. Let's pull those up and see who thought Aspire would do well and who thought Aspire wouldn't do very well. And well, surprise surprise, when these load, me and Vale both had Aspire winning.
It's crazy, and the only other person to have them winning is none other than Akion himself, so maybe we only have 3 ball knowers here. We have a lot of 20R making it all the way and winning it, but in the end, they dropped out pretty early. Drengir also being represented by Cha and Nova, but they dropped out in that lower final, so really, there's only one. Shattered actually has Unitox winning. If they go to win this one, that could be an upset because pretty much all his other predictions has been about as wrong as they probably could. So good luck to Shattered on making up for those predictions in the next series here. But yeah.
Well, we will see. It is time, though, to get our predictions underway, Vale, because we've talked about our predictions and everyone's predictions across the day, but it is time to make the choices here and now. What are you going to go for as we get this grand final underway? This is just for the first series, by the way, forgetting about any bracket reset.
I just said it's very difficult to make a decision. What about we do it this way, Hutch? What about you make a prediction, and then I see if I like it or not, and then I base my prediction off of that.
4-2 Aspire.
Okay, I'm gonna go straight the other way. 4-1 Unitox here. I think we're gonna have the bracket reset here. It is gonna be a bit entertaining. How it goes after that, we can take when we cross that bridge. But without further ado, I think we are ready here, Hodge.
We are indeed. We are pretty much ready to go. The players are on the pitch, so it is time to get the inaugural Academy Grand Finals underway. The players are joining the pitch. It is apparently Ascent versus insert name here. Casper the Ghost has arrived, and well, it is time to get things underway. Off the kickoff, let's see who's going to get themselves some early momentum. Unitox coming off of the back of a Game 7 thriller, looking to continue sort of, I guess, surging forward off the back of that game. Aspire have come in a little bit colder, and you can tell off the start of the kickoff, Zombie slots the first.
And he's been so instrumental all of today. It is Zombie. He has been MVP every single time they've won during this lower bracket run. So who else to open up the scoring but Zombie? Of course, there's also Hansen. He's also been pretty instrumental on that Xinjiang roster, stepping up whenever Zombie wasn't. But there's a big pinch, and it goes all the way. Just as I'm talking about Hansen, talk about a caster curse. None of that here. Talk about a caster blessing here, Hodge.
Yeah, the look of the gods of Rocket League seems to be, I guess, dropping on Ascent here today as they grab themselves the opening 2 goals. And it's on Ascent to try and turn it around. 30 seconds in. Throughout the day, though, I've seen Ascent come back from crazy deficits. Most notably, about 3-0 to 20R they were down. They ended up still winning that game. And it's all about how you finish a game, not how you start it. And let's see if Unitox are going to be able to keep that momentum going. A little bit of a whiff there. Thankfully, Pixel Glitch is in the area to help out. Zombie met in the skies for that 50. Hansen looking for this free touch, is able to get it over that second man. But Nathan should have this controlled, at least for a little bit, until his teammates can come in and play a little bit of backup. Tino, that back wall, and I guess for Aspire right now, Veiled, it's really just trying to get themselves warmed up again, right? They've been sat in a Discord watch party for the past hour watching that 7-game series with Unitox. I mean, it feels like the early game should go the way of Unitox.
Yeah, they definitely have the momentum on their side here. They've just been playing for an hour, just having a short break there, but it's a question of what did Ascent do during that time? Did they just sit and watch, or did they actually play themselves? Well, Tino has stepped up a little bit here. It's a strong 50 from Cobb, that lands straight on Tino's dome, and that's a powerful shot. Hansen almost able to get to it, but not quite. And let me just reiterate, Confused Carp, he has been very instrumental for this Ascent team. While many people think that Tino is the most important player on this roster, which I do agree on, he is definitely the most impactful. I think this Odecarp has really stepped up this season. I mean, I might have just written him off a little bit during the draft stream that we had back in the day, but he's really stepped up to the task and he's been a really instrumental player on this roster. Nathan on his own, also very strong, but I don't think he's been as defining as the two others have for their respective roles. But on this Ascent team, they need to make a comeback happen. And it's also a question of, can Xinjiang keep up momentum for the whole series? You know, a good start is good and went well, but you need to keep it going all the way to the end here, Hodge.
I actually completely disagree. I think Nathan has been the rotational backbone of this team and the setup man for Tino to pop off and get that second goal. Tied up here for Ascent, and they're looking to bring themselves back into game number 1 and start the series off with a bang.
Indeed. Let me just make that clear. I don't think Nathan has been bad on this team. There's no way that he's bad on this team when they haven't.
Oh, yeah.
When they've only lost one single game during all of playoffs. You can't be doing that while having a bad player. I just think that the ones that have impressed me the most are the two others. But that out of the way, that's a great bang onto the backboard by Pixel. Nathan keeping it home. Tino with a great clear. That makes Hansen a little awkward here, but Nathan with a challenge. Odecarp has to do well here. He gets a little bit of a touch that sets up Tino to the corner, but it's shut down by Zombie. And now Nathan having to bang it back into the corner once again here, Hodge.
Just realised Ascent are actually in a public Discord VC doing their comms where everyone can hear them. They're not like in their own Aspire VC. They are currently in an RSC VC with the likes of Masters Mimikking and like I don't know. They're so confident and it shows on the pitch. They take the lead here in game number 1, and I mean this team is just special.
That's crazy. I don't think that's ever been done in RSC history. Sitting in a public VC doing comms, just letting everyone in on the know on exactly what you're saying, exactly how the vibes are doing. But that could come to cost them if they are to lose in this series, and that equalizer from Hansen is a good start for Xinjiang to get back in this game after dropping that lead.
Xinjiang have shown perseverance throughout the day, and a couple of goals certainly won't rock their boat too far. 3-3, it's all level. And we go back to the centre circle. Another time here to see who is going to be next to strike. We've talked about the key players on Aspire. We've talked about some of the key players on Unitox. But I think what's just been more noticeable across both of these teams for me is I think that these two teams have been just the most consistent teams across Academy at playing a solid level of Rocket League, right? They rarely make, you know, crazy mistakes which cost them. They rarely play such like a risky play style. It seems like both teams have just mastered, you know, it's Academy, they've not mastered it, but they've got it down enough to this level where they can just play consistent, you know, Rocket League, do the fundamentals, and it just works out.
Yeah, and that is the name of the game here in this lowest tier. You are gonna have players, well, like Odecarp on this team that is a 1200 CMV player, and well, you can have the best 1200 in the world, but that 1200 is still gonna make mistakes. But the thing Ascent have really figured out, I think, especially Ascent, Xinjiang also, but especially Ascent have figured out that if you can just consistently make the right decision, you will be better off than if you just try and, you know, go free ball everything, just try and figure everything out on your own. And I think that's really going to show in this playoffs run from Ascent. I think Xinjiang has also started catching on to it. They just didn't really have it when playoffs started here today, dropping to Drinkgear. But ever since then, they've been slowly building up their gameplay, game by game. But it looks like we are about to have an overtime here, unless Zombie has anything to say about it. He keeps it up. It's gonna drop to Hansen. He can find it, and he gets game 1 to Xinjiang here, Hodge.
Unitox pull out the rabbit out of some random hat that no one saw coming, and they take game number 1 at the buzzer. The confidence will be flowing, the momentum will be surging, and Xinjiang are in prime position to start this series with a bang. Ascent. I mean, you've got to look at that and think what could have been if they didn't drop 2 goals in the first 30 seconds there. But what a boost for Unitox to start this series in the way that they have.
It's a strong start, and that's exactly what you need if this Xinjiang roster wants to have the best chances of taking this trophy, because you know there is that bracket reset looming over the horizon if they are to win this series. So, you know, having been in that case, I was on the upper end. I didn't go up through the lower bracket. I was from the top of the upper bracket, but you know, coming from this lower bracket, you really want this first series to be done as soon as possible, because the more games go on, the more exhausted you're gonna be, and it's just more Rocket League to play, and the human mind just can't play that many games in a row at peak efficiency. You want to get this done as soon as possible if you're Xinjiang.
Yeah, no, very much the case. They want to get this first series out of the way, get themselves moving forward to that second series, and well, 0 second goal to kick off the grand finals. What a better way to kick things off and get Academy underway here for their very first grand final. But now we move to game number 2, and we start to question whether that consistency can continue to be reproduced as this series moves forward. And, well, Zombie, that kickoff, being a key player for Unitox, they all have, but the mechanical young mastermind is no match for Nathan early on, it seems, and what a goal that is. Drops it down, Tino with a fake, Nathan on a quick recovery follow-up, and double taps it in straight away. 1-0 Aspire.
It's a strong start for Aspire. They weren't able to find the lead off the box in the first game. They did eventually get there, but it dropped in the end. And Xinjiang was able to get the win. Now this time, let's see how it goes when Ascent start off on the upper foot. Pixel Glitch with a strong 50 here. He's gonna be able to get back in the net here, but Hansen running a bit of interference for him. A bit of a double commit here, but Hansen bails out his teammate. Cobb takes it up the sidewall here, not able to do much with it, but Tino following suit, sets up Nathan. Nathan is going to try and get this middle, but has to leave in the end because Sabi has so much control over that ball. Hansen with a challenge onto Tino. Pixel Glitch just jumps the gun here, doesn't get a piece of the ball, but a bit of a poor clear from Cobb might set up Xinjiang on the counter here, but Tino with a strong defensive clearance there. It sets up Zombie, but he can't quite get the shot. Hansen with space though. Let's see what he can do. Can he beat Cobb? He can. Only Tino to beat, but both people missed the ball here. Everyone whiffing. It's Academy, just how we love it, Hutch.
Just how it's always best. Pixel Glitch, though, wants to put this ball under his control, wants to drop it down and put Autocarp in a bit of a sticky situation there. Dealt with well by Aspire. They look to now try and surge forward on this counter-attack. Everyone quite far forward here. That could open the doors for Nathan, but Zombie's back in time. And Unitox, great awareness there to know that they were too far forward, to know to push back a little bit. But do they know that Autocarp's trying to break down their backlines, kick open the door into this series and start stacking up that lead for Aspire? Pixel Glitch, send it down the other side. And Unitox are just looking for a way back here. Aspire have taken the early momentum, but it's about how you fight back from this. We've seen Unitox persevere. The mental has got to be good. And there it is. Hansen is just there, plays the fake. And I mean, it's just right place, right time, Veiled. It's just perfection.
It's beautiful. He reads the miss just in time to make a jump for the ball, and he places it perfectly in the top of that goal where no one can reach it. Hansen getting the equalizer, so important for the Xinjiang roster. We talked about getting this job done quick. Well, they are not sleeping. They are taking every chance that they can right now, and it's absolutely crucial. That's what's made their run this beautiful so far. When they have an open net, they rarely miss it, and that goes to show just how important that is.
Well, back on the attack, Unitox go. Tino try and find something, but is that just in? Not quite. Getting a little bit worried there, but looks like we've got nothing to be worried about, as Aspire quite happy to slow this down, and Unitox, well, that's a free touch there. Bump attempted from Pixel Glitch, and really has been, in my opinion, whenever we played against them, the key player that we always used to look out for. The bumps would really screw things up and make that rotation a little bit of a mess if you weren't watching. And speaking of bumps, Ottercarp can do that as well. Tino looking to try and play for that demo. It's a wonderful demo. No one's back. And Ottercarp just has to slot it. 2-1 Aspire. And they're looking like they are not phased at all by Unitox's response.
What a goal steal by Ottercarp, padding the stats a little bit, and you know what? I absolutely love it. That makes him overtake Tino on the scoreboard, that goal alone right there. So, let's see what they build upon that, though. Zombie is looking to create a bit of pressure with a touch like that, and he actually forced it up here, but a poor touch. Just sees the chance of a goal slipping away a little by little, but that's a strong challenge by Pixel Glitch. Now, Hansen looking to throw in a challenge of his own, but that sets up Zombie. He's gonna look to set up Pixel Glitch here. It's a 450 though, but Hansen should get on the end of it. A little bit of a miss comes through. Talk about consistency. Zombie though, that's a great launch to Hansen. Hansen tries to drop it to Zombie. 50 almost goes their favor, but onto the backboard. A double commit is forced, but Hansen not able to do much with this. And now, once again, Xinjiang on the back end. And Ottercarp getting tested now. End-to-end action here, Hodge.
It certainly is. Hansen ball chasing a little bit and just trying to keep this on the grasp of Aspire. Zombie not going to get that touch and allow Hansen to have to come in. Nathan going to find a teammate, but he will find Zombie on that respawn. And Aspire currently sat with that lead, looking poised to take game number 2. What do Unitox have to say about it, though? How can they fight back now that Aspire have got themselves a lead? Aspire are looking to try and cook up the pressure a little bit more, but they've got to make sure they don't overcommit a bit too much. Nathan all the way back just in case, but Ottercarp staying on this ball, looking to try and get it center for Nathan. Pixel Glitch there on the reception of that one, though, and Hansen can't quite get the touch quick enough. 20 seconds left here, Veiled. This is looking good for Aspire.
Yeah, and maybe a repeat from last game. Indeed it is! Another goal out of nowhere from Xinjiang to bring it back with seconds to spare. What a thriller from Xinjiang this has been. Maybe people wrote them off after going down 2-1 in this game. But out of nowhere, Hodge, they find a way back.
Well, well, well. A way back indeed here from Unitox. They might be about to bring this to an overtime, unless Nathan can just hit the top corner. Aspire might have just done it here in game number 2, looking to try and equalise the series, equalise this grand final. Bracket reset, who cares? They want to try and get it done in the first, and they're 2 seconds away from getting it to a 1-1 situation. I can already tell this grand final is going to be cinema.
At least this first series right here is. Depending on how this result goes, it might be more cinema or might be down the drain. Who knows, Hodge? But for right now, Ascent, they were able to fight back the comeback late on from Xinjiang this time. They were able to find another goal within those last 15 seconds of the game. So really, really strong from Ascent to fight it back this time. On the other end, Xinjiang, while you're not going to be completely broken off of losing that game, it is going to have a little bit of an impact that you weren't able to do what you just did. And maybe that that trick, that rabbit in the hat that they had in this series, it might just be used up at this point.
Well, well, well. I mean, we find ourselves with Aspire versus the RSC, is what it says on our graphic at the top. And I think that's very fitting, actually, of how this, this season has really been for Aspire. It has really felt like this team has been doubted at every single opportunity, at every single angle, placed, out of the top 6 in a lot of people's predictions at the start of the season, albeit a different roster. It hasn't changed, to exponential amounts. It has in a way and it hasn't in a way, right? You've obviously still got Ottercarp, you've still got Milwacker. Nathan brought in quite early on in the season, and then you've got Tino coming in a little bit earlier as well. I mean, even when they made the roster changes, though, Veiled, it felt like this team was still doubted. People still said that it wasn't going to happen, and they've just shut them up at every single, I guess, chance that they could possibly have. My question to you, Veiled, is if Aspire win this grand final, how many gifted is it?
I don't have any gifted on them winning. I don't have any gifted on the table ever since they made a roster move. That was part of my deal back then. Had they not made one, I would have held up my end of the deal, but they made one, and I think they actually could have probably made top six with that team. It was only based off the fact that I didn't think that team was gonna stick. Now Zombie here, looking to launch an attack. And just to build off what you said, actually, I think you might be right, and people still doubting Ascent. I for one, I actually think the team started looking very strong once they added Tino. It's a player I looked at a lot going into draft as an AGM. I knew what he was capable of. I just wasn't able to get him into a tryout because he was on vacation, so I didn't know what to expect of him in the season, but he's done very well. He's gone over everyone's expectations and really taken this Ascent team to another level.
Certainly has. And well, Unitox, see what they're able to do. Everyone's grouped up a little bit too close to each other. Tino has stolen the possession, and now Ottercop trying to get involved as well. The follow-ups are quick here from Aspire, not giving Unitox any space to really work with, and Hansen doesn't really have the boost either. But that demo onto Tino is going to alleviate some of that oncoming pressure. Not enough, though. Ottercop getting that Scarab really stuck in here on the attack. And that's not a sentence I thought I'd say in an RSC Grand Final, but it would only be an Academy. But so far, nothing on either side here in the goals department. Who's going to be first to change that?
That's a great interception from Hansen here, though. Is he able to do much more? He just fakes it out for Pixel Glitch, but the shot not good enough. Zombie is actually on a low boost amount in the defense, but that's a really, really great clear. It's moments like these that can make a grand final like this, when you're able to step up with so little resources to work with, that can make everything happen for your team. Tino here, with a lot of boost, he does the opposite of what Zombie just did down the other end, and that's a strong 50-50 by Zombie, but the shot from Hansen is just not good enough. Something that I've given them credit for is their shooting, but this game, it's just not up to par, is it, Hutch?
Doesn't seem that way. And Aspire have made a good go of that attack, but got to deal with one that's starting to come back here towards them, Unitox. When they get going, it's got to be all hands on deck if you want to put them to a stop. On the other side of things, Ottercarp's trying to get that infield. Zombie bails them out. And speaking of Zombie, been such a great addition to RSC this season. It's his first season playing, and he's finding so much value, the young 14-year-old on the side of Unitox. But let's see what him and his team can do here, not just in this Game 3, but in the rest of this series as they try to look for a bracket reset. But Aspire, they've got that upper bracket buff. They only have to win one of the two series. And so far, it's not looked half bad from them either.
It hasn't looked bad from either side, I don't think. Obviously a bit of rough moments in this third game, but both teams holding out strong. But I do have to mention, on the Ascent roster, the points. Two of their players are on 110 points or lower, and it probably won't be who you expect. Odekap being the one sitting on almost 300 points with 3 saves to his name,
Wow.
really stepping up this game. On the other end, though, Xinjiang being pretty even on points all across. And that might just be the difference maker, but who knows. Zombie here with a pot shot off the backboard. The follow-up is there, but the shot just once again, just not on target.
No, not quite. Instead, we'll be over to Nathan to try and run this down the line. We put to a stop before anything can really even get started, although Zombie just wants to try and find that second touch. And look who it is. It's the rookie of the team stepping up when somebody needs to, when they need themselves a goal. It's Zombie, the mechanical man of Unitox, to do it for them and get themselves that lead.
It's a strong start, and who else but the man who's got an MVP in every single series they won in the lower bracket, Zombie, once again stepping up. Here's Hansen, though. Gets beaten out by Carp off of a miss. Pixel Glitch being last man here. You don't want to overcommit here. Hansen, that's a skim that you would like to see just when you need it. But Ascent, they hold on to the ball here. They actually choose to leave it, let Pixel Glitch work on it a little bit, and the bump on Odegaard comes through, but Tino, he has the follow-up touch, and that's a really good pass, but Nathan pushes way too much forward. It will drop to Hansen. The shot is off by Cup, and that might be the throw of the series right there, ladies and gentlemen.
How can you miss that? I don't understand. It was about 3 feet away. And Aspire, they had the chance right in front of them. They had overtime in their clutches, but twice in a row, the shot is not hit from about 2 meters away. But, I mean, that is Unitox going up 2-1 in the series, regardless of what Ascent did at the end there. It is exceptional from Unitox, and they are continuing to, you know, I guess surprise everyone. If you look back to the power rankings at the start of the season, albeit how, you know, pointless and rubbish they are, this team was power ranked 10th in the Glaciers Conference, if I'm correct. And, you know, as much as people's power rankings don't mean absolutely anything, this team is still surprising people throughout the season, even coming into the postseason. People were saying this roster still isn't deserving of a second place. People were saying this team is not, you know, on that same level as some of the other ones. But they are continuing to surprise people game after game, and Xinjiang are looking primed to take us to a bracket reset.
They are on the path to do so, but 2 more game wins they have ahead of themselves, and Ascent to find free if they want to make it happen in this first series. But yeah, Xinjiang, they have the upper hand once again. The last time they had so, they failed to build upon that lead, but now they're right back in front. Can Aspire, Ascent have anything to say against it? We have this game to tell us so.
Well, onto the Coliseum we go, as we were near the halfway point of this series, but it's only the beginning of the Hansen highlight reel, it seems. Not quite yet, as it's kept out and kept away. But Unitox, they're not done yet. They want to continue to brew this attack. We'll head over to Zombie, who should have a free touch. Past 1, Nathan playing that 50 against Zombie, but Zombie's just like a brick wall here in the midfield. Has 50'd out half of the Aspire team, and Carp is up for it. He's got that dunk down. Carp in the Scarab is maybe all they needed.
Yeah, he failed to score last game to equal it up, but this time he's found a screamer of a goal, and what a way to redeem yourself. Although you probably would have liked to see it in the last game, you probably didn't want to be on the back foot. At least he does something to make up for it. Zombie, he chooses to leave this one, almost enables Odegaard to just get a freebie. That shot from Nathan though is not good enough, but he will get another chance here in the corner. It's gonna be pretty good. Pixel Glitch with the clear. Would have been straight into Tino, but the positioning was a little bit off. Pixel Glitch finds a little bit of space here in the back end. Nathan actually makes it more uncomfortable than his teammates than it already were. Zombie looks to pass it into the middle for Pixel Glitch. Tino catches him off, and now Hansen has to track back a bit early. He actually gets a bit of boost there. I was gonna say he didn't really have much boost to work with, but he finds 100. Now the ball just bouncing back and forward in the midfield. Tino does a great 50. That sets up Odegaard, but the clear down the other end. Zombie tried to pre-jump it. Never gonna get on the end of it though, but he gets the follow-up here. Hansen with the shot. It's good. It goes in. Equal game once again.
Man, each of these games are so close between these two teams. Back and forth and back and forth. And it has been like that for the whole season, right? Even when these guys played each other in league play, each of the 3 times that they played, it was a 2-2 draw. It was a 3-1 victory for Unitox. That match didn't get reported properly and it had to be replayed. And once again, it was a 3-1 victory for Unitox. So they just have the upper hand in the head-to-head. But on this stage, in this moment, it can go anywhere. Playoffs is a whole different beast. And Unitox have to not just win it once, but win it twice. First series is the easier one. The second series is when that fatigue starts to set in. But Aspire, they don't want to give them a second series. They want to try and close it out in just this one. And so far, well, they've got some work to do just that. Unitox holding on to this lead in the series. But we're all square here in game number 4. However, Unitox are certainly cooking up the pressure, and if this continues, it only feels like it's a matter of time until they strike again.
Yeah, indeed. But here Nathan finds a bit of breathing room down the other end. He gets it past the defense, but it's never gonna be a good pass when it's that close to goal and goes straight across the goal line. Pixel glitch. That's a great save on the goal line. Cobb, he's messing a little bit around in the opponent's corner. He buys a little bit of time, but not really a lot. And now Hansen should be able to deal with this one. Good low 50 by him, takes it up the sidewall, takes Nathan out. Odekap, the only one left to defend, and that's a bit of a poor effort, but Pixel Glitch missing the ball, bails a sent out this time. Tino launching an attack, gets the dribble going, but Hansen smells the blood in the water. He knows that he had to challenge that, and he shuts it down. Now I think Zombie, the last man to defend this one. No, it's Pixel Glitch and he miffs, but Hansen turns back with low boost just in time to take care of that.
Popped up there for Pixel Glitch. He's going to try and get a touch on that one, but it's such a difficult read. And Hansen, is that over his head? Yes, it is. Nathan from downtown, from the other side of the field. The marksman on the map. And has found Aspire a lead here in game number 4 of the Grand Finals.
Indeed. They do have the lead once again, Ascent, but you need to build upon this. You need to make sure that nothing untoward happens, just like in the first couple of games. Zombie here, he has a bit of an open net, only Tino left. The bump doesn't come through, but that was a pretty good opportunity for Xinjiang to get back into this game. A bit of a double commit in the corner. Hansen to Zombie, the shot on target, but strong defense from Nathan there. Carp is gonna get shut down here. Nathan has a lot of room to work with. He's gonna take it to the corner, but not really gonna be a follow-up to this. Tino taking it back to Odekap, but he pushed up. This could be an opening for Xinjiang. Taken to the ceiling. Odekap misses. Pixel Glitch gets the read, but what a save by Tino.
Yeah, Tino making himself large on the goal line there. Keeping that lead in the hands of Aspire and almost trying to add to it as well. Unitox have got a bit of a fight to try and break out of this deficit in the next 40 seconds or so, but Zombie has put that in field over to Hansen. The 1-2 link up from Unitox, and continue to spam that box if you want to help them out, because it seems to be working, and they ignite with the final 40 seconds. They ignite under the pressure and are looking to try and take us to overtime.
This Unitox team, Xinjiang, they have been so icy on their playoff runs. Every single time in this series, they have one goal to make up. With few seconds left, they somehow find the opening. They somehow open up the game once again. And look here, Hansen is going to look to take care of business. Pixel Glitch, very awkward here. Zombie, though, he clutches up and saves it on the goal line to keep their hopes alive. Double commit comes through. Zombie is pumped. This could be scary, but no one to shoot it. Nathan can't clear it. Pixel Glitch should get the beat here unless Odekap's pre-jump is good. It is decent, but it will not drop in time. Shot could be there, but we do have overtime.
One goal to decide if Unitox find themselves on match point, or if Aspire are only just getting started with this series. Unitox, they seem like they are the iciest team here, but what to Aspire? Never mind, what does Hansen have to say about it? The own goal comes through, and the series tied. Another big oopsie here from the captain, and, well, I think that's one you've just got to laugh off.
Yeah, you can't let that get to you. You know, you're in the grand final. It happens. It happens. It really does. It's very unlucky and it's very embarrassing, but you just have to let it go. There is still more games to be played. You still have a chance to make it in this final. But if you choose to hang on to that moment as the defining moment of your playoffs, it very well could be over. But we still have, at the very least, 2 more games to be played in this final.
Yeah, we very much do. I mean, Aspire, they've leveled the score and now are 2 maps away from crowning themselves Academy champions. And, well, for everyone who maybe is just joining us, and that would mean that Milwaukee would get a trophy. Just TLDR, I know that's what everyone wants to know. But yes, I mean, Veiled, we will see how this series goes. We are guaranteed a Neo Tokyo here in the first series. but everyone wants that Champions Field. Everybody wants a bracket reset just to see another series of cinema. And I cannot wait to see where this one goes, because it's felt so back and forth each individual game. It is blow for blow, you know, shot for shot, mistake for mistake even. And now we hop on to Beckwith Park to see who is going to draw blood next.
Indeed we do, and punch for punch. But how long can this keep going? How long until one team falters and stops being able to produce? Zombie, that's a bit of a misplay there. He even misses the ball on the follow-up. Odekap gets a bit confused by it, so maybe it worked out by Zombie in the end. That's a shot off target. Pixel Glitch almost putting it in his own net, following the likes of Hansen from last game, but this time Hansen is going to be the one to carry it forward. That's a bit of a misplay. Passes it straight to Nathan though. Pixel Glitch, he makes good on that, forces the pressure. He's going to try and steal the boost as well, but that's a bit of an overcommit, but another missed open net on the side of Aspire. And we talked about blow for blow, Hutch. What about fail for fail?
That's what I said as well. Mistake for mistake is how it rolled in Academy. Is that one going to come back to haunt them? Pixel Glitch, send it to this back wall, looking for that in the field. He's found Hansen, who's found the middle of the net. And that's found Unitox with a 1-goal lead. Aspire couldn't do it. Unitox can do it better.
Oh, that's a legendary goal steal right there, actually, to secure the goal. Hansen actually whiffed the open net, but he perfectly hit it straight up into Pixel Glitch, who just skims it into the goal. But so technically it wasn't an open net miss, technically, because it was skimmed in. But that could very well have still been a 0-0 for us right here, Hutch.
Very well could be. Pixel Glitch taking it slow, taking his time, but time is not taken when Ottercop's there in that Scarab. And hunting for those demos, trying to disrupt this Unitox front line. A lot of time to work with. I feel that was maybe a little bit of a rush touch there. It's going to give Unitox a bit of time of their own, but never mind. The miss has come through. Tino trying to play that to the ground and play that 50. Ricochets back over to the opposite corner. Pinch down. Those pinches have haunted some teams here today. I have to say, these long clears, which has gone over the top of the third man plenty of times throughout today's games. But Nathan will touch it up to the ceiling. Pixel Glitch forced into a difficult scenario. Ottercarp back over to Tino. He's got it on the backboard, but that's a double commit. Someone has to get back. Someone has to scamper back, and it's a missed open net once again. Maybe Pixel Glitch can put it in, but no. It is pandemonium here on Beckwith Park Veiled.
Yeah, but here comes Zombie, not able to force it through, but Hansen should be getting to this ball first. Indeed he does, but he doesn't pick up the boost. Gets a little bit of a touch, but that throws up Zombie. Now Carp off of the backboard, gets beaten. He beats one, beats two, because Pixel Glitch misses the ball. Zombie should be able to get back in time though. And Hansen waiting so patiently here, able to stop that attack. But Tino just forcing the issue. Carp finishing the job, and we have an even game once again.
We do indeed. It's drawn level, and Ottercarp is the one to put it in the back of the net. 2.5 minutes still remaining here in game number 5, and a score to be settled as Unitox have themselves a favourable kickoff. Do they have possession though? Yes, they do. Zombie take that one into the skies. Nathan though, not messing around. And he's been absolutely crazy, Nathan, for this team today. He's hit some insane clips and just been an all-round great value player for Aspire. But someone has got to make themselves known here on the pitch. Try and get themselves that lead. Pixel Glitch just trying to add an extra element of chaos into this three-pronged attack here. And put it on the backboard. Look for that follow-up is what Zombie's saying there. But will be taken away by Tino. Aspire looking to respond here on their counter-attack.
Indeed they are, and here it's in the Xinjiang half here. Here Zombie gets a bit of a touch, bails them out of defense. I think Hansen wins that. No, he loses that 50. Couldn't really see because of the demo. Pixel Glitch though, he has another chance. He takes it over to Tino. It's going to be a bit awkward here. He's going to take it up the sidewall, but he's pinching it back, and he's turning back for the ball, causing a lot of commotion in his own half. But the clear comes out finally. Odekap with a bit of a shot. Somehow manages to force the ball through the opposition. But this is very awkward. But Hansen stepping up and making the save happen in the end.
Yeah, but only for a moment because that's back floating in the air. Nathan's there for the dunk. Aspire reclaim the lead. And well, is it a bird? Is it a plane? It's the eagle of Nathan soaring for that touch to drop it down.
Indeed, and now we have the game restabilized, but Ascent, they have taken the lead this time. Odekarp looking to further extend that lead, but he might have jumped off the backboard. Oh,
What? I'm lost for words, Veiled. I'm lost for words.
sorry, I don't know what to say. I was gonna say he made a mistake from jumping off the ceiling that early, but yeah, it's a bit of a misplay, you know. It happens. We reset. Come on, Xinjiang, you got it. I believe in you. Oh,
Oh my God.
it might be over here, Hutch. It might be over
This
here.
game, I think this game's done. I think this game's over. Like you said, it's about resetting as quickly as you can. You can't let it get to you. It's still very, very winnable here for Unitox, but they will be forced to go into game number 6 knowing that their season and their chance at a trophy is on the line. I mean, it's happened once before versus Berserkers, but now they have to do it not just this game, but also in game 7 as well, unless they can find some incredible comeback in the next couple of games. Next couple of seconds, excuse me. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself on that one. But, I mean, possession controlled here by Aspire. There should be no way back into this one unless Unitox can find a miracle.
Yeah, this might just be one of the miracles that they need so far. Odekarp, save is a bit poor, but it's kept out. But I do also want to say, you know, you can say maybe their hopes will be squandered if they lose, but I do have to say it's been a very impressive performance from Xinjiang, and as they get another goal to maybe claw their way back. 2 goals in 5 seconds is going to be very, very difficult, but I do have to say, Xinjiang, what a performance in this playoffs. They dropped to Drengir, but they bounced back immediately. 2 sweeps in a row. Then they played Drengir in a best of 7, and they took it all the way to game 7 and made up for that loss earlier on in the upper bracket. And well, they've already taken 2 games off of a team that has otherwise only dropped a singular game. So already really strong performance from Unitox. I want to see them bounce back here. I want to see them at least get that bracket reset.
Yeah, it would be good to see, but if they want it, they will have to go the distance against the team who looks unbeatable here in this current form. But the timeout has been called by Zombie, and it seems like Unitox want to take that extra little bit of time to think about maybe what is going wrong. And to be honest, I personally think it's just the nerves after some of these mistakes. It's what it feels like, right? When some of these mistakes happen, it looks like it is just nerves. At the same time, it's Academy, so you know you can't really tell. But Veiled, I don't know what your analysis of this one is, but I mean, Xinjiang, it feels so winnable for them, and I would not be surprised if they came back with a vengeance in Game 6. But it is do or die for this Unitox team.
I don't think it's the nerves. I don't think so. They've just been in a game 7 in the previous series to make it here in the first place. They've done all the work to get here, but I think they're just fatigued. They've been playing all day. They've been playing since 6 p.m. this evening. They've been playing for going on to the 6th hour right now of Rocket League in a row. It's really tough. It's really tough to
Mental.
play that long. Yeah. It's even if you're mentally strong, you just gotta be starting to make mistakes because you've just played that long. You can't keep it at the top level. Now, this 2-minute break, it could be just what they need to just refresh their minds, just zone out of the game for a second and then log back in. Maybe that can make them wake up again. That is my analysis. I'm not sure if it's on point, but that would be my guess.
Well, game number 6, it could be the final battleground here for Unitox. So taking that little bit of extra time to see what they can do to try and get themselves a game 7, and from there push for that bracket reset. It's been a long day for them, like you said there, Veiled. They've had to play so much Rocket League, but you've just got to keep on pushing because, I mean, every single game that you have played up until now means, it means that you are still going to keep pushing. It means everything at this point, and to sort of give up now is not. I'm not saying they're giving up. It obviously is sort of taking a bit of a toll. But you've got to just keep pushing is what I'm trying to say. And it can be so difficult at this sort of time. But I believe that this team can get it done. We saw what they did in the last series. I mean, they dominated game number 6 of the last series after having a bit of a horrible game 5. So 30 seconds left here of this timeout before we get things going. But this one could really go either way, and I think a lot of it revolves around the early game, who's able to really get started, because, you know, if we see Aspire scoring 2 goals in the first 30 seconds, I would say this is over.
Yeah, it depends on if Xinjiang can come out the gate swinging. I think a 1-goal lead for Ascent, it's not over yet. Xinjiang could bring it back, but if they go 2 goals down, it might just be done. But Xinjiang, I do believe that team as a team has a higher peak than the side of Ascent. I think as Ascent has individual players that could peak, but I think as a team, Xinjiang, they have the edge if they can get everything clicking once again. Zombie is going to look to start off strong here. He sets up Hansen, but the shot just not good enough. But they are showing that they still have what it takes to build up offense. They just need the end product to be there as well. Hansen looking to get a good dunk here. He indeed does so. Tino with a bad clear, but the follow-up isn't quick enough. And the shot not strong enough, but Hansen should beat Tino here. It's a 50-50. Goes to Zombie. If he gets a touch here, indeed he does. Tino's gonna be tracking back on low boost here. The infield pass comes through. Double commit from Ascent, but they get the clear. Pixel glitch with a little fake. Nathan not biting on it. And now he's gonna be looking to set up Odekarp, who went for the bump. Not really that good team communication right there, but they don't concede from it either, at least yet. But hold on just a minute. That pass was a bit sketchy, but no one on the side of Xinjiang biting on it. Maybe it's a good decision, maybe not. I do not know, but only time will tell.
Yep. A minute we find ourselves now into game number 6, and that is an incredible touch from Zombie that goes the whole distance, steals the possession straight from Ottercorp, and gets Unitox the lead right when they need it the most. I mean, this map is a heartbreaker for some. This map is, you know, incredible for some throughout RLCS all the way down to the depths of Grassroots Rocket League. But one thing's for sure, when you're under the big lights, you've got to perform, and Zombie certainly is.
Yeah, indeed, Zombie is. He has been all day, but when it gets this late on in the day and you've been playing Rocket League for so long, it's just a question of how long can he keep it going. If he can keep it going, I would love to see it, but it's gonna be so difficult. Here he's getting tested on 0 boost, but he once again just makes so much space happen for his teammate. Look at the space he gave Hansen to just pick up some boost. The whiff comes through, but Hansen gets caught out a little bit by it. Pixel glitch, he takes the one away from Nathan. Tino's gonna be next up. The touch is a bit poor, he can't follow it up. Zombie makes it even more awkward for him. Odekarp also becoming awkward. Nathan having to beat 2, he only beats 1. The shot from Odekarp off target, but Tino is following it up, and they equalize the game.
They do indeed. Aspire, you can't take them down that easily. 1, 2, 3. And it's back between them all, and it's back into this game. 1-1 on game number 6. And we will go back to the center circle and back over into the Unitox possession as they try to snipe it downfield. That's such a throwaway touch, though, and it brings it straight into the possession of Tino, who's got it straight on the backboard. That's a horrible touch unless he can get on the end of it, and thankfully Hansen is able to. Pixel glitch back over to his teammate, but not quite able to slot the mark, the angle a little bit too perplexed to try and score that one. And I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying words at this point. And, you know, these players on the pitch here, Veiled, are just hitting the ball. It's absolute pandemonium in the Academy Grand Final. And one team is looking to try and push it that extra step further.
Yeah, both teams trying to push. But Tino, he finds a goal here. And that could really open things up for Ascent to take this win. I believe it is... Let me just fact check real quick. I believe it is game 6 here. Indeed it is Ascent. If they are to win this game, they take not only this series, but the whole season in their grasp. Everything to play for Ascent. They are almost there. You just can't screw up right now. Nathan, he tries to pass it middle, but no one is there. Odekarp gets caught out a little bit as well. Tino, last man to defend. Hansen whiffs, but that
What a
sets
fake.
up a fake for Zombie, but he can't quite find the goal from it. Now the counter is on though. Almost gets shut down by Pixel, but he pinches it back into his own half. That makes things all the more tough for Zombie to keep this under wraps. Up with a pass off the sidewall. He's gonna be finding Zombie, who tracks back a little bit. That 1-2 play off of Xinjiang. It's not good enough to get out of defense here, Hodge.
Start that timer. The stopwatch is on. 1.5 minutes is all that's stopping Milwaukee from claiming a trophy here in RSC. Something that would go down legendary in the academy scene. But 1 minute is still 1 minute, and we've seen crazy comebacks from Unitox. What's one more? Pixel Glitch over the top, trying to continue this pressure. But Ascent, they've just got to continue to stall this one out. They've got that timer on their side, but that's not a favourable touch. They just need to score the open net. And Unitox come back fighting with a vengeance.
They do indeed. And who else but Zombie to score that equalizer? 2 goals to the man in this game. It might not have been the prettiest game from Xinjiang, but it doesn't matter, Hodge. You just need to get this game win, and if you can somehow find a game win in the next game, you're on for the bracket reset. You get a little bit of time to breathe, to just, get your mental reset. It's gonna be tough, but can you get over this first hump? You're gonna get such a big sigh of relief.
You will for sure. Will this be decided in regulation, or will overtime be needed? That's a hard commit from Zombie. Over to that front post. It has to be perfect here in the defensive side for Unitox. They've been able to get their lines clear, but they should swing that possession over into the side of Aspire if they get these touches correct. Tino picks it up, looking to go the whole way. Zombie not going to give them space, going to deny that one. And Aspire, it's now starting to tick here, this timer, before we go over to overtime, before it could be golden goal here on these fabled grounds. Zombie faced with an almighty task here down on this offensive side, but that ball will slam into the hard concrete floors of Neo Tokyo, and one goal could decide it all.
Indeed it is, and it's first offense going on the side of Xinjiang. The pinch here comes through. Oh, the net was open off the miss from Tino, but Zombie just couldn't get a piece of the ball. Pixel Glitch with a strong shot though. Crossbar down. And Hutch, we're gonna have a game 7.
When you need someone to place the shot, Pixel Glitch puts it pixel perfect. And Unitox get themselves a game 7 date on Champions Field as they look to try and surge forward for that bracket reset and find themselves one game away from doing so. What a grand final this is, Veiled, and it's coming down right to the wire.
Indeed it is, and we have one more great game of Rocket League ahead of us. And I don't know if we're going to be having a timeout. I'm just going to make sure that there is no timeout because I don't want any late action.
No, they don't want it.
They do not want it. They think they can take it in regulation. And that might send a statement to the opposition, who can also see those text chats in the game.
In a way, I kind of like it, right? Just being able to get right back into it and, power through with, not taking that extra bit of time to cool down, staying warm. But it is going to all come down to this. Game number 7 and Champions Field. Well, Veiled. To think we would have got to this point. These two teams, they've clashed a couple of times throughout the season, but now under the big lights where the banners fly high, where it's time to write your name into the history books of RSC, will Aspire do just that and claim themselves the inaugural Academy Championship, or will we get one more series? It's time to go.
Indeed it is, and we do have kickoff. Pixel Glitch. He takes this one across 2 people, only Tino to boot, but that's a strong team play, and Hansen finds the luck of the draw and puts that one in. I mean, no one could have predicted this happening. Zombie hit it straight into Pixel Glitch, bounces straight out for Hansen. It's high risk play, but they make it work, and they find the lead at first in this game.
Well, it's perseverance from Unitox That's going to get them this win if they are able to. But this is just one series. They've got another one coming if they win this Game 7. And Aspire, they might have the upper hand in terms of how many lives they have, but that can deplete so quickly. On Champions Field, mistakes can be made. We've seen so many throughout this season, and Otterkarp looking to try and strike the back of the net. But this is where it can be mistake. This is where it can be magic. This is where you have to put it all out on the pitch, and Otterkarp, has he been given an open net to shoot from? Potentially, but the save is there from Unitox. They hold on even though it takes all 3 bodies.
It's not pretty, Hodge, but it is effective. Somehow, someway, Xinjiang has come out of that kerfuffle without conceding a goal, but it's not quite done yet. Tino, another shot at goal. Pixel holds strong. Now Nathan tries to lob it infield to Tino. Not able to take the shot. Hansen beats his man, but Carp gets a demo for his effort. Pixel glitch, lobs it infield, doesn't get the bump. And that's just enough for Nathan to make the save. That's a great pass off the back, but is anyone there though? No, Pixel glitch tracked all the way back, and I don't blame him. He was there to guard for the big clear. Now he has a play off the sidewall though, looking to get it over the 2 defenders. Not able to do so, but Hansen following up. That is going to be an awkward bounce for Odekarp. He makes it even more awkward for his teammates as he misses the follow-up and opens the net completely for Zombie.
Xinjiang are icing up when they are needed, or when it was asked of them, and when they've been going for so many different games. The undeclared man himself, undeclared as in doesn't have a trophy, looking to declare himself for the trophy at the end of this series, and potentially after a bracket reset, but Nathan doesn't want any of it. Looks to try and put it top corner. Not another own goal, but no, it's cleared away. And well, I don't even know, but it is pandemonium here. And I have to say, Veiled, Unitox look like they could be giving us one more series.
Yeah, it very well could be. Zombie, he makes another save. No, wait, there wasn't even technically a save on the stats, but surely that would have been in if Zombie wasn't there to be on the end of it. But but yeah, they hold on, but hold on! We have some drama here halfway through the game. Carp finds another goal for his team to maybe open things up for Ascent.
Yeah, this is where that rope starts to get pulled back a little bit here. It starts to be reeled in by Ascent, as it's still very much possible, especially when Zombie's awkward pixel glitch has it all to do on the goal line, and Nathan barreling down looking to win that 50. It will go the way of Tino here, as he looks to try and run it over to the backboard. Otterkarp looking to slip it past a couple of players, but not going to be that easy. Nathan, has he got an open net to shoot from? No, Hansen defends. Zombie down the other side. The synchronization is there, but not a final touch to work with. Nathan clears it away. Aspire hold on. And well, Unitox, they might still hold on to that 1-goal lead, but when you've got an Aspire playing like this, you can't be quite safe and secure with that 1-goal lead. They're going to continue to charge forward.
Yeah, but also this Xinjiang roster, they've really just started throwing everything they can. They just go in for every single chance, and it's starting to work as Pixel Glitch finds another goal to add to his tally of this series. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough to secure their place in a bracket reset here, Hodge.
Well. Just when you thought we could be ending it here, just when you saw the run that Aspire went on through that upper bracket, taking down favourites like 20R, taking down favourites like the Berserkers, the #1 seed slayers here of Academy, they might have found their deepest challenge yet. And it comes from Unitox. But that's just in! Nathan has picked everyone's pockets! And he's been able to bring it back down to a 1-goal deficit. The clutch man of Aspire wants to fly them to new heights, but still 1 goal, still a minute and a half, still a lot to do.
Indeed it is. It's 1-goal lead still for Xinjiang, but their lead is just starting to crumble a little bit, piece by piece. Only 1 goal separates them right now. Ascent, they're going to be trying everything to end this one in regulation, but If they can't do so, fear not, they have another opportunity coming right up. But that's a strong shot from Hansen, off the target though, but he gets the 50 to follow up, to keep the pressure in a sense half. Zombie has a pretty routine tap in, and he makes good of it. They further their lead to a 2-goal lead once again here. And it looks like nothing is gonna stop them from getting this bracket reset.
Yeah, Zombie just feels like he's destined to get this to a bracket reset. And the effort that has come through from all three of these Unitox players has been second to none. But can they get it over the finish line? Because there's still just under a minute left. And still potentially 7 more games before your very eyes. We could be going a while here. So strap in. Or we could be going all the way into overtime if Aspire can pull out a miracle here in the dying seconds of Game 7. But it looks like that will not be the case. It looks like Zombie has got another one. Hat-trick hero for Unitox. And wow, what a performance from the young player of Unitox, who it's his first season playing in RSC, his first season of competitive Rocket League. And look at the performance he's having.
He's having a field day, and he's been playing so well all day, and it feels good to see someone so new to RSC come in and perform this well in playoffs. I think we're gonna have a lot of seasons of seeing this man perform very well in front of us. At least if this is anything to boat by. Last ditch effort from Ascent here. They're not able to make anything happen off of it, and Xinjiang, they lock in the bracket reset.
We go one more, ladies and gentlemen, and Unitox push us to that second series. They reset the bracket, they take Aspire's life away and leave them with only one more. Unitox have set the scene in this series, and Aspire are going to walk away for 10 minutes, come back, and hope to try and do it again, but this time have a little bit more success. What a series here, Veiled. And Academy is absolutely delivering on every single front. The bracket reset, I mean, we don't get to see it often, especially going a whole 7 games. This feels historic. It's you know, a rookie in Zombie, you know, long-time players here, such as the likes of Pixel Glitch, Hansen, who've played multiple seasons looking for their trophy, versus the destined king of Milwaukee. I mean, it's going to go one way or another, but something is for sure, and that is that we have a bracket reset. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have our second and final series here of the Academy tier, and we will crown our very first champion of RSC16. See you in about 10 minutes.
Do you struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will tailor to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type medify.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's medify.gg/@cmasorl_.
Welcome back, everybody. After what has been an absolutely incredible start to today's grand final, we have one more stop before we crown our very first Academy champion here at RSC. This final, this season of Academy has delivered on every single front veiled, and only one more stop for one of these teams to crown themselves champions. Let's take a look back, because we need to get into this match as quickly as possible, because it's getting very late. Let's take a look back at how we've got here and bring up our bracket one more time. Walk us through it.
Yeah, we of course have the bracket right here. Throughout the day, we started out in the upper brackets where 20R got swept by Ascent and Drangir swept Xinjiang. After that, we dropped down to the lower bracket where Trickery took out Marsham in a 3-0 victory. Unito took out Livens in a Game 5 victory. I'm not sure if it was a reverse sweep. I don't believe it was, but Game 5 victory nonetheless. Xinjiang then took out Trickery in a sweep and then went on to sweep 20R, who made it through from Unito in a 3-1 fashion. Xinjiang then took on Drangir, who was the ones to knock them down into the lower bracket, and they beat them in a Game 7. After that, they have just beaten Ascent in the first best of 7 in another Game 7. So, and that leads to now where we have the bracket reset. Whoever wins this best of 7 takes the whole championship of the Academy tier.
Yeah, that extra life from the bracket reset has been depleted by Unitox in the most dramatic of fashions. But like you mentioned, it all comes down to this. It all comes down to one best of 7. And as you can see, we've made our predictions. We've changed our predictions. They're on the screen right now. I'm going 3-4 Unitox. I believe in another Game 7. I'm going 4-3. And I mean, slam those boxes in the chat if you believe in Utox. Veil, I see you're sticking with Aspire. I assume you think that's because the fatigue's going to get to them?
Yeah, I think the fatigue is going to get to them. I actually had Unitox winning the last one. I got the right team, just the wrong scoreline. But it doesn't matter. We now have this matchup where fatigue is definitely going to start coming into play here. It's going to be tough for Unitox. I believe in them. I believe that they have the skill to do so, but whether they have the mental fortitude to do so is a whole different question. But it does look like we are about to get started. 1 sec here.
It does. I'm just waiting on you to get in the lobby, in fact, Veil.
Yeah,
and
the
then
details I wrote
we
doesn't
will
work.
get
Thank
things
you.
started as quickly as we possibly can. The second series of cinema is loading up here. We've reset the bracket, we've reset the stakes, and it's time to go all out in a single best of 7. Will Aspire complete their mission and bring home the gold for Milwaukee, or will Unitox prove to be the most consistent of the inconsistent? It is time to kick off our second best of 7, our final match of Academy, and crown that champion. Let's get these players down onto Manfield Night and settle the score one final time.
Yeah, and this is where it all matters. Of course, Xinjiang been playing since 6 p.m. European time of today. They have played almost 6 hours already, going into their 5th hour if this series goes long enough. Surely it should go long enough for their 5th hour to start, but 7th hour actually, sorry. I'm also a bit deep into my run of casting here today, so I might also be a bit off my money, but you know, it's gonna be interesting to see if Xinjiang can they just shake off those 6 hours of Rocket League that they have played. Can they just make it not matter? Because everything is a clean slate now. You are playing just like you did when you started in the upper bracket. Sure, you played for 6 hours, but if you can shake it off, you basically just start all over again and get another shot at taking this title.
Well, when Unitox started the day, they looked a little bit lifeless, getting 3-0'd by Team Berserkers. They've fought back against every expectation to make it back to this grand final, to get the bracket reset. 2 Game 7s in a row that have gone their way. This team knows no end in this tier. But Aspire, are they beckoning for the end? Are they wishing for the end? Are they sending Nathan in for the first goal? It looks like that is exactly what's happening.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. The save from Pixel Glitch, it gets the job done, but it's not good enough, and Zombie is just too awkward. Backflips on it. There's not much to do. It's unlucky, but Ascent, they take the lead in this first game here. Now let's see if Xinjiang can bounce up back off this kickoff. It's a pretty decent kickoff. Zombie forces it into the midfield, but Nathan with a strong clear off the bat. Odekarp, though, misses the ball. And Nathan pushes up. Even Tino is pushed up into the other half, and this causes some commotion in the other end, but Nathan gets back in the nick of time. Zombie is looking to keep it in play. Tino off the backboard, but Hansen with a strong 50-50. Odekarp gets bumped for his money. The launch is clear, but it's not on target, and the save is pretty decent. Zombie with a strong shot, though, and no one is ready for that one. Even equal game off the bat, and Xinjiang finds their way back into it.
Yeah, Nathan not able to get up for that in time. And this is how you can expect this series to go. Welcome in if you're just joining us, by the way. I see we've had quite the spike in viewership. The first series was an absolute banger. It was back and forth between these two teams. It was play for play, mistake for mistake, goal for goal, and miss for miss on the open nets as well. So expect this one to go the distance, but there is also that element, Vale, like we keep bringing up, of fatigue starting to set in. Unitox have been playing without breaks for an absurd amount of time now, and the mistakes just have to come through at some point. They have to show. They have been throughout this and the last series, and it's just about containing those to a little bit of a minimum and trying to do your best to really show up when it matters. Throw it all and leave no regrets. Tino going to drop it down, continue to follow up this touch, and the Odekarp to try and throw it on the back wall. Where's the follow-up, though? Nathan, the man of the hour, is here once again to try and fly Aspire to new heights here in the bracket reset.
Yeah, and I hate to point it out, but once again, it's a backflip from Zombie to just not be good enough to make the save. That is that fatigue kicking in. I'm not blaming him whatsoever. It's rough playing this much Rocket League, and those split-second decisions is the ones that are gonna fall down first. And yeah, it's rough, but you gotta find your way back in it. The final is not done yet. You just gotta push on. You gotta throw those mistakes away. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. You have this game to play for right now, and that is everything you can ask for. Zombie, it's a bit of a poor shot, but it keeps the pressure on at the very least. He's gonna turn around for the 50, but that's a strong 50 from Nathan. He's gonna try and force this one through as well, but Hansen just beating his man. Pixel Glitch getting tested on the back end, but he dodges the bump and gets the save for his money. Hansen keeping this one away from the goal, but it's in doing so, it sets up Ascent for another shot, but that's a good beat by Hansen. But once again, it falls straight for an Ascent attacker, and they just have this relentless attack going on, and Xinjiang holding on for dear life here.
A lot of overcommits here on the defensive side by Unitox. They seem a little bit rattled, and it's all about getting back into the swing of things. It has been popped up on the back wall by Tino, and Unitox should be first to this. It's about trying to gauge whether you want to take the shot or just try and set up a play for your teammate. Well, Tino's not going to be setting up anything because he's been taken off the pitch, but a little bit of a risky touch there by Hansen. Will come through with a follow-up there, and warrant no avail. Nathan getting that Dominus stuck right in the mix once again. Continuing to be leading the charge here for Aspire. And has had so many great follow-ups as well. He's just everywhere. You need him on the pitch at all times. But Zombie, that's too much of a task to try and reach. And Tino slots it top left. Aspire regaining control after a shaky end to last series.
Yeah, indeed. And they find a strong start in this series as well. It is much like I predicted, but it's rough. It's rough out here. Let's see if Xinjiang can find something back. Hansen with a bit of a miss. Maybe a strategy I haven't really thought about before, but maybe what if when you get this bracket reset, I know it's gonna make it harder for you in the end, but what if you just take the first game to really just sit and chill and not really, play to win as per se, but just play to get mentally back in the game? Is that a bad call? Is that a good call? I don't know, but maybe
the other thing you can do is run to the shops in the break in between series and buy a pack of Monster.
I don't know if that's gonna be enough though. maybe the adrenaline of the run through the store is enough in itself. Who knows?
You've got to try your best, and that is certainly what both of these teams have done throughout this series. But now that timer flashes above Unitox's screen. They will drop game number 1 to Aspire, who are looking to redeem themselves after a little bit of a
Is it just me or is everyone just driving in circles? Oh, it's on the mainstream. I think the
No,
servers have
yeah,
died.
okay. I think the server has died. No, I
No,
think the servers have died.
the servers indeed have died.
Well,
I think it's safe to say Aspire won that one game. I think 4 seconds left. If you restart for kickoff, it would be an unfair advantage given to
it would be. Yeah.
Xinjiang. If they are able to find 2 kickoff goals off of that, it's something you wouldn't have been able to do in open play at that point. I think we're just gonna have to give the game.
Let's hope it's that game and not the servers. What an
Let's hope so.
anticlimactic ending to what was going to be such a a great start to a bracket reset. I mean, yeah, a great start here for Aspire in the series, going up 1-0, and hopefully we'll get things, get the lobby remade as quickly as we possibly can. But as it stands, it looks like we will be giving that game over to Aspire. I mean, yeah, Veiled, it would be a different story if there was like 2 minutes left, but there was only that 1 second, 4 seconds left. So, I think that is more than fair enough. But, we will get things back up and running, and hopefully we'll have a bit more of a reliable server.
Yeah, I think the main reason we don't do a restart here is it's 4 seconds left. There's really almost no opportunity they even score one goal there. And if they score one goal, the kickoff goal would have to be impeccable. If you then put it on 4 seconds, getting that one goal just becomes so much more possible because you have the chance of scoring on the kickoff right away. I don't think there's any chance they win it. I think, if anything, I think Xinjiang is just going to be happy that they get a little bit longer. Just get this lobby reset. Just get a little bit of time to just, get reset mentally. I think they will be happy about that in the end.
Yeah, we will see. But, I mean, we will get things restarted here, and, well, we'll get this game underway. We are going to restart with 4 seconds left, it does seem. So we'll get things. Me and Veiled have not got the handbook out. We have been told told by people who get paid more than us we've been told what we're doing, and we are resetting the lobby with 4 seconds left here. So you are in fact right, chat. Me and Veiled do not have the handbook to hand. And first mistake of casting a grand final, Veiled. We need to get the handbook out next time.
Yeah, maybe we do. Maybe we do. I mean, it's a split-second decision. I mean, just basically for me, it's just based on what is fair. Whether what the handbook says, I cannot speak of that. We have other people in the background that has done that for us, and they've made the decision. And I will speak no further on it. I just made a in the call moment of what I thought was fair, but they get what they want.
We will restart this with 4 seconds left on the clock, Veiled. Will it be 4 seconds of jubilation for Xinjiang, or will it be Ascent walking away with game number 1? We will just let the admin perms get sorted out here as we get a live view of Abdul running the running the maths here and resetting the timer. It looks like we will be ready to get this going, and it wouldn't be a grand final without some tech issues, would it? Let's be real. But will the Unitox be able to do it? The seconds will tick down, and it looks like it will be, surprise, surprise, an Aspire victory.
Yep. I don't think we needed to do it anyways, but, they got the chance. They didn't pick up on it.
I don't want to hear anyone, crying about how late it is now. There you go.
Indeed. I even think we switched the map to Forbidden Temple, which is the second map in the series.
Oh, who cares? We're past that point now.
Who cares? We just had a little bit of a map change mid-game, but it's okay. It's okay. Great.
Well,
we have great games ahead of us. At least 3 more games. Now it's going to be interesting to see if Xinjiang can bounce back in the second game here.
It's, I mean, it's great. We finished a game and Aspire have won 3-1, and they've only got 4 points between 3 players. I mean, that is impeccable. I think we should give them an award just for that. But no, we do appreciate everybody in the chat, everybody tuning in for bearing with us through the technical difficulties of Rocket League servers. And we will hopefully be able to get right back on track. Game number 2 kicking off here on Forbidden Temple, and we will be getting things underway as well now. thank you for bearing with us. And, well, Aspire taking on Unitox. Will we see a repeat of game number 1, or will Unitox be able to shake things up here and fight back?
Yep, and people in the chat have been calling for one thing recently, Hodge. It is the headset then.
Don't. I've done that before.
If you show the headset then, I'll do a TikTok dance. I'll make it even for you.
What? That's tempting. I'll take the best of 7 to think about it. We'll see. But
okay.
I mean, if it's anything like the last, deal that you tried to uphold, then I don't know if I trust you that much. But we'll see.
Hey. I made it very clear when I said that. Well, maybe not clear enough because I made it in 2 messages, but the screenshot was taken out of context. I made it very clear that a roster change would invalidate that whole bet. That was the only reason I bet that high. Now, if I did like 5 gifted, Aspire doesn't make top 6, and I said that, a whole different story. I would have held my end of the deal, because the other end wouldn't have been broken. But I'm not just gonna pay out because people think that I meant one thing.
I love how no one has any context of what's going on unless you're an academy here. But anyway, back to business. Maybe if we get some more time, we'll explain that one later. But Aspire 1-0 up in game number 2. Unitox fighting from a deficit. And maybe all they need is the ball to float its way into the net. Hansen gets credited. And it's a response from Unitox.
Indeed it is. It's a response, and it's great to see, actually. Early on, Xinjiang, they find a response. And let's see if they can build on it here. They have another kickoff to work with right here. It is going to be Zombie. It's a bit of lacking from Xinjiang, but Hansen is going to be able to track back. The pinch from Odekap makes it a bit more workable from Xinjiang. That touch from Tino, even more so. But Odekap gets a strong clear. Now Pixel Glitch gets the self-touch, but he gets demoed for his efforts. Hansen beating his first man. Even bumping Odekap to make him not able to follow the play. But Tino just getting there just in time. Now Nathan getting tested. The demo from Tino coming through. They're running the interference. They're smelling the blood in the water here, Hodge. And they're not letting anything slip by them in this series like they did in the last one.
Does seem like that. Zombie. And park it up. Park that bus. It's still at scoreline stands equal. Double commit coming through from Unitox. That could open the gates here for Aspire to start firing on all cylinders. It will be Nathan to try and slot it, but Zombie, great defense on his part. Gonna be looking to try get it towards the backboard. Is that just on target? It is. Hansen throwing it up on the back wall. Pixel Glitch looking to try and dunk it down, but it's saved away. Aspire holding strong on their defensive side.
Yeah, indeed, and that shot was a bit lacking down the other end, but Odekap, he does it where he needs to do it, and he scores a goal off a very good challenge here. He reads the miss from Hansen, and he just puts it in. Odekap, he leads this, well, he gets a goal for Ascent to put them in the lead once again in this game too.
Yeah, it's looking electric, but Unitox, they can only make it an electric bracket reset if they're able to continue off the form that they started with in the first. Back over to the midfield, and we'll go a little bit further. Hansen looking for the touch. Zombie can turn on this and continue to play aggressive here for the side of Unitox, and Pixel Glitch maybe jumped a little bit far forward. Autocarp's missed it, and this is the, this is it starting to show here, Veiled, the longevity that these guys have had to play with for the past 6 hours on both different teams, starting to be visible here on the pitch. 2 minutes still remaining. It will be, it will be into Unitox to still try and fight back from this one.
Yeah, you mentioned the 6 hours of Rocket League, but the difference is Ascent going through that upper bracket. They've had 2 breaks of a whole hour to just, get settled into things and just, not even just consecutively playing the game. Sure, they probably would have done some warm-up in between the games, but it's different being in a series every single hour, playing for your life in the tournament, and just being able to sit and relax and watch the opposition fight to even stay in the tournament.
This is certainly a battle of writing history here in an RSC Grand Final. Is it the first team, or we don't have this fact check, but surely it's the first time, right? The first team to ever publicly sit in a public VC with a load of other people and com in a grand final, get a win? Or will it be the first person to likely ever win a grand final on 5G phone data. I mean, we don't have any of those fact checked, but surely no one's done it before, right?
It doesn't seem so. Maybe the 5G one, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
But definitely the public VC one is definitely a first. I do believe. Oh, that's a great shot from Zombie. Nathan gets taken out. Pixel Glitch can put that on target. It could have been a goal, but not quite able to do so. Hansen forcing the issue. Pixel Glitch, that's a great shot, and it goes in. Odekarp gets completely caught out on that front post. And while he just scored the goal to take them ahead, he's now conceded the goal to put them back equal.
Unitox will not go down without a fight. They've showed us that throughout this entire series and are going to look to continue with the form they showed us in the last series. I mean, 30 seconds left on the clock. Will this be done in regulation? Will we need an overtime? Hansen wants to be done with this, and the missed touch from Ottercop. That's so awkward for the Scarab. And it will be the lead taken by Unitox with 20 seconds remaining. I mean, it is a gift that they've been given here, Veiled. What are they going to do to try and hold on to it?
Well, they are... I don't know. Only time will tell, really, here, Hutch. I did want to point out, though, that Odekarp has been the man that has been in front on this team. He has a goal to his name, but also 3 saves. And he was the man, the hero of the moment when he got that goal to put them in front, but very quickly that all changed as he failed to save 2 on his own side. But that equalizer from Tino opens things back up for Ascent.
Yeah, Tino right back in it. Pixel Glitch thought he could go a little bit too far and overstepped into Tino territory. Aspire looking to try and take away game number 2 from what rightfully feels like Unitox's. But as that timer reaches 0, it will have to be on 0 seconds, or it will have to be into overtime.
Indeed, we do have overtime once again. And what better way to get a result of a game than an overtime? Pixel Glitch, oh, that touch is a bit weird. Now Zombie is gonna be so awkward. He tries to make a touch, but he can't quite get it. Now it's made up by Pixel Glitch, the man who first of all put that touch in, but he took some control and now setting up Zombie to try and take it off. Couldn't do so. As Hansen tries to carry it forward. A little bit of a mishap in front of the Xinjiang goal there. Ascent not able to lock it down, but that one does it. Nathan to score the game winner here in game 2.
Nathan is just there for Aspire. They want this championship. They want this title. And you can tell they are locked in to try and make it happen. Aspire winning the overtime, winning game number 2, and now putting Unitox on the back foot in this series.
Indeed, Ascent, they are on the path to be taking this championship. This Xinjiang roster, they have been fighting very well, but this might just be the nail in the coffin. They were able to get the lead back after dropping down, but they were not able to close it down. And that might just be the story of this bracket reset. It's usually how it goes. Sometimes every once in every blue moon we see a team actually pull off the bracket reset and get the win, but the difference between teams have to be so different to do so.
Yeah. Well, we will look to get ourselves locked and loaded into game number 3. And, well, I mean, just looking at how this series has gone, I don't believe Xinjiang are done with this one. I reckon they've got a little bit more cinema for us, a little bit more tricks up their sleeve. And as we head into the next map, we will see if, well, Unitox do have some fight left in them, or if Aspire are just locked in and, well, focused on winning Millie Q his title.
That is the storyline we go on here. Can Milwaukee get his trophy without playing a game in the playoffs? Well, he surely is close to doing so. But Zombie here would like something different to say about it, as well as Hansen. They both looked very strong today, but can they pull it off now that we need them the most to make a difference? Pixel Glitch also been phenomenal for his value, but it's just not been enough in this last series here.
Well, we now get towards crunch time here for Unitox. Not opting to take the time out opting to continue playing, opting to continue fighting here on DFH. But their back's already against the wall here in the early stages as Aspire looking to put together the pieces. It's going to drop down. Tino continuing on in the play, sticking around there. But so far, it's been all about the defensive side for Unitox. They've been trying to break through. They've been trying to break free. And Aspire, they finally have to worry about more of the counter-attack as it's been hit back over into their side of the field.
Yeah, Nathan's gonna get tested here. It's gonna drop straight down, but Tino should be there first. Indeed he is, but Zombie gets to take a pot shot. It is on target, but just not enough power or placement to get the goal out of it. Now a bit of scrambling back in defense here from the side of Xinjiang. Not a lot of boost to work with, but Pixel Glitch pushes forward. A bit of a misplay, sees Odekarp taking it forward, even forcing a whiff out of Hansen, but follow-up is too slow to do anything with it. Zombie though, that's a great layup for his teammate. Pixel Glitch taking it forward into the corner. Hansen has to track back a little bit. That sets up Odekarp for the shot. Zombie cannot get the save, and the lead will be taken by Ascent.
Ascent showing their power once again here in this grand final, and Zombie just wasn't quite expecting it. You can tell from Unitox, they just look a little bit deflated. They just look a little bit out of it. The fatigue starting to reach them. But Aspire, they've had that extra time throughout their journey of Saturday to have those breaks coming from the upper bracket. Not quite as battle-hardened throughout the day. Throughout the having to go through that lower bracket, and it's showing here on the pitch. But what have Unitox got for us? Tino, he's got to try and get on the end of this one, but it is denied by Zombie. Gets it down over to Hansen. I think one thing that this has shown us today here, Veiled, is how difficult these lower bracket runs can be. And, I mean, you need some other kind of mental to try and run it.
Yeah, it really is difficult. We've seen it in esports as well. You know, when you have these kind of formats where you finish in a double bracket elimination, it just makes it so much more difficult if you just already drop to the lower bracket. But this Xinjiang roster have really been inspirational. The way they've taken it all the way from the first round in the lower bracket today, taking it all the way to the grand final.
Well, back into the zone here for Unitox. Get locked in. If you don't, 2 minutes time, it'll have to be a reverse sweep to try and deny Aspire a title. It'll be their very first RSC title as a franchise, and many players' first trophies as well. But Unitox have been given a golden opportunity off the back of some of those whiffs, and these are mistakes you just can't be making, but it's such an awkward ball for every single one of those players.
Yeah, no eyes on the field right there, except for Zombie. He took his time, he waited for the right moment, and he struck, and he found an equalizer. And well, that is one argument for maybe Academy being an easier tier to pull off the bracket reset, because mistakes are more prone to happen in this tier. Of course, these are two of the more consistent teams in this tier, but even they can make mistakes if you force it enough. But yeah, at the same time, you also have to make sure you don't make mistakes on your own side. And
Speaking of mistakes,
Xinjiang haven't really been able to do so.
Yeah, whiffs coming through here. The Academy in these players is starting to show. Pixel Glitch should have a free touch to the sidewall. Arcop trying to play that 50, and he's got a great dunk there. Can Tino get on the end of it? Not quite. Zombie touching it out to the sidewall. And Unitox, their defense has been so I guess collected, so consistent throughout the majority of the day. It's been off of the back of these counter-attacks where they have thrived, setting up their teammates on the back wall and capitalizing, on the back of Aspire's mistakes. But it might all come down to one goal here in game number 3, where Unitox are looking to shine bright. Hansen off the backboard, but it will drop down and Pixel Glitch will collect here. 45 seconds left, Veiled.
45 seconds left. There's a big clear from Nathan here. He gets demoed though. That opens up the back line. Both Tino and Carp racing back, kind of fighting over who's going to take that ball. It ends up being Carp, but he doesn't really have boost to work with. That opens up a shot. That opens up another shot. Then what a goal by Zombie. Racing off the backboard is sniped by Hansen, and he's able to put it home.
That is magical there. I, to be honest, thought he was about to save that one. But Zombie, makes his impact known, continues to surge energy through the veins of not just himself, but also his teammates. And it feels like when he's alive, the entire team comes alive as well and put their name up in lights here on the pitch. Xinjiang leaving it all on the pitch as they look to try and fight back in this bracket reset, not allow Aspire a way into a 3-0 up in the series. And they will not go down. This team is unforgiving, Veiled.
They saw just when we thought it was over, they somehow find a way to resurge and find a way back into the series. This game is surely done, and it will fall in the favor of Xinjiang. Now, can they keep it going in next game, or was this just a one-game wonder? I hope, for one, that we get to see some more magic from this team, because we know how well they can play when it gets to the late games in the series.
We absolutely do. It looks like this one might end with a bang, and this series is only just getting started. I mean, what is going on? I'm just going to directly talk to the producer here. We are not doing a mystery map. I'm not having any shenanigans here. Apparently, okay, so we will not be doing that. We will be continuing with the map pool. We're not doing a mystery map here. Because, well, as much as Ascent might have chose it, that's not fair on Xinjiang. Our producer's trying to rig the matchup, guys.
I've already played in one tournament.
Don't
It might
attack
just
him.
have been a twos tournament for Academy players, but when you put on that random map, it's chaos. You do not want to watch it. It's not. It might just flip the whole thing over for the opposition side,
Don't
but
worry,
it's not
I'm
fun.
not letting it happen. I'm not letting Abdul get up to the antics here. But yeah, it's not happening. It's not happening. But we will see, because we are heading into game number 4 very, very shortly. And they said we can have our mystery map if we sub in Mill. I don't know who we are, but Abdul is apparently on Team Aspire here, and me and Veiled want to see a cinema series. We're getting game number 4 underway, though, as we have all the players ready to go. Mystery map is a load of woke nonsense, and it is time to get back onto the pitch and fight a 3v3 game of Rocket League to see if it's going to be 3-1 in the series, or if it's going to be all just getting started and a 2-2.
Yeah, it's a bit of a whiff from Hansen off the bat. Shot on target by Tino, but it's saved by Pixel Glitch. So far, defense holding up for Xinjiang. I might have just cursed them immediately. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop talking. You do the talking, Hutch. I can't.
Defense holding up for Xinjiang until Ottercart barrels down mid with the Scarab slicing through that last defender. And, well, Zombie just couldn't contest that one. Aspire starting off on the front foot, but Zombie looking to try and go back the other way. It's denied by Tino, who doesn't turn upfield, who plays the consistent game, who plays how you should be playing when you've got a 1-goal lead in a grand final there. And, well, Unitox, they've got to try their best to fight back and get this to a 2-2 situation in the series. And, well, you can
this
see
could be a
Zombie
great
up at this
chance,
point.
Hutch.
It could be. It could be. It continues to be only a chance, though, as misses and whiffs come through. Unitox not able to make the most of it.
That is crazy. That is probably one of the best passes I've seen all series, and no one is going quick enough. And yeah, it is what it is. You know, great defense from Ascent. Xinjiang not able to break down the defense this time, but surely they will have more opportunities to do so. Hansen forcing a bit of a defensive move from Tino there, not really able to get the ball from him though. Carp forcing it forward, but Zombie is holding strong for now. Nathan to the ceiling, gets a dunk as well, but Carp is not ready for it. Hansen doesn't get the desired touch, but Ascent is not really ready for it either. Tino takes a pot shot, it's off target. Is there a follow-up? The bump is good, the second bump is found as well. That leaves it completely open for Nathan.
Aspire crossing the T's and dotting the I's here on this offensive pressure. Lovely bumps coming through by Tino. And then again, it is that slot from Nathan to really put the pressure on Unitox. It is looking like Aspire are far and clear in the driver's seat in this series. And they have been for the entire of today's matches. But can they have a good ending at the same time, or Has Unitox maybe got something cooking?
That is a good question. The dunk from Nathan here is big. Pixel glitch makes a great save there. Zombie is gonna follow it up. Pixel running some interference onto Otakap, opens things up for Zombie here. He's on the backboard. Can he drop it down? Nathan whiffs. The shot is not found by Hansen. Tino, great performance from him in the defense right there. The demo is also found. Tino's gonna turn around. Actually completely beats his defender, but he whiffs the shot. But Nathan to save the day for Ascent.
Unitox look a little bit disconnected. Aspire look like they're thriving here on the pitch. There's no stopping them. No matter what you want to throw at this team, they continue to persevere. They continue to rise to new heights, all with that one goal spurring them on. Get Milwaukee a trophy. And in 2 minutes and 41 seconds, unless Unitox do something, they will be 5 minutes away from doing just that.
Yeah, it's starting to look rough again. It is, however, suiting my prediction of a 4-1 victory to Ascent in this series. But that aside, we saw some resurgence from Xinjiang last game. Was it a one-game wonder, or can we see them go back to form? They have 2 minutes 30 to score 4 goals. It's not undoable. It is very tough though, but I would like to see more from them if they are to even try and attempt to do that.
2 minutes left on the clock here. And a 4-0 lead held in the hands of Aspire. This one feels over, but it's on Unitox to make us believe that it isn't. Ball popped up. Zombie rising to the occasion. He's risen to so many of these occasions so far today, but this one a little bit too far-fetched, a little bit too challenging for the young prodigal son of Unitox here in Academy. And, I mean, it has just been a masterclass from Aspire in not just this game here, Veiled, but the series as a whole has not been half bad from them. They've had a wonderful day surging through that upper bracket, and they want to put an exclamation mark on what has been an insane day for not just this team, but this franchise in general.
Yeah, it's been very impressive what Aspire has been able to do tonight. Xinjiang on the other end also been very impressive for completely different reasons, but yeah, Ascent, they had that extra life coming from the upper bracket, and that lifeline seems to have been just enough for them to find a way back. But hold on, bit of a rule 1 is found. It is Zombie and Otakap. Hold on, it's broken. I need to get a replay review on who broke that one, so we can publicly shame them.
I can't lie, I would as well in this situation. But then again, I'm out of the tournament, so I don't get a say. 45 seconds left of this one. This looks pretty donezo, but we'll see if Unitox can maybe get a goal on the board here just to make themselves believe that they can still do it. It's going to drop down, and Nathan's going to clear the lines. Aspire, they just look so in control of this one. And game number 4 looking like it will go their way, Veiled. They'll go up 3-1 in the series, and it'll be on Xinjiang to make this a bracket reset to be remembered. It'll be on them to fight for their title, because they fought oh so hard, and it'd be such a shame if it all came crashing down here.
They have been in difficult moments early on today as well. It's not the first time they face opposition, but it is the first time that they face fatigue while doing so. And so far, it doesn't look good for them. They have a lot of room to make up in the next game at least. They need to, first of all, figure out how are they going to win the next game. After that, they're going to figure out how they're going to win the game after that and keep that momentum going, because they clearly weren't able to ride the momentum off of winning last game into this one. Just getting absolutely stomped after a little bit of a stump of their own, really.
Timeout claimed here by Xinjiang, and it is now do or die. Aspire have not got just one, not got just 2, but 3 chances, I believe, going into these next couple of games to try and crown themselves champions. Unitox have got to be perfect from here on out, take us to a game 7 and show us that icy form that they can, that they know and have shown us many times. We are just going to quickly have a little bit of a tech pause as well because of one of the players disconnecting. So we've got a little bit of time to sort of talk and digest this here, Veiled. But I think overall, right, it's been an absolutely cinema grand final so far, one of the greatest I've ever seen here. But this bracket reset, it feels like Unitox have still got more to give. We have got it confirmed that we will be going to a quick technical pause. So Unitox get 5 minutes to see if they can fix the technical problems that they do have. I believe it is with Hansen's Xbox. So we'll hopefully get him loaded back in as quickly as possible there. But I mean, overall here, Veiled, a wonderful series from Aspire. I think there's still a little bit more to give here from Unitox.
There is more to give, but the question is, can they provide it? Really? I mean, we haven't seen much from them this series. They had that one resurgence game, game 3. They were able to take one back, but it's been rough from them. It's been rough from them this series. They were able to really fight down the line in the first bracket reset series where they got the bracket reset, but I haven't seen anything since then to really prove that they still have it, that they still have the ice. And if there's any moment to prove that they still have that ice, it has to be right here in this game. Unfortunately, we won't be having it right now due to some technical issues, but sure, it will be sorted sooner rather than later.
It will do. We will just see how we can get this one sorted and back up as well. How long it's going to take exactly, but we will, be getting the players loaded back in whenever they can and getting game number 5 underway. I know it's a little bit awkward in this situation for teams to have to try and play on from a place like this where things have not necessarily gone their way and they've just got to try and make the best of it. But we do have Hansen back in the lobby, so it looks like he will be back and ready to go, but his teammates aren't here. So we will wait for everyone to quickly rejoin Veiled and then get this series right back underway. But I want to know what are your chances? What do you think? Where do you think they're going with the rest of this series? And also, I'm going to direct this question to chat. Where do we think the rest of this series is going? Is Aspire going to have it this easily, or is Unitox going to fight back? And if you think that Unitox are going to fight back, get those boxes spammed in the chat.
I mean, you asked me the question, but I really wanted to just let Chad answer it, really. Because who cares about my opinion? I already put my prediction in. I already know where this is going, but let the chat prove me wrong if they want to do so. If they agree with me, let them agree with me.
All right, then. Well, we will see. And it looks like a lot of people believing in the Unitox comeback. But will Aspire be able to close this one out? Some people saying this will be the last game and we're going to be done here. Well, for that, Aspire would have to join the lobby. So we will see. We will see. But it's going to be cinema nonetheless here, Veiled. One thing I want to quickly talk about is, when we look overall at the season, these two teams have played each other, and it's been a little bit close, but Unitox has always had the upper hand. That doesn't really feel relevant here in this grand final. I think a lot of the time it is just due to it's a different, scenario. It's playoffs. They're a little bit fatigued, right? And we've talked about it many times, but is that just the sole impact, or do you reckon Aspire have just stepped it up to a new level?
I think the fatigue is the big one here. I think in the first series, Unitox really proved that they were here to play. They weren't just another team for Aspire to beat. They had the upper hand on Aspire most of those games. So I don't think it's fair to say that they've just been blown out of the water. I think they've already proved that they can compete with them. Whether they can come back and play for, well, we are well into the 7th hour that they have been playing from Unitox. Whether they can keep it going is a completely different conversation, and it requires so much mental fortitude. And well, personally, I don't think that there's a lot of players that have that capacity to do so. I would like to get this proven, because there's no greater thing than when a team just goes against all odds and just proves everyone wrong.
We will see. We're just waiting on Aspire to get themselves back in the lobby, and then we'll be able to get this one underway. One game off of a title here for Aspire. This would be insane, right? We look back to week one, people doubted them, people discounted them, people dismissed them, and Aspire have really, over the course of their roster changes, they've had some different decisions to make. Back in preseason, they had the Yeetree kid Masters conversation, who was going to be joining that team. It turned out it was Masters, who then, left after a little bit. Tino came in, Nathan came in, Ottercop and Mill have been sticking around. It's been pandemonium at Aspire, and people really made fun of them in the preseason to, try and get through this because it was such a difficult time, but they've persevered. They've been able to link up as a team, and I actually spoke to Tino before this series, and he said, I think I am the only player and the only team alongside Nathan in Academy who would have been able to get this far and do as well as they did in the sub games of Mill, because Mill didn't even do bad in his sub games. He got he lost 4-0 to my team, then he got 2 draws against Azteca, and then he got a win versus KDJ. So I mean, he was still picking up some decent games. So I mean, it's not been a bad season for Mill. It's not been a bad showing, but still, we are just waiting for Aspire to get themselves into this lobby and get this game underway here, Veiled. But Unitox season, we've got to talk about their season as well, right? Because they've stayed with the same roster for the entire season. And I talked to Hansen yesterday as well, and he was saying how they had a couple of availability issues with Zombie at the start of the season, but once they got those sorted, it was fine. They had to get all their sub games done quickly, and it seems like teams who got their sub games done really early on really peaked at the end of the season. You look at the likes of 20R, you look at the likes of Unitox, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely monumental to get your sub games out of the way. I can say that out of experience. I had one sub series left to play at the end, and well, that was the series where we were playing for our qualification into the play-ins, and we all know how that went. So probably a good idea to get them done sooner rather than later is probably the sentiment to be taken from that. Yeah. But Unitox, I think they've been playing great all season. I think the first time I played them, I think we lost 3-1, and I think the second time we played them we got swept. So they're definitely not a bad team whatsoever, and I think they've definitely showed that today. Of course, they got swept on their first game on stream tonight, but they bounced back almost as quickly as they got swept the first time, and they haven't looked back since. This is the only real time where they face some opposition since then.
Well, all the players are in the lobby. We have our tech timeout over. Everyone is ready to go for what could be the last game here of the Academy season in RSC16. Beckwith Park is our background. It will be no mystery map here, Veiled, and well, these teams might be about to duke it out one more time. Ottercop already leaping for this one as Aspire want to clip Unitox's wings where they stand and get themselves that trophy.
It's a bit of a double demo there, but it opens things up for Ascent to take the lead. And if you're on the side of Xinjiang, this is not what you would like to see in the beginning of the game.
It really isn't. Ascent, is it going to be like this? Are they going to let Aspire walk away with the title? Back to the center circle, and it's a brawl under the darkness here. Surely this one's got to be sort of swifted to the side there. I don't even know what word I'm going for here, but it makes sense in my head. Anyway, Unitox forced on the defensive side. They've got to deal with Nathan, who's got that infield to Ottercop, who's missed it. Is that one going to come back to haunt them? This man in the Scarab, who's been so impactful in this playoff bracket, in this grand finals, not going to get that chance to put another goal in and make it 2-0 for Aspire. And now things are getting a little bit awkward. Pixel Glitch has a chance but can't recover fast enough. It's mistakes on both sides here, Veiled.
Yep, and a bit of miscommunication on the Xinjiang side there. That opens up things. Oh, what a shot! And what a save by Nathan, able to get to that top corner finish and save the day for Ascent. He's now going to be having to do a lot of duties in the corner. Actually ends up passing it out to Zombie, who lays it off to Hansen. Back to Zombie, but he can't find the finish. And now Tino, the man to take them out of defense. He does well, but he gets bumped for his troubles. But that lob might just set up. No, it's going to set up Pixel Glitch, but he doesn't get the best touch. So we still have an Ascent attack on the way, but a big clear from Zombie might change things around here. Tino trying to control it off his backboard, but that will be it for now. Hansen fakes out Nathan, and that shot just not good enough.
Oh!
That one neither. And Ascent, they hold on with their lead, and they charge forward to try and find another goal on the Xinjiang side.
They do. It's quite clear that Unitox are the ones who are struggling to chase this lead. Even be it only one goal, they've given it their all. But is that going to be enough? Is that going to be all that they can give? Pixel Glitch wants to try and find this one in. It comes off of the Aspire player, and Pixel Glitch buys Xinjiang life.
What a goal. What a goal. Nathan even pre-jumps to try and make the save if there is a shot on target. But that's just beautifully placed. And it just squeezes in off of Nathan's car, and there's nothing he can do but watch in horror as he own goals. That's one way to get back, and maybe, just maybe, it destabilizes Ascent's mental just enough to get a way back into the series. You talked about that miss from Odekarp, whether it would haunt this team, and I think right now it is, but sure, there's still 2 missed Friday, but what a team pin charge!
What a play. The pass over to Zombie from Pixel Glitch, who is just able to get the exact touch needed with the exact amount of power to put that in the back of the net. Ottercop, get out of Twitch chat. You've got a grand finals to win. Honestly, when will they learn? Pix the Scarab and sit in Twitch chat while he's playing this series. But Aspire, they've got a couple of chances, but those chances, as we've seen, and playing against a team such as Unitox, can fade so quickly, and that's off of that side wall to touch over to that side, and Ottercarp should have a touch to work with. Will be Zombie who sticks around in this corner, tries to get it passed over to a teammate, but they weren't quite on the same page. This one has to be impactful from Pixel Glitch, and he's able to put a stop to the counter-attack that was starting to brew. And from what I thought was going to be a bit of an overcommit there from Unitox, ends up being okay. They're able to stabilize. They're able to get that one passed back into the midfield and look to start making the magic happen that we love and have seen so many times throughout this series.
Yeah, indeed, as Tino launches a bit of an attempt at net, not able to get it, but he finds the demo here, opens things up for Nathan, who passes it down to Carp, and they find the equalizer, 2-2, and everything to play for both teams. Ascent, they're trying to close out this series. Xinjiang, they're just fighting for another chance to stay alive.
Does seem that way. The demo opened things up, and the goal sealed the deal. Pixel Glitch now trying to rise to the occasion, but Nathan not having any of that one, excuse me. And, well, the player's feeling the fatigue. We certainly are as well here, Vale. But Zombie looking to try and find that 50, not able to. Nathan to just pop it up over to his teammates. And it's great defense from Aspire. They're looking to keep Unitox out, but Unitox are keeping themselves out with some of these shots.
Yeah, and I've been keeping a little eye on chat, and I am seeing Odekarp just typing away there.
Confident.
It is kind of making me want this Xinjiang roster to make a comeback and just win this one and steal it away right beneath his nose, just for sitting in chat, you know, to being a bit cocky here. But it's just my take. It's still pretty even here. A bit of a miss by Tino there that could have sealed the game for them. As you said earlier, that might come back to haunt them. Let's hope for their sake it doesn't. But offense on the side of Xinjiang here is a good clear from Tino though, but Zombie should be back. Indeed he is. Can he get the follow-up touch? No, but it catches the Ascent team off guard.
Oh,
maybe
this
just
is all
enough.
good. No way. They might have done it. Aspire with 15 seconds left look to seal the deal. It comes off of Pixel Glitch, and is that the final goal of the season here in Academy? Is that it? What have Unitox got to show us here? Already with some possession. Zombie looking to try and connect that, but that timer on their screen, you doubted them, you discounted them, you laughed at them, but in this season, RSC16, Tino is a champion, Nathan is a champion, and Milwacker and Ottercarp are champions of RSC Academy Season 16. Aspire have done it. And wow, what a season in Academy to look back on there, Veiled. an absolute classic. We are going to get these boys in an interview soon, but massive effort from both teams here. You can tell Xinjiang fought their heart and soul into that series. They put it all on the line, but Aspire persevered through every single thing that people threw at them. Milwaukee, in his first proper season, being looked down on as a sub, people said they wouldn't make top 6. People said Mill's sub games would drag them down. He managed to get those sub games over the line, and his team delivered for him here in the playoffs. Aspire, your RSC16 champions, Veiled.
Indeed they are, and what a way to finish things off with a bang on Academy playoffs. I think we will have a short break. I mean, we might just get our series MVP on
we
screen
will.
real quick, but
We all know it's
I would
Mill.
like to have a little break here, and then we'll go on to the interviews. And it will be Nathan, actually, surprising me a little bit, but a strong performance from him in this last series. 4 goals to his name, 5 assists, and 11 saves. 2,001 points over 5 games. That's 400 points per game. Just slightly over that 400.2 points per game. Strong performance from him. And I think that will be it for right now. We will be back very shortly with an interview. But thank you for watching the final. We will be right back.
Do you struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won, and thousands of dollars earned, I will tailor to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type metafy.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's metafy.gg/@cmasorl_.
Okay.
Is he going?
Bro, I didn't
Wait,
even play it. I'm so nervous.
Wait, did he? Is it? Oh, we're live. Oh, okay, we're live.
Oh,
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 all
come on.
right. So our producer kind of trolled us with that, but we're back and we're here with your Academy champions, ladies and gentlemen. That is right. You are looking at that graphic. It is Ottercarp, Tino, Nathan, and Milwacker who have a trophy after this Academy season. Who would have thought? And everybody wants to hear from him, so I'm going to come straight to him. Milwacker, you here?
Yep.
So, Milwacker, I mean, coming into this season, right, you were an FA before this. You didn't get picked up in the last season. This is your first season of playing on a roster. Everybody doubted you. Every single person in Academy said that you wouldn't win your sub games. You wouldn't be able to stand up to the level that these players play at. But you did. You had a pretty decent run in those sub games. How did you help your teammates both on the pitch and off the pitch? Because I've heard some rumors of some coaching as well.
It's been just we've been like trying to figure out what is the best play style to play with me. Um, we've been working a lot. With behind the scenes as well. Even I'm working like alone with a couple of other people who I really know. And yeah, I like my team.
Yep, that's good to hear. And Tino, you're obviously the highest rated player on the team. How has it been like playing with your teammates this season? And has there been any issues or things you needed to figure out to make the team play better?
Yo, it's been a wild journey, man. So I got in what, week 2? Yeah, week 2 it was, right? Obviously had the team, was a little bit dilapidated after a certain someone left. I'm not gonna name drop because obviously I'm not a dick. No, never mind. Sorry, language.
Hey, yo.
Fine, don't
I've
worry
got
about it.
language,
Don't worry about
language.
it.
Hey,
Don't worry.
yo, what?
Keep going.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Alright, cool. But obviously, right, had to adjust with the team, see how they do. And I'm gonna give a shout out to Nathan because what a player he is. Every single time I put that ball in the middle, it's a goal. And guess who puts the ball in the net? It's Nathan, but what a player. So my teammate, I love my teammates. I hope my teammates love me. But yeah, what a
It's it's
series.
def- it's definitely been great following you guys this season. And Nathan, well, I've heard some things about you as well. Tino also just said it. I've heard you've been a bit of a rotational player. Have you found like the need to hold back a little bit on pushing upfield? Maybe cutting your rotation a bit soon to make sure that you're back all the time. And has that been an issue for you, or do you feel like you've just been playing the way you wanted to play, really?
I mean, I feel like I've played the way I wanted to play. Just gotta like learn how to play with Tino and Carp, obviously during the games, and then sub series as well when Mel is in. But overall, I think it's been fine. I could just do what I want, play the ball, and expect Carp or Tino to be there. So yeah.
Well, I mean, it has been an incredible season for all of you, and also for Aspire as a franchise. If I'm not mistaken here, Banan, coming in as an AGM here for Aspire this season, people called this team the meme team, right? And we'll get onto that in a little bit. But how does it feel as Aspire to go from, people memeing on this roster to them turning it around and making it your first ever RSC championship for an Aspire team?
It feels very good. Thank you all for doubting us, so we could actually win.
Cinema.
Oh, that's
No pressure.
it's good to hear, and I mean, Aspire as a franchise have just been incredible in last season and in building this team here. I mean, I even called it a meme team in the draft stream, but you guys have really fought back and fought against those odds. I'm gonna come to let's see. Has anyone not been asked a question? I'm just gonna go with that.
Order cap has it.
The Carp.
Oh, a carp. I've got to come to you. Okay, so how does it feel? I mean, you guys coming into this series, right? There was a little bit of discussion of if you guys went up 3-0, you would sub in Milwacker. That was genuinely a thing that they were considering, by the way, if anyone didn't know. Did you feel any pressure as the min player coming in on this team, or was it more like you trusted in your teammates, you trusted in your own ability, and were able to just get it done and rely in the team?
Well, I think playing with Nathan and Tino, like,
I've been in RSC for like 4 seasons, I think, or 3. I play like 2 or 3 of them on the Switch, Nintendo. So after a long time, I feel like we really like. I feel like I got the perfect teammates. Like, I feel like I don't have any pressure, anything. Like, I can just relax with them because at the end of the day, it's just a tournament that you play with friends, and I think it really worked out. And with Mill, yeah, it was a plan that if we go 3-0 up, I honestly wouldn't mind if we went 2-0 up and he went in, but it was up to the department above, so I can't say anything. But
Why are you
I
lying?
think Mill had a great season. He really helped out the team in the league play. Like, I was shocked by how good he is. A lot of people doubted him, so a lot of props to him.
Well, Veiled, have you got any more questions for our champions before we wrap things up here?
I think I have heard everything, but
All right then.
you
Well,
wanna lead it?
I'm gonna go to Millwacker one last time here before send you on your way. Mill, I mean, I have to say, finishing this season and winning the tier as a sub, that likely means, I'd assume, I'm not sure on the exact math, that you will get a bonus and won't be 1200 anymore. I could be wrong on that, but I'm just assuming. So if that is the case, what is next for Mill coming forward into RSC17?
I mean, we will see. There won't be any information given about the next season, but I'm already currently in talks with like a couple of other people who want to team up with me.
All right then. Well, that's good to hear, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you here in the interviews as well and getting a trophy. Guys, I want to say massive congratulations. You guys, people get to be an RSC champion, but you guys get to be the first champions of Academy, and that's something that you can only say once. So congratulations on that. Last but by no means least, I want to give you all an opportunity to shout out anyone who you might want to shout out, who's maybe helped you along the way, or is it all just Millwacker?
All Millwacker. I mean, can you give props out to Masters for making the database? Made things like more exciting, and then obviously
Well, that's true, actually.
when it all went down, he still had all the score lines and everything, keeping it all in shape, and so yeah.
I also wanted to mention the last week of the league play, we actually had to win one game against where was it? We were 1 win down to get top 3, and I think that was also a really close one. Like, we barely got top 3, so I must say like the competition was really strong in league play. So I must like give big props to like the rest of the teams. They played really consistently.
Well, like Death Cloud.
Illusory and DSQ giving us good scrims before our playoff matches.
It's just always good. Always good to get those scrims in. You're cutting up a little bit there on the mic, Tino. Was it anything else you wanted to say, or was that it?
Thanks to all of you lot for making Academy discussion the most hectic thing I've ever seen. Because if it wasn't, then I would not be better player to play this.
Oh, well, it has been a great season from all of you. Thank you all for playing. And, well, the same can be said for everyone in Academy who tried their hardest throughout this season. We're going to wrap things up, though, because we've had our champions and Veiled. It has been an incredible grand final. Absolute cinema. Unitox, massive shout out to them. And in the end, it is Glaciers Conference on top. It has to be that way. Despite everyone in the Ignis Conference saying the top 6 teams in Ignis would beat the top 1 team in Glaciers, I don't think so. I think that it's Glaciers on top here. And, well, I mean, in this instance, it is Aspire on top. Thank you very much, guys, for your time. And, well, thank you, everybody watching, for yours as well. It's been an incredible Academy season, but it's not the end. We've got 5 more tiers and 5 more champions to crown. Come back tomorrow because it is Prospect time to shine. What was once the lowest tier now is still looking to provide itself some absolute cinema on Sundays. So, I mean, I'm going to be there for that one, Veiled. I'm sure you are as well. Even, if you're not casting, certainly going to be watching. But it's been an incredible season and here for Academy, and we will see you all tomorrow for Prospect. Good night.
Do you struggle to rank up in
Aye.
Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your
Aye.
other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will cater to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type metafy.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's metafy.gg/@cmasorl_.